Welcome to the Incora County Ground for the County Championship game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Worcestershire, and to the umpires Neil Maiden and Paul Baldwin on field, and in the scorebox, Sue Bridgewater and Joan Jack. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora's members lounge, including hot food served at lunch.
Well, who'd have thought? We're back again. It's day 3 of Derbyshire against Worcestershire. This game is finally poised, potentially, with Worcestershire having a 10-run lead with 6 wickets in hand. And the key for Derbyshire is to get rid of Brett D'Oliveira. And the key for Worcestershire is for Brett D'Oliveira to stay there for a couple of hours, and they really will be in the box seat. So, would you believe? I think we've probably got our first crucial first hour of the season. Yeah, there's always a few, isn't there? Chris Williams from BBC Hereford and Worcester alongside me. I know you've got updates to do shortly, but it should be a good day, this, shouldn't it?
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. If these two can stay together, or the last 4 can say put on 100 from here,
yeah,
that will give them something to play with. But as you say, this first hour, it can go either way, can't it? So you expose the tail with Joe Leach, next man in, if one of these two goes early. But they've put on 75 in 21 overs, D'Oliveira and Waite, and if they can push that on, perhaps double that, then you'd feel they'd be in the box seat.
I do enjoy a crucial first hour. Ben Aitchison's going to open the bowling, especially the first one of the season. What's not to enjoy? Sun is shining. There are a few more clouds today, very wispy up above. A few more clouds today than there were yesterday. It was absolutely glorious yesterday. And tomorrow it's going to be 16 or 17 degrees apparently. So ridiculous, far too warm. It's just great that we've got cricket back, of course, and great that this game is so finely poised. You listen to the game on the BBC Sport website and app, of course. You know that because that's where you went to press the button. It's Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester with Chris Williams and Dave Fletcher who are providing the commentary, and we're about to get underway with Ben Aitchison on his way in and bowling down the leg side to Brett D'Oliveira, taken by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and we're underway on day 3 of this county championship match. May well be a result or two today, who knows, but I think games have gone further than a lot of us expected, in all honesty, given the weather conditions going into this round of matches. Aitchison, past the umpire again, bowls, and D'Oliveira just clips this into the leg side. First run of the day, just a single. It's fielded by Matt Lamb, who I spoke to last night. He was very obliging. Everybody else had disappeared. And he said he felt that the bowling unit, Derbyshire's bowling unit, had done pretty well yesterday, kept at it. And he, like me, thought that this game was nicely poised. So we shall have to wait and see how things progress from here. A couple of deliveries gone in the morning session. And here's the third, Aitchison bowling to Matthew Waite, who batted nicely yesterday. 34 runs to him. Brett D'Oliveira has 88. There goes Aitchison again. Balls to Waite. Clips it into the leg side nicely. Another chase for Matt Lamb. They've run 1. They're going to think about coming back for the second, and they will. That's nicely done. They've added 3. .334 for 6. The scoreboard over on the far side is almost invisible due to the sun shining brightly on it. And I think the numbers have gone off as well, which hasn't helped. Computer malfunction, first one of the day. Just a slight change to the field here. Billy Godleman has gone in at a leg gully. I'm not sure Billy Godleman's been at leg gully in the time I've been covering Derbyshire. In fact, I'm certain he has. He's wearing the floppy sun hat, the former skipper, as Aitchison is in, and that one is turned straight to Billy Godleman at leg gully. And he picks it up. So it's a very good piece of captaincy from Leas Deploy, his successor. He's standing at first slip, Wayne Madsen's at second. And I've got an update coming up now. Certainly are, Andrew. Yes, a crucial first hour, the first one of the season. It's always good to have a crucial first hour. Worcestershire have added 3 runs in the first over of the day. Matthew Waite has added 2 of those. He's on 36. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, batted really nicely yesterday. 12 away from a century now. He's on 88. And this partnership needs to be broken. They've added 78 in 137 deliveries. Worcestershire 334 for 6 in their first innings, leading by 13. I thought the newsreader was going to start talking to me there, but he didn't. He's moved on to the weather forecast. Suranga Lakmal is going to bowl the first over of the day from the city end. My first sight of Paul for the day. He's just walking around behind the old scoreboard, doing a lap or two. Decent-ish crowd. Everybody's trying to find the sun, of course. And Lakmal just practicing his bowling at the far end. He's got 2 slips as well. It's Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen, which means Leas Deploy has moved to mid-off. Billy Godleman, where's he? He's in the covers. Billy Godleman in the covers. Excellent. As Lakmal comes in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. Ball goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Of course, he took a terrific catch yesterday, Billy Godleman. It really was a fine catch. I think he was at mid-wicket, wasn't he? Of course he was. It was a brilliant one to get rid of Jake Libby for 42. Sam Connors picking up his 3rd wicket with that catch. He's got 3 for 82. Zach Chappell has 2 for 47. Ben Aitchison, 23 overs for 54. And Suranga Lakmal, 1 for 55. It's his 20th over. And he is in and bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the offside. You can't keep him out of the action. It's Billy Godleman again who does the fielding. We can say a proper good morning to Chris Williams now after his Hereford and Worcester update.
Yeah, it's as we were saying, it's this first hour will tell us a lot, I think, about, or give us a good indication of where this match might end. Important from a Worcestershire point of view that these two can just give themselves a platform for the day. They're taking that partnership onto 78. And if they can stay together and just blunt the attack, could be interesting.
Lakmal in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, just guides it down towards a wide 3rd man. Matt Lamb's there. They'll pick up another single. D'Oliveira moves to within 11 of 3 figures, 335 for 6 now, the lead 14. I asked Matt Lamb last night, so what is the kind of figure you don't want to get them to get to? And he quite correctly shot me down in flames and said, no, you're not catching me out like that. No, he didn't say that. He said, we're not thinking about that. We just need to take wickets quickly in the morning because the game is finally balanced, or will be, if Derbyshire do. Lakmal bowls, and that's played off the back foot, forced to point. Anuj Dal gets in the action for the first time today. He's got the sweater on, I think, when Madsen's wearing one. Ben Aitchison not, but he's just bowled. Sleeveless for Brooke Guest. Looks like sleeveless for Haider Ali as well, which is admirable.
They had a long day out there yesterday, didn't they? So it'd be interesting to see how they do rock up this morning, the Derbyshire players.
Yes. Well, I was stiff, so goodness knows what they're like. There's Lakmal is in again, and this one is forced off the back foot out towards the point boundary. Dahl gives chase. They've come back for 2. I'm not sure they'll get 3. They're coming back for the 3rd now. Then there's going to be a run out here because that is a poor piece of running, and he's gone. Brett D'Oliveira's gone. Waite has basically barbecued him. He wanted to come back for the 3rd, D'Oliveira. The throw came into the wicketkeeper's end where both of the batsmen were. And all that Brooke Guest had to do was throw it to the bowler. He whipped off the bails, and D'Oliveira has gone for 89. It wasn't the way Derbyshire necessarily were expecting to get the first wicket, but it's a very valuable one nonetheless, and Worcestershire are 335 for 7 now.
He still hasn't looked back, Brett D'Oliveira. He kicked his bat, kicked the air, and Waite there was guilty of ball watching, wasn't he? He wasn't even looking at the other end, and D'Oliveira... Well, he started, then he stopped, and then he decided he was going to go. And I think he expected Waite to sacrifice himself. Yeah. And he didn't. He just stood his ground, and he's got to recover from that now. But that's a century that's gone begging for D'Oliveira. And, well, a real bonus for Derbyshire there. And Waite's got to really get his head down here and get over that now. He'll be feeling bad, not as bad as D'Oliveira is as he went off there, but just noticeable. Normally they'll have a glance back, won't they? But no eye contact at all. He just went storming off, not happy at all, which is understandable.
Just a slight correction. I didn't have the 2 runs that they actually ran onto the total. So it's 337 for 7, and Worcestershire lead by 16. D'Oliveira's 89 of 127 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6. It was a terrific innings from the Worcestershire skipper, and the throw from Brooke Guest wasn't the best, in all honesty, but I don't think he'd actually had time to take his glove off, so he had to throw it with his wicket-keeping glove on his right hand. That made it a slightly iffy throw, but dear oh dear, he managed to get it up the other end, and the run-out was complete. That is a major moment in this game, you feel. Although we did see some late-order resistance, of course, from Derbyshire in their first innings, especially from Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison, so they can take nothing for granted. He didn't look, and then he held his hand out, like Mel, the easiest task to whip the bails off. Dear oh dear. I'm not making light of this. It would have been nice for Brett D'Oliveira to have gone on and make a century, but there's nothing better than both batsmen at the same end, is there, in a cricket match? Here's Lackmal in and bowls, and Waite almost gets caught behind. He flashed at that one outside the off stump. Lackmal doesn't get his wicket. He remains on 1 for 58. But Derbyshire have got that breakthrough that they needed. 337 for 7. Waite on 38. Leach yet to face a ball. The lead for the visitors is 16.
And I think from 2 balls ago, looking at a lead of potentially 100, 110, I think now you're looking, we should probably be happy with a lead of 50 from here. Josh Tunk can bat. Joe Leach can certainly bat, but Leach tends to be a all or nothing, a decent score or not a lot. And the way that ball moved away from Waite then, it was almost 2 in 2, wasn't it?
He's got to clear his mind, though, hasn't he, Waite? That was almost a shot of a player who's thinking about what he's just done.
Aitchison starts a new over from the racecourse end down the leg side. And Leach tries to flick at it, but doesn't make any connection. The fine leg down there is quite wide, so anything fine is likely to go to the boundaries. This outfield will be getting quicker after it was very slow on the first day. We said that 300 Derbyshire scored on day 1 was probably worth 400, given the state of the outfield. Here Leach gets in line to a ball on off stump, plays it into the offside, and Godalman does the fielding. No run.
It's going to be fascinating to see whenever Derbyshire do get a go, whether the 2 openers go about it in the same way that they went about it in the first innings, isn't it? Because Billy Godalman and Haider Ali attacked from ball 1 pretty much.
Well, they did. Going to after this delivery, which is driven nicely for 4 by Joe Leach. It's been chased down to the boundary. He won't stop that one, though. And Leach is off the mark with a lovely 4. The thing I would say about that first innings is they did attack, but they had plenty to attack, didn't they?
Well, they did.
Now, if the bowling is more disciplined in the second innings, they can try and attack it like that, but it might have different result.
Yeah. No,
but the bowling
absolutely.
was really poor, wasn't it, in the opening spell, which led them to allow them to score at 6 and over.
Yeah, very average bowling. They might have to bat like that just to get a sufficient lead, but we'll wait and see. There's a long way to go yet.
Leach drives again, and we'll pick up another 4 here. The first one went through mid-off, and this one's gone through mid-on. So over-pitching by Aitchison, and Leach has helped himself to consecutive boundaries, pushed that lead up to 24, Worcestershire 345 for 7.
Runs crucial here. They can't be giving runs away like that. Shaking his head there, Ben Aitchison, but still striving for his first wicket of the season as well.
Taken a slip out. So suddenly from 3 to 2.
Yeah, interestingly, Haider Ali was the third slip. He was heavily involved in the slip practice with Mickey Arthur this morning. I wonder if Mickey Arthur spotted something he wasn't happy with the slip cordon yesterday.
Leach, right-handed. Drives into the covers, where Godalman does the fielding, and there's no run.
Although, having said that, I don't think the single catch went to the slips. Or has a catch gone to the slips? I think there was one at third slip, wasn't there? Adam Hose in the first innings, but I can't remember too many other edges that have flown through the slip cordon, in all honesty.
One to the wicket-keeper, one on the boundary, or a couple on the boundary, actually. As Leach gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it comfortably. And end of the over. So a couple of boundaries in it. Has taken the Worcestershire lead to 24. They're now 345 for 7. Waite has 38. Be interesting to see how he shapes up in this next over, because he'll be on strike. And Leach is on 8.
I had somebody tweet me, and I didn't see it until yesterday evening when I got back home. So apologies to Michael Hickman for missing it yesterday, if indeed it was sent while we were still on air. Yes, very kind words. The bit that I was interested in, though, says I'm watching on the YouTube stream, and in one camera angle the pitch looks perfect, and on the other angle it looks like a ploughed field. In comes Saranga Lakmal bowling to Matthew Waite, and it's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. He says, especially by the playing strip. Any thoughts? I think it's the camera, because it looks perfectly fine from here.
Yeah.
There's no hint of a ploughed field out there. It is just different cameras produce different shots, I think. So, yeah, nothing to worry about on that score. It's dried out. It had dried out by yesterday quite considerably, the whole outfield.
No sawdust out there at all today.
No, perfect playing conditions. Just started to cloud over a little bit as Lakmal bowls to Waite, who leaves alone outside the off stump. But it's that wispy cloud, so it's sort of watery sunshine at the moment, which won't be particularly good news for the spectators, but makes it a little easier on the eyes. It was very bright yesterday, which is great. There are shadows, just a little bit cloudier. And 1 wicket fallen already today, 345 for 7. Leach, a couple of boundaries. He's 8 from 6, and Matthew Waite on 38. On strike now as Lakmal comes in and bowls to him, and that's turned into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. It didn't miss by much. It was Sam Connors with the throw. Leach gets home. A slightly risky single. Didn't go too far to the right of Sam Connors at mid-on, but the batsmen get through okay, and it's 346 for 7.
They're not going to be the quickest between the wickets, these two. Both big men.
I'll just leave that. I'm not glad to comment on that.
But Waite, I only spoke to him for 3 minutes the other night after the first day's play, and it comes across as a very quiet, understated person. So be interested to see whether that knocks his confidence at all, having been at fault for the run out.
I think you were talking for 2 of those 3 minutes as well. Here is Lakmal on his way into bowl to Leach, who's moving around in the crease and guides the ball straight to Anuj Dal. I say straight to him, just to his right, tumbling stop from Dal. But Leach is anything but stable in his stance as Lakmal arrives at the crease. Feet are moving all over the show. But those 2 straight-ish drives off Ben Aitchison show that Joe Leach can bat, which we knew anyway.
always think he's a better bat than his figures would suggest.
Probably better than he thinks himself, which
Yeah.
is part of the problem, I think, with bowlers, isn't it? When they think they can bat, but they don't practice as much as perhaps they should. His feet again, that trigger movement. Oh, now then there isn't the possibility of a run out because Lewis Deploy can't pick the ball up cleanly, but Leach sent Waite back. There wasn't a single there either. If it had been picked up cleanly, there might have been, given the fumble. But just a bit jittery, Matthew Waite, at the moment. Wants to run at every available opportunity. There is no need to do that. They're leading by 25. Worcestershire at 3:46 for 7. As Chris said, I think get that up to 50 as a minimum now. That would give them something to play with.
Joe Leach averages just under 25 in first-class cricket.
That's decent.
It's decent, but I think he's better than that.
Second slip's been removed and is now leg gully. Wayne Madsen. In comes Lackmal. Bowls. Oh, and he's gone for the pull shot there. He's got a big top edge on it. And it's gone straight over the wicketkeeper's head. And Joe Leach picks up his third boundary as it races down to the rope below us. He moves into double figures. He's got 12. And the 350 is up for Worcestershire, so another bonus point. They've now got 6. 350 for 7, leading by 29. But he didn't. Well, he clearly dealt all right with the Lackmal bouncer because he's got 4 runs from it, but he was at no point in control of that. Could have gone straight up in the air, went straight to the boundary.
I think the ideal scenario for Worcestershire from here would be to, if they can get to 400 and get the bonus point, that would be a decent lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's got to be the aim, I would have thought.
Still no sign of the pitch deteriorating
No.
in any way.
So Waite on strike for the start of the new over from Aitchison. Gets in line nicely, but he's very jittery out there, Matthew Waite. Again, thought about, or was half expecting, I think, Leach to be calling for a single there. Didn't come. Leach wouldn't have got halfway down, but his movements, just a little bit unsettling, I think, for the batter at the other end, the non-striker.
Good for us, though.
His next delivery just pushes to Dahl at point, and there's no run. I'd like to see the run out again, because I'm convinced he was watching, just totally got his eyes fixed on the ball.
Yes, I had a look. I'll get it up on mine, and you can lean across.
And D'Oliveira is just that kind of batsman. It's always being positive. And D'Oliveira is running to the danger end. Nice looking defensive drive up to mid-off by Waite to Chappell. There's no run.
Here we go. We can have a little look at this. There was one very comfortable run there,
Yeah.
clearly.
Well,
D'Oliveira is quick, isn't he?
They've come back for the second, and now this is where Waite is watching. Yeah, he's got no. He had a quick look, and D'Oliveira, he said no, but D'Oliveira was head down. Next delivery is pulled away by Waite down to deep backward square. Good tumbling stop down there, restricts them to 1. That was Connors out in the distance in front of the East Midlands demolition stand.
Yeah, he absolutely barbecued him. He stood no chance. As quick as he is, D'Oliveira, he was sort of more than halfway back for the third run, and he would have got in. But once he was at the same end as Waite, that was that.
That single's taken Waite onto 40. The bouncer at Leach ducks underneath. Just saying about Connors fielding in front of that demolition stand over there. I'm always wary of mentioning people, but I think there's nothing in it for me mentioning East Midlands demolition. There's nothing that I need particularly knocking down at the moment.
That's what I call it. The East Midlands demolition stand. I've no idea who they are.
Next delivery is turned onto the leg side by Leach, combination of bat and pad. And he's getting through his overs quite quickly. Was it my imagination?
No,
Ben
I
Aitchison.
didn't think that was anywhere near the end of the over. Short run up, of course.
351 for 7. Waite has 40, Leach has 12. This partnership is now worth 14. Lead 30.
The other thing to remember, of course, to get to 400, they'd have to do it in the next 10 overs. Because we've just reached the 100 over mark at 351 for 7, so they'd have to go at 5, which they're more than capable of doing if they throw the bat at it, of course.
A few top edges like Joe Leach in the last over, last over from Lackmore will help.
They all help, don't they? It's Waite on strike now, who drives very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. And as Dahl is out there in the distance, away to the right, does the fielding. Waite moves on to 41 now. Leach has 12, 352 for 7.
Just looks as though he's settled a little bit. Waite now looks more comfortable at the. Picked a nice shot for the single there, and he's gone up to the non-striker's end, resting on his bat. Hopefully he's blocked it out of his mind. He'll get some stick tonight, though.
Yes. Well, he needs to go on and make at least 50. He's only got one first-class 50.
Might find he's bowling for 50 overs.
Well, he was the most effective of the bowlers in the first innings, wasn't he? So he will get some work, I'm sure. Lackmore bowls to Leach, who gets up on his toes, plays it back to the former Sri Lankan Test bowler.
I don't know what the changing rooms are like here, but I would imagine D'Oliveira is in a corner at the moment with a towel over his head, keeping his counsel.
Yeah, well, there was a definite century there for the taking, wasn't there? He will be thinking about that for a while. He's got to get that out of his head as well, which I'm sure he will. About a week on Thursday. Lackmore is in bowls. Another short delivery. It's a no ball. Leach ducks underneath it. 2 to the total. 354 for 7. That is the 20th run that has come through no balls. So 10 no balls been bowled by Derbyshire. 5 of them by Sam Connors. 3 by Lackmore and a couple from Ben Aitchison. And that's slightly indisciplined because the lead's 33 and 20 runs have come via no balls, which are entirely preventable. Can't afford to do that in any form of cricket. I know especially you can't afford to give away no balls in white ball cricket, but it's just the same in the red. It's Lackmore around the wicket, another short delivery, another no ball. Now this is getting silly. 356 for 7. 22 runs via no balls. I'm going to make a note. I can't remember the last time they bowled 11 no balls. It was probably up at Durham 3 or 4 years ago when Hardisville Jeune was at his worst. They conceded 87 extras, I think it was. Ball flying to all parts.
The scoreboard's died, which makes life very difficult when I'm doing my updates next door.
I think Jane was struggling this morning with it. Lackmore in again. Legitimate delivery, short ball, ducked underneath by Leach and through to Brooke Guest. So we've had the same delivery 3 times around the wicket. Now he's going back over the wicket, so that didn't work. Plan C. Most of the fielders who were on the leg side have now come back to the offside. When Madsen's come out of leg gully, Billy Godleman's come out of mid-wicket. He's gone into the covers, Godleman, and Madsen's gone into second slip. And now we've got a long leg, a square leg who's 15 yards in from the boundary, and a mid-on the leg side, and that's it. Lackmore comes in, bowls to Leach, who drives straight to Lear's deploy at mid-off. There's the mid-off cover point, 2 slips. Matt Lamb down at third man. He's keeping himself entertained by talking to the Derbyshire supporters down there to our right. So every so often he disappears completely because he goes all the way to the fence to chat to them. He might even be able to pick some of his conversation up in the FX microphone because that kind of thing does happen. There's Lackmore with the over that keeps on giving. Bowling to Leach, strikes him on the pad as he tries to flick it away into the leg side. No appeal. Going down leg anyway.
Huge gap on that leg side, isn't there?
Oh, massive. Yeah, between Sam Connors and Haider Ali. They'd be in separate postcodes, wouldn't they, really? More than 100 yards between them, probably.
Which is where Leach is trying to whip it. One of those situations, if you whip it straight into the hands of the fielder down there,
It wouldn't be the first time, though.
How would you feel?
It wouldn't be the first time. Connor's got one of his wickets like that, didn't he? There's Lackmel in to bowl to Leach, who again tries to turn it into the leg side. He's got pad on it, I think, and it's gone down to fine leg. No, he's got nothing on it. It's 4 more byes down the leg side. 360 for 7 now. Not been the start bowling-wise that Derbyshire would have wanted. They've got the wicket, but the bowlers haven't quite been on the mark at the moment. And the lead is up to 39.
No applause around the ground for the half century of extras coming up. 53.
No.
It could be very costly at the end of the game. But I just going back to Matthew Waite, I was thinking, it's good job there's no uphill, bowling uphill with a howling wind, because I know who'd be who'd be doing some donkey work later on if there were. Here's Aitchison. Ball short of a length. It's the aforementioned Waite, turns him onto the leg side. To mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Haider Ali. It's a bit of a rare occurrence for him to be up saving one, isn't it? I think most of the game he's been in front of the pavilion, doing his fielding near the boundary. Next delivery, trying to work on the leg side was Waite there, and I think he got a leading edge safe all along the ground back to the bowler. No run. I don't think the man in the red coat's here today.
There's a couple of red. There's 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's the red one.
Different one, is it?
Yeah.
Perhaps that a lie-in.
Next one is pulled away. Not where he intended it. It's going to get 4 for it, because I think Lamb at deep square leg was expecting that to come his way and stood there. I think he lost it. In the end, it went through mid-wicket. I think he might have played a little bit early on that, Matthew Waite, but he's got 4 for it. He's moved on to 45. And Worcestershire 364 for 7.
Bizarre. I was looking over towards the East Midlands demolition stand where Matt Lamb is, and he sort of looked both ways. He lost it completely.
Yeah, he put his hands up, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the last place I expected that to be going was through mid-wicket.
Derbyshire have gone defensive. They've removed another slip. They're down to 1 now, and there's 2 men out on the leg side now.
He's quite reactive, Deploy, isn't he? So early on, when he took that slip out very early on after Aitchison had been driven, the single here turned just backward a square on the leg side by Waite, and that was a miscue, wasn't it, from Waite?
Yeah, it was really. It was a strange old shot in the end, but I suppose 4 runs is 4 runs, isn't it? That's what he'll be thinking. 365 for 7. Billy Godalman's being moved now. He's going into leg gully again, or short backward square leg. I don't know, that kind of area. You know what I mean? Leg gully. So Ben Aitchison's got a plan here, potentially. He's in and bowls. It's a short delivery down the leg side and signalled wide. Another extra. That's 2 wides, possibly. Yeah, 2 wides. I should be updating in 30 seconds, which is good news. Just had Susan in my ears. As in goes Aitchison, bowls a short delivery, ducks underneath it. Leach again, that's 2 for the over now. Zach Chappell wants a drink. Well, we all want a drink. Don't always get what you want, of course. 366 for 7. Next delivery's turned into the leg side. There's going to be a single. Hello, Susan. Yes, Worcestershire 367 for 7. They lead by 46 runs now. There has been a wicket this morning, and it was one of those comedy run-outs that we all enjoy so much over the course of the summer. Brett D'Oliveira, 11 runs shy of a century, was coming back for a third run. Unfortunately, his batting partner, Matthew Waite, wasn't interested. Both batsmen ended up at the same end, and the initial throw from Anuj Dal was collected by the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest, who threw it down to the bowler, Saranga Lakmal. He removed the bails, and D'Oliveira was out. Unfortunately, it's been the only breakthrough, and Joe Leach has come in to join Waite. He's on 13. They've added 30 so far for the 8th wicket in just 33 deliveries. The bowlers haven't been on the money. They've bowled 11 no balls throughout this innings, which is far, far too many. Well, about 11 too many in honesty. And Worcestershire are building a nice lead here. They're 367 for 7. It means they lead by 46. I haven't eaten anything yet. Twiggy very kindly cooked me some breakfast this morning. I'm staying at Twiggy's. He cooked me some bacon and eggs this morning, so I'm just waiting for lunch. We had a very nice stew yesterday, so something along those lines would go down a treat. Thank you. Just having people are fascinated by my dietary habits for some reason. Now we've got a short leg, and I think it's Matt Lamb. And we've got a change in bowling. It is Matt Lamb, and we've got a change in bowling. It's Zach Chappell. So we've got oh dear. I'll tell you what we've got. We've got leg theory going on here. We've got a leg gully, a short leg, a mid-wicket, a second mid-wicket immediately behind the first mid-wicket, a mid-wicket on the boundary, and a long leg, and just 3 fielders on the offside. And here's Zach Chappell coming in to bowl to Joe Leach. Short delivery. He leaves it alone as he ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. The 3 men on the offside are a third man. That's Ben Aitchison. Backward point, Anuj Dal. And the mid-off, the skipper, Lias Deploy. But I don't think he's going to get anything on the off stump here. And if he does, he should crack it away for 4, Joe Leach. It is an interesting field. I'm going to backstop, though. In comes Zach Chappell and bowls. Short delivery. Ducks underneath it, Joe Leach. Over the shoulder, 1 for the over, says umpire Paul Baldwin at the far end. Somebody jogs behind the bowler's arm as Chappell is walking back to his mark. 367 for 7. I'm confident. I was going to say I'm confident that they're playing everywhere, but they have an innings break at Taunton. I'll bring you the scores after this next delivery from Zach Chappell, who's ready now. Leach settles himself. Chappell's on his way in. Past umpire Baldwin bowls a short delivery. It's cut away. It was on off stump, and that might be 4 runs. Although Ben Aitchison is giving chase, he does actually cut it off before it gets to the boundary. 2 more to the total. Leach moves on to 15. 369 for 7. The lead is 48. Harry Kame and Mark Watt doing a lap down below, taking some refreshment to the bowlers. Brooke Guest has just had a word with Lias Deploy. First of those second division scores to give you is that Durham are batting again. They're 9 without loss after 3 overs and lead Sussex by 50 at Hove. Leicestershire had a pretty good day yesterday. They're 232 for 5. They still trail Yorkshire by 285 runs. As Chappell is on his way in again and bowls. That's another short delivery. I think there's going to be plenty of those. That one didn't get up. It's taken by Brooke Guest, left alone by Joe Leach. And the other score in the second division is that Gloucestershire are 6 without loss in their second innings. Just in the second over there, they trail Glamorgan by 233. That looks like the most likely game to finish today down in Cardiff. Douglas Jardine is just moving his field, and Chappell comes in and bowls another short delivery. Leach ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I was trying to do my sums there while I was doing an update. 48 runs they added in the first half an hour or so.
That's a terrific
right?
question. Yes, it is 40.
But it doesn't tie up with the lead, though, of 48. They led by 10 overnight. They've not resumed at 3:21 for 6.
A 331.
331. That would explain a lot.
331.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked you the score this morning. You got it right. Chapel bowls around the wicket this time. Another short delivery to Leach. He ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and an over passes without much happening in it. In all honesty, despite that leg theory that Lewis Deploy was using there. 369 for 7. The lead is 48. Waite has 46, and Leach has 15, and Sam Connors is going to come on to bowl for the first time. And if I was Sam Connors, I'd be thinking, 5 for. He's already got 3 for 82.
Yeah, the sums all add up now. He was trying to multitask in the other room with no scoreboard there. Craner and neck to look at your screen in here. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
You do have a total on the bottom line. That does carry on. But the rest of the board seems to have packed in completely now.
Yeah.
The middle bit, which was showing the bowlers and how many overs they bowled, which wasn't working yesterday, is now working. Work that out.
So, Connors, he's rung the changes in the first 35 minutes, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had to. The two bowlers who bowled at the start didn't bowl particularly well, did they? I didn't think.
So Waite on strike, start of this new over. It's a short delivery, goes onto his toes, drops it to backward point. Dole does the fielding and there's no run. Yeah, I think he'll be... They got that bonus wicket second over, didn't they? And you would have, from a Derbyshire point of view, Deploy would have been hoping to really capitalise on that. But it's not been the case. That lead of 48, so as I said, seems only a few minutes ago I was saying be looking, probably settling for 50. Well, they're 2 away from that now. So we've got leg slipping and a short leg for Connors. This is in the air. It's going to be safe. Drop short of deep mid wicket. There's Ben Aitchison. First time he's found himself out on the boundary, so I think they're expecting a bit of long handle stuff here, the way they've got the 2 men on the boundary on the leg side.
I think they're trying to tempt them, aren't they, with the short delivery to try and pull it into the leg side or hook it, but that's the first time it's been taken on, really. I think your gentleman with the red coat is there because his red coat's on a seat and he's taken it off.
Has he?
Oh, it must be warm out there today.
I thought it was colder today than it was yesterday.
Sweltering.
Waite. Oh, this is best to give some catching practice to the wicketkeeper there. Ball that went through shoulder high, looking to just uppercut it down to third man, which is a risky shot with the man down there. So he got nothing on it.
Billy Gottleman's down at third man now, but he's found himself in positions that he hasn't fielded in, certainly since before 2016. Billy Gottleman, when he took over the captaincy, he's been at leg gully. Been in the covers. Now he's at third man.
Actually, the field makes sense now because Leach is on strike. Ball that reared up at him there, and he played it well in the end, just kept the bat close to his shoulder and allowed it to come onto the bat, and it dropped short of Dahl at backward point.
I think the batsmen are trying to make it look like a minefield out there.
Well, I think anything that's there to be hit, Leach will certainly give it a go. So with the 2 men out, that could be a danger sign for him. Big gap through the covers, though, between mid-off and backward point. Connors bowls. Oh, bowl. I thought he played on there.
Good delivery there.
Yeah, the ball looked as though it was going down the leg side, and he was following Leach, who was backing away to leg, and then he got all tangled up with it. Ball came off, I don't know, might have been his chest, and looked as though it was back onto the stumps, but dropping just short of them. I think they're trying to rough him up a bit, aren't they? Or Connors is. That's why the short leg's in there. Leg slip. short leg, wide, mid on, mid off, mid wickets, deep square, fine leg, backward point. Connor's looking for his 4th wicket. Also a short one that Leach ducks underneath. Bit of a wasted effort, that one. No problem to Leach at all. End of the over, 370 for 7. Lead 49. Waite 3 away from a half century. And Leach is on 15. These two have put on 33 and 45.
Matt Lamb, who bowled some leg spin yesterday, 5 overs of it for 19, now finds himself as a short leg underneath the helmet. My favourite question to him last night was, what on earth is your run-up all about? He says, a lot of people ask me that. So I thought it was an original question. He tried to cut out that leap, but kept bowling no balls. So he put the leap back in and doesn't bowl no balls. It makes no sense to me at all. But I said, well, you carry on doing it because it's very, very enjoyable to watch. But it didn't make a lot of sense. The leg side theory, in fact, has been strengthened now because there are only 2 fielders on the offside. Backward point and 3rd man for Zach Chappell's new over. He's in and bowls, shortish delivery, and it's well dealt with by Matthew Waite. Gets right onto his toes and pushes it out into the leg side. There's a long leg. There's a square leg 10 yards in from the boundary. There's a leg gully. There's a short leg. There's the shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, and there's another man, Saranga Lakmal, who's a mid-wicket towards the pavilion, the members' pavilion. A 7-2 leg side field. You don't see this very often. I hope to take a photograph as this next one from Chappell is turned down towards long leg. It bounces in front of Sam Connors, who makes a bit of a meal of fielding it, in all honesty. It keeps them down to a single. Waite moves on to 48 and Worcestershire to 371 for 7. But yes, what if the BBC Sport website would be interested in having a picture of a leg side field? I'm not sure what the picture will turn out like, to be fair, but I'll take a picture. Do my bit for social media and that kind of thing. I'm all for the digital. All about the digital.
There's a good chance that Joe Leach will oblige this field, I think.
One of them has been removed on the leg side. It's a short ball from Zach Chappell. It's ducked underneath by Joe Leach. It isn't one for the over, according to Paul Baldwin, the umpire. Well, that was as high as anything we've seen, I would suggest, so far. But he didn't raise his finger. You can barely tell on this photograph. I'm sorry, I've disappointed everybody. I'm sure you were all salivating in anticipation of seeing a photograph of the leg side field. Just have to take our word for it. He's going to come around the wicket now, Zach Chappell. Isn't it weird? I'll come back to that in a moment. Chappell is in and bowls a short delivery to Joe Leach, who ducks underneath it. Isn't it weird how you bowl normally, and I use the word normally in inverted commas really, against top order batsmen, and the tail enders come in, and all of a sudden you're bowling short deliveries at a 6-3 leg side field, which you never used at any point against the proper batsman. He's going over the wicket again now. Zach Chappell, having bowled 1 ball round the wicket, halfway through his 17th over, 2 for 50, 371 for 7. Chappell is in again. Ball strikes the pad of Joe Leach. No appeal from anybody bar the captain, Leas Deploy, at mid-off.
Playing too many 4 defensives at the moment, Joe, is he?
No. No. Well, he's either ducking or swinging.
Yeah.
Which is making for relatively entertaining cricket, although it's slightly bizarre. Derbyshire 2 or 3 years ago had a backstop against Glamorgan, which was an unedifying watch. As Chappell is in again and bowled, Leach ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and it's the end of an over. So 1 run off each of the last 2 overs. 371 for 7. The lead is 50. Waite has 48. He'll be on strike for the start of the next over from Sam Connors, and Leach has 15.
We've seen quite a few bouncers, but not many effective ones.
No.
Plenty of time for the batters to drop down. Haven't looked uncomfortable. The most I think anyone's looked uncomfortable was the one that followed Leach in the last over from Connors, where it probably took him on the chest. But other than that, Waite on strike for the start of the new over. It's got that leg gully, short leg, mid-wicket, deep square. Connors is the bowler, wearing 59. This is down the leg side, helped on its way by Waite for a single. Chappell, the fielder down there, restricts them to 1. Takes Waite 1 away from a half century. The lead is now over 50.
Mitch Wagstaff's on the field. Down at fine third man. Youngster, 22 on his back. I thought it was Mitch.
Leach, this next delivery gets a bouncer again outside the off stump. Again, plenty of time. One for the over signalled by the umpire. They've clearly got a plan here, but it's.
Well, you say clearly.
Well, but they're not. They don't seem to be bowling to it, do they?
No. It's not.
I mean, the last over from Chappell, it seemed a little bit muddled in that he went over the wicket, and then
One
round.
ball around.
Yeah. Leach turns the next delivery down to towards fine leg. Barely gets halfway to the boundary, but enough for him to come through for a comfortable single. Chappell, no cap today, which is good for me because I can instantly spot him, recognise him, coming off the boundary to do the fielding.
This also means that Billy Godalman's gone off the field because there's no sun hat. He's just at the bottom of the steps, actually. He's ready to come back on.
Waite, 1 away from his 50. Waits for Connors, comes round the wicket and pulled away by the former Yorkshireman, who strikes a boundary, goes through 2 at 50, raises his bat to the pavilion. Good round of applause from teammates and supporters. He's gone to 53 from 98 balls, and that 4 is his sixth of the innings. Good knock by him.
Yeah, terrific knock. Seems to have got the run out of his mind, which is good for him.
It's the kind of ball you want on 49 now, isn't
Yes,
it? Just
it is, yeah.
plenty of time to swivel and pull it away. Next delivery, still round the wicket and bouncer that I'm not sure if he pulled out of the hook there or not. Waite, he was going so wide and high that nothing really to be gained by following through with it. Passed harmlessly through to wicketkeeper Guest. Lead 56. Did look at his high score yesterday, Matthew Waite.
56, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Have a look now, and
yeah,
it does ring a bell.
59, no doubt. It's only his second half century.
Connors, better delivery. Nicely played off his toes by Waite for a single down to deep square leg. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. Moves on to 54. Worcestershire 3, 7, 8 for 7. Partnership now 41 from 57 balls.
Once again in touch, Nick Buxton in Nottingham. The difference between the 2 innings is the extras column. Absolutely right. Extras 54, lead 57. 4 conceded by Worcestershire. 22 no balls is very poor by any standard. It's 11 no balls, 22 runs by way of no balls. Obviously, you get 2 runs per no ball. Mitch Wagstaff has left the field. Thanks for getting in touch, Nick. Good to hear from you. Billy Godalman is back, and Zach Chappell is going to bowl around the wicket with a 7-2 leg side field. Once again, backward point and third man, the only fielders on the offside. Chappell is in, ball short. He's taken this on, and it's dropped just short of the man at backward point, Anuj Dal. I'm not sure what it came off. It doesn't look like it's going to be extra, so it must have come off the gloves, I fancy. He took it on there. Did Matthew Waite, wasn't it, who took it on, and, well, he didn't get the ball anywhere near the bat, but it came off the gloves and gloves and bounced just short of Anuj Dal at backward point. That would have been quite remarkable to have been caught on the offside when there are two fielders there and neither of them are in front of the bat. There is a third fielder on the offside now for Joe Leach. Liz Deploy has gone into mid-off, 379 for 7, the lead 58. Chappell's going to continue around the wicket to bowl to Leach. Bowls a short-ish one. That one didn't really get up that much, and Leach pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Liz Deploy, and there's no run. 92 overs left today because, of course, it was a 104-over day again today. We finished just before 7 o'clock last night, which was reasonable. The over rate is level. There was a lot of faffing about. Didn't take the new ball for 3 overs because they were concerned about the over rate. Derbyshire, but it's level at the moment. In comes Chappell again, bowls. That's whipped into the leg side and caught by Wayne Madsen at leg golly. Nice catch, moving away to his left-hand side. Leach has gone. Derbyshire have got their second wicket, and they will say that the leg theory works. Well, does it? The partnership was worth 42, and Worcestershire 379 for 8. Now Joe Leach goes for 16. Their lead is 58.
Yep, he'd be annoyed with that. I think Joe Leach that he got plenty onto it, but straight into the hands of the fielder. So that will bring Josh Tongue in, and be interesting to see how Waite plays, because Tongue will certainly look to get on with it. 58 the lead. Can they push that up towards 100? As you say, the leg theory, they will say, has paid off. Yard either side and would have been a boundary, but look in the book. Leach has gone for a useful 16 and again a useful partnership of 42 in 60 deliveries.
Yes.
A lot of extras in there.
Well, the lead's 58 and the extras are 54. That's a worry. I think that's young Archie Harrison who's carrying the drinks now. They're really testing my knowledge of the young players here. But I say knowledge. There's precious little of that. Chappell now has 3 for 51 on debut. 17.5 overs bowled. Connors 3 for 90. That's Ranga Lakmal with the other wicket to go down to a bowler, and of course the run out, which I think rather harshly was given as Dahl / Lakmal when clearly Brooke Guest had a hand in it because he threw it to Lakmal. But anyway, we're continuing with the leg theory. 7 on the leg side. Chappell is in and bowls a fullish delivery, almost gets through the defences of the new batsman Josh Tongue, but not quite.
Chappell could also end up with a 5-for on debut.
Yes, these two bowlers who are currently bowling will be battling it out for the 5-for. And in fairness, they've bowled between them in this spell. They've bowled 4.5 overs, 1 for 12. So they have slowed the scoring down, and Chappell has a wicket. So to that extent, it's certainly working. There's Chappell over the wicket again, bowls to Tongue, short delivery, ducks underneath it, tall man. Gets well underneath it though, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. 58 feels like a reasonably good lead to me. We'll find out. I mean, Derbyshire could wipe that out in 40 balls if they bat like they did in the first innings, but Worcestershire would have to bowl as poorly as they did first time around, and that seems unlikely. Matthew Waite, important part to play, as will Josh Tongue, who's on strike now, and he plays it back towards the bowler, who starts to hare after it because he's pushed it up to a deepish mid-off, and there's nobody there. Eventually, it's fielded by Liz Deploy, but just for a moment, Zach Chappell thought, I'm going to have to chase this. He picks up 2 to get off the mark, Josh Tongue. And with Waite on 55, Worcestershire are 381 for 8 now and leading by 60.
He's quite a good driver, Josh Tongue, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to give himself a bit of room to use that space on the offside. In doing so, he'll obviously expose the stumps.
Help with his insurance as well if he's a good driver. Of course.
But,
That's poor from me. Day 3. Come on, Fletcher, you're better than that. Except I'm not. So
we've got 2 men on the offside, backward point and wide mid-off for the start of this new over from Connors, bowling to Matthew Waite, who pulls straight though to along the ground to mid-wicket. Aitchison, 3/4 of the way in or out. Yeah, 3/4 of the way out rather than he's 1/4 of the way in. From the boundary.
Where is he?
It's one of the two. If you work it out, he's 3/4 of the way out, but he's 1/4 in, isn't he?
yes, yeah, probably. I don't know.
I know what I mean.
I got lost halfway through that.
You lost interest. 382.
I was tickled by a tweet actually.
You can get something for that. Connors in the air, but safe. They'll pick up a single, drive into the offside from Tongue, dropping short of Ali there.
The EFL has tweeted, Sue made the Sky Bet League One Team of the Week, and the goalkeeper is Craig McGilvray, who apparently was outstanding for Burton yesterday. Edward Walker, who puts out the D3, D4 podcast, you'll hear about Radio Derby from time to time, said should really be John Brayford in goal, to be honest.
He's the guy that saved on the line, is he?
Handled on the line, the Burton skipper.
Connors into Waite, who cuts nicely. That'll go for 4. Beats the dive of Dahl at backward point. And a no ball as well. Double bubble there.
Good grief. 12
Worcestershire.
no balls.
Nice shot from Waite. Onto his toes. Got above the ball and cut it nicely. It's got to be a good shot to get past Dahl. Diving at backward point.
It's almost as though they haven't been practicing their bowling for the last 6 months in readiness for the opening game of the season, isn't it? With 12 no balls.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Well, it's far too many.
Yeah. Just one in the Derbyshire innings with, which was Josh Tongue, who's the non-striker at the moment.
It was always going to be Josh, wasn't it? Bless him. He had a fairly torrid time. Picked up his wicket yesterday morning, but he went for a few.
That boundary's taken Waite onto 60. He waits now for Connors, bowling over the wicket short and pulled away again, but didn't really get hold of that one. Didn't make its way off the square. Fielded at square leg. Probably by Lamb, is it?
Madsen there now. Yeah.
I'm used to seeing Lamb there.
I'm looking around for Lamb. He may well still have the pads on, has he?
Yes, he's in at short leg.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was the one place that I didn't look, which is where he's been for a while.
Connors, short of a length, pulled by Waite to Aitchison, who this time I think is probably half way to the boundary.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure of anything.
He is now.
Single is the net result.
It's a nice shot, to be fair, wasn't it? It was a really nice shot. Controlled.
Not afraid to take it on, is he, with the leg side?
No, it was good.
He gets on top of it, rolls the wrists.
I did like your description of him as a former Yorkshireman. I think once you're a Yorkshireman, that's it, in my experience.
Connors in drives. Defensively, well placed by Tongue, picks up a single.
Yeah, there's no doubt this boy can bat.
Yeah, I'd say very good driver, and he'll be eyeing the gaps on that offside if he can just create the space for it. Lead now at 70. Waite back on strike.
I've got the feeling there Sam Connors gave us a withering look. I don't think he was looking at us at all, but felt like it.
He's running away from us now. Short of a length, pulled, but straight to mid-off by Waite. I feel he missed out there, got plenty on it, but straight to deploy. And end of the over, 391 for 8. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on the time because I'm losing track completely.
Yeah, I'm in a shocker time-wise. I just looked across and thought, midday. I'm sure we should be doing something. Can't think what it is. Oh, lovely. Jack Timon voicer. 391 for 8, then the lead is 70. Zach Chappell to continue. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to Josh Tongue. He's on 4. Waite has 61. 56 extras. 12 no balls. And this one is pulled. Oh, brilliantly caught by Wayne Madsen. How on earth has he caught that at leg gully? It was pulled by Josh Tongue, and Madsen takes the catch. That is magnificent from Wayne Madsen. I was looking for it to go much, much further, and Zach Chappell has a 4th wicket. Wow, that was a catch. 391 for 9 now. The lead is 70. Good heavens. Well, they're 391 for 9 now, which means they lead by 70, but we have just seen a spectacular catch at leg gully. You don't see many there. It's the second one we've seen this morning. Derbyshire operating very much a leg side field. 7 players in the leg side on more than one occasion, and Wayne Madsen plucking the ball out of the air to dismiss Josh Tongue for 4. Joe Leach made 16. He was also caught in the same way off the same bowler earlier on. Brett D'Oliveira run out for 89. He was at the same end as Matthew Waite. He's got 61. The new batsman is the number 11, Ben Gibbon, and Worcestershire 391 for 9, leading by 70. I'm hoping that the replay will show. Let's have a look. I don't think it'll show Wayne Madsen, but he caught hold of that Josh Tongue pretty well, I thought. And Wayne Madsen is just off vision. In fact, he's helped it round the corner and he's helped it straight to Wayne Madsen, who's leapt and taken the catch. Terrific effort from Wayne Madsen, and now Worcestershire are 9 down, but they've got that lead of 70. So it's a sort of midway lead between the 100 that they would have wanted and the 50 that Chris thought they might get once Brett D'Oliveira had been dismissed. Wow, that was a good catch, though. New batsman is Ben Gibbon. He'll be on strike. The leg theory field continues. 4 for 53 for Zach Chappell on debut. Can he get a fifer? Chances here. Comes in and bowls to Gibbon, who digs this one out. A full-length delivery. He's bluffed him, but Gibbon was equal to the bluff. Wayne Madsen, I think, might have gone off after taking that catch. He's certainly not. Oh dear. He did ring his hand out. Sam Connors, I think, down there to our left. Yes, it is. Then comes Chappell again and bowls. That's a short delivery that doesn't get up. And Mitch Wagstaff is on again. So that catch may have come at a price, because Wayne Madsen is off the field having taken that catch. Mitch Wagstaff is on. The leg gully now is Ben Aitchison. I must admit, I'm in the mayhem, because it was a good catch. But he's hurt himself. Let's hope it's not anything that's going to keep him off the field or out of the game for any length of time. Here's Zach Chappell again around the wicket and bowls wide of the off stump this time with a short delivery left alone by Ben Gibbon, and there's no run.
Thanks for keeping an eye on the time. It's twice I've missed this morning, which is not surprising. When yesterday I was going on about being back for casualty, I got the wrong day of the week. I thought it was Saturday yesterday.
Of course, yeah. Well, I never corrected you because it felt like a Saturday, didn't it? Today does feel more like a Sunday, even though it's a Saturday.
I got back to my hotel room, put the telly on, thinking the wall will be on, thinking, why isn't it on?
Next delivery from Chappell is another short one. It's easily dealt with by Gibbon. And for some reason, I know Jane has started to look concerned, but the computer is right, and that's what Jane is doing the same thing to the computer, but the actual scoreboard appears to have frozen. So,
So what is the score?
well, the score is what it says. It is 391 for 9, but this is Zach Chappell's 5th delivery, potentially. He's in and bowls to Gibbon, who pushes this one out into the offside. He's going to get off the mark here. Anuj Dal runs around from backward point to do the fielding. It might even have been the last ball. It was the last ball. So, yeah, the scoreboard itself has frozen, but it's a scoreboard malfunction rather than the computer system, because the computer system is clearly working. End of the over, 392 for 9, and now it's gone off. Excellent. That's obviously trying to reboot it or something. The clock still says 6 minutes past 12, though. That's correct, so we won't miss an update. The next one may well be when Derbyshire are batting. Who knows? It may not. But the score is on the bottom line. There we go. It's all back again now. Look. Lovely. Yeah, it's okay now. 392 for 9.
Surprised Gibbon took that single off the last ball of the over, whether he wasn't counting as same as the scoreboard. But really shouldn't have taken a single there, I don't think. Should have left it to Waite. He now has strike for the start of the new over from Connors. Gets in line. Ball that didn't get up a great deal. Just pushes out to Dahl at point. Looking at the bottom of the bat there, which was probably indicating that the ball didn't get up. Tall man, Ben Gibbon. I think he's got a sleeveless sweater on. This very white Worcestershire kit.
Too white.
Yeah. Difficult to see with these sleeveless jumpers they have on. Very seamless. Short delivery. That's just a waste of effort, really, by Connors. Halfway down the pitch. And Gibbon didn't have to move. It was wide outside off stump. And just sailed, just dollied up into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Now he's decided he's going to go around the wicket. So he's had 2 deliveries at a number 11 batsman and decided to go around the wicket to a right-hander.
Yeah, no idea.
Rolling wide of the crease. Gibbon gets in line, says Waite, pushing out into the offside. Because actually what you've got, unless he bowls in at the body, the ball's going to go across the right-hander. Huge gap on the offside. And if he could have placed that one better, then he'd picked up a couple of easy runs there, Ben Gibbon. Still got the short leg in. Leg gully. Wide mid-off, mid-wicket. Deep square leg, fine leg. Again, wide of the crease, and we'll pick up a single here because he has found the gap between the 2 fielders in the offside. Dahl onto it very quickly. Then didn't really get up as he threw the ball in. Didn't extend himself to his full height. Kind of threw it on the crouch. And Gibbon picks up his second run. 393 for 9. Lead 72. Which Worcestershire won't be displeased with. Waite. This comes over the wicket again. Pulls the next delivery. Down to fine leg. Chappell, 4 wickets to his name. Does the fielding down and there. Throws it at the boots of Guest, the wicket keeper. And they're through for 1 more. Waite on to 72. Happy to give the strike to Gibbon. Might have one eye on a red inker. Help his average. Mid-wicket just being pushed back a little bit, halfway to the boundary. And that gap's been found again by Gibbon. Got a leg side field, and for the second time in the over, he's found the gap on the offside, picks up 2 more, all very, very valuable runs at this stage. Lead on to 75, Gibbon onto 4. End of the over, 396 for 9.
Yeah, it's creeping up, isn't it? 75 now. Absolutely in between the 100 that you hoped that they might get. Well, Brett D'Oliveira was there, and the 50 you thought they might get. Once Brett D'Oliveira had disappeared, after he was run out. So it's substantial already, 75, I would suggest. Zach Chappell has the opportunity to pick up a 5 for here. 19 overs, yet to bowl a maiden. 4 for 54 to Zach Chappell. He's on his way in now to bowl to Matthew Waite. Short delivery. He's pulled it into the leg side off a top edge, really, and it's been fielded out in the far distance by Haider Ali. And they come back. No, they don't. They take one run. Waite moves on to 63, 397 for 9. The cut-off point for bonus points has passed. So the next 3 runs are merely runs rather than runs towards a bonus point. The bonus points finish at 6-5 to Worcestershire. Remember, only 5 nowadays for a draw instead of 8. As Chappell bowls, oh, that's a short, very, very short delivery that bounces a long way over Gibbon's head. Mitch Wagstaff with his tash. Good effort, but needs a bit of work, the young man. It's it's a bit like Nick Potts' beard. They're too young to be growing them. Here comes Chappell again around the wicket in bowls. This one's turned up towards mid-on by Gibbon, and there's no run.
We did reference it earlier, but of course Matthew Waite has gone through to his career best now.
Of course.
He's on 64.
Yeah.
He's at 59 not out. Was against Surrey at Scarborough last year.
That doesn't count. This is a proper one, then, a proper headquarters ground, isn't it? This will mean more to him, I'm sure.
Had a good game so far.
Hasn't he just? Yeah, a really good game. Around the wicket comes Zach Chappell to bowl to Gibbon. Short delivery. Gibbon just drops his hands, leans back and allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, 27 years of age now, Matthew Waite. I still regard him as a youngster, really. But it's an important time of his career.
Yeah. The only downside is he met me after the first day.
Yes, that could trouble him for some time. ESPN Cricket do call him a bowling all-rounder. Well, he's certainly proven to be one of those. It's at the non-strikers end as Gibbon waits for Chappell to bowl. That's wide of the off-stump, short delivery, poor. He kicks the crease as he walks back to his mark. He knows that wasn't a good delivery.
There's no pace in the pitches at these bounces. It's
No.
tennis ball bounce.
Yeah. Saranga Lakmal's warming up again.
Dahl not having a turn the arm over this morning.
No, he's very much the fifth seamer or fourth seamer in a normal team with a spinner in it. As Chappell bowls, that's short, that's slightly better directed, but easily dealt with by Gibbon, who just sways out of the way. End of the over, and he still hasn't bowled a maiden because there was a single off the first ball of it. 20 overs, 4 for 55. Connors 22 overs, 3 for 104. Said he can be a little expensive, Sam Connors, but he does take wickets, and Saranga Lakmal is coming back. Waite has 63, Gibbon has 4. Worcestershire 397 for 9.
Yeah, Connors hasn't, to me, I mean, the figures are there, and they're right, but it doesn't strike me as that he's gone for the best part of 5 and over. He seems to bowl better than that.
It can be expensive, though, Sammy. He's very much the bowler who takes wickets. 50 last season, 3 already in this match.
So Lakmal coming on at the racecourse end. Will be bowling to Matthew Waite. Short leg in. 3 men on the boundary. In fact, 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. Comes round the wicket. Pulled away, but straight to one of those fielders at mid-wicket, all along the ground. Fielded by the 12th man there.
Yeah, Mitch Wagstaff.
Stuff.
Yeah, Wayne Madson's still off the field. This is, I suppose, with 1 wicket required, you might think, well, I'll stay off now, but I'd like some good news about Wayne Madsen rather than anything else, if at all possible.
I know they've been bowling at the tail this morning for the most part, but we didn't see any of this leg side field yesterday.
No.
Next delivery, round the wicket and played comfortably by Gibbon. Up to mid-on and there's no run.
The suggestion to me is that they don't think there's anything in the pitch, no movement off the surface because otherwise you'd bowl a proper length and try and nip it away from a tail ender who's swinging and get the edge, wouldn't you? So therefore, they're having to try to manufacture something, and this is what they've come up with.
Yeah, and you can say it's worked because they've got two wickets caught at leg gully, haven't they?
You don't see two in a match very often.
Next one is in the air, and this will be the end of the innings.
No ball.
No ball. It should have been the end of the innings. Just spooned the ball up. I don't think the call made any difference to Ben Gibbon there, which is a bit of a concern given the way the field is set. But he's still there. It was Wagstaff that took the catch at mid-wicket. So, more frustration for Derbyshire.
Brings the 400 up as well.
Yeah, 400 coming up from 100 in the 112th over.
13th team no ball.
Next delivery is run down to third man. So that no ball has cost 3 so far. So I don't think he would have changed the shot. There wasn't enough time.
No. Staggering. Absolutely staggering.
And the lead on to 80. Waite's just getting on with it, isn't he? He's not decided to go after it, given that he's got number 11 with him. Gibbon can bat.
He's a long way from a century, though, isn't he? I think if he'd have been in his 80s or 90s, there might have been a different feel to it.
He's always stepping away here and driven through the offside. Good shot by Waite. Good thinking as well. He's got to pick up a boundary. Is it touch and go? No, great fielding. No, he flicked it up, but then flicked it backwards over his head. Did Dahl. Great chase from him. 4 to Waite, but he exposed his stump so early, didn't he? And he was hardly in his delivery stride was Lackmal there, and he'd stepped away from leg, and he's identified that gap on the offside, and lovely drive through there. Moved on to 68, 405 for 9.
Yeah, well, he bowled it exactly where he was going to bowl it anyway, rather than following him.
What did he do here? He's stepping away again, and well, I'm not sure what the shot was. It was a pull, but I don't think he was ever in control of that, and in the end played underneath it, and the ball went through to Brooke Guest.
No, that was.
But he's just looking to go leg side, go offside all the time now with the way the field's set by exposing the stumps.
6-3 leg side field.
Yeah, of course, it's got third man in the distance. Next delivery is pulled. A couple of bounces before it gets to Wagstaff at deep mid-wicket. And with that single, Waite will keep the strike. He's on to 69, and the score 406 for 9. The Worcestershire lead 85. And useful little partnership this, 15 in 24 for last wicket.
Notice what the score. I should have done that, shouldn't I? Did you make a note of the score when the drop came? It was 400, wasn't it? So yeah. It must have been 398 because the 400 came up. Right. I'm happy again now. They've put on 8 since then. Zach Chappell's going to continue from the City End. Large committee meeting there between Billy Godleman, Leas Deploy, Matt Lamb and the bowler Zach Chappell. Still no Wayne Madsen. Lamb's in it short leg as ever, as he has been for a long time. 3 on the offside, that's all. Chappell in, bowls 2, Waite takes a step into the leg side and crashes it away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Now he's worked out that every delivery is going to be short. So if he steps into the leg side, 410 for 9 incidentally, Waite into the 70s now, so he might start to get nervous. But he's worked out, not that it took much working out, if he steps into the leg side to the short delivery, he can crash it just about anywhere he wants into the offside because there's nobody there. So all of a sudden this theory becomes redundant. Lead 89 now. If they could get it to 100, I'm sure they would be delighted. And if it was exactly 100, I'd be delighted because it makes it easy to work out. In comes Chappell again and bowls short. He pulls this one into the leg side, and that's going to be another boundary. What's that gone for? Just 4, but in between the man at long leg and the man at square leg. Waite moves to 77, 414 for 9, and the lead's into the 90s.
Well, the one frustration they may have this morning, Worcestershire, is just missing out on that bonus point. Missed it by 4 runs, so we've got really close in the end. If that'll be crucial at the end of the season.
Nah, bonus points are rarely crucial.
No.
Rarely crucial. Oh no, it's gone up to 7 though. Perhaps bonus points have been. Oh no, they could have been. No, they can't have done, can they? But it says 7-5 now. It said 6-5 before. I wrote it down. Here's Zach Chappell on his way in. Bowls around the wicket. Waite.
That's one of my shots.
Waite. I think he had his eyes closed. Bless him. He basically swung the bat somewhere in the general direction of where he thought the ball might be as it went through to Brooke Guest.
I think Azhar Ali's fly was out there then. He got the swatter out, hadn't he?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't his finest moment. He's on 77 though from just 115 balls. 10 fours in his innings. 414 for 9. In comes Chappell again and bowls short. It's just guided around the corner. Nicely picked up there by Sam Connors. Keeps them down to a single. Waite moves to 78. 415 for 9. The lead 94. So I'm now going to make a bold prediction and say that Ben Gibbon will hit the next ball for 6 and then get out to get the lead to 100.
I think Matthew Waite has made amends for the run out earlier on. So it'd be some consolation for Brett D'Oliveira, I think, that he's gone on to this score.
Chappell bowls. That's turned into the leg side towards leg gully by Gibbon, fielded by Aitchison, no run. Yeah, it's some consolation, but at the same time, he'll still be mad.
Yeah. But it would have been worse if he was out shortly after, wouldn't it? And then they'd folded. This lead now within 6 of 100.
Well, they only led by 16 when D'Oliveira was run out. Now they lead by 94. Yeah. So Waite's done a very good job here for his team.
And as captain, that's how D'Oliveira will be viewing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Gibbon waits. Chappell bowls to him. Short delivery. Didn't even have to duck. It looped over his head. Through to the wicket-keeper. 415 for 9 at the end of the over. Waite back on strike. 22 away from a century. Gibbon has 5. Partnership 24 off 30 balls, which is highly irritating from a Derbyshire perspective, and the lead is 94.
Well, it's a good lead, but I think the concern from a Worcestershire point of view is that this pitch appears to be doing nothing. It's pretty dead. Somebody
yesterday said it was reminiscent of the game last year when Worcestershire made 300 and plenty, Derbyshire made 500 and plenty, and then Worcestershire were 2 down at the end of day 4. I think it's a little bit livelier than that, but not much.
Saranga Lakmal starts a new over from the racecourse and bowling round the wicket again, and he stepped away so early has Matthew Waite here, and we'll just pick up one, pulled it.
Nope.
What was it? Fumble on the outfield, but only ever going to be one there.
That's twice Hyder Ali's done that. He did it in front of the pavilion the other day when he threw the ball back. He actually threw it backwards.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Waite, but he stepped away from his stumps so early. I mean, it's a couple of Lakmal got a couple of strides to get to the delivery. And they stepped away, exposed the stumps, but got plenty of bat onto it.
Adam Hose is showing scant confidence in these two batsmen because he's already in his whites at the top of the steps. Right. It must be nice for Ben Gibbon to see that.
Well, he's on strike now with a leg gully and a short leg. Lakmal bowls a bouncer that he ducks down comfortably underneath. Plenty of time there, no pace in it at all on this pitch. Just, well, to me it looks dead, and we'll know once the Derbyshire openers get out there, and you would imagine not too short space of time. So a text from my old mate Tuts, who's put me right in terms that it is Saturday and Dad's Army's on at 7:15 tonight.
Oh, don't miss that.
We'll still be here.
Oh, yeah, we will, won't we? Put a tape in.
Blackmell in. It's a better delivery. That Gibbon had to go onto his toes. Just drop the bat down onto the leg side, the ball onto the leg side. Lamb in close with the shin pads on. Again, that was a nonsense earlier on when we had another delay while the helmet and the pads came on. I think I'd gone to do my update and didn't miss a ball from when I went out of here until I did the update.
Let you think about it. Would have been a good update then because you'd have had time to think about it.
Yeah. No, it doesn't make him any better, I can assure you. Back over the wickets. Next delivery is played to the 12th man Wagstaff at mid-wicket, and there's no run. This will be a frustration for Derbyshire. Partnership of 25 in 34 balls, valuable runs. From Worcestershire point of view, can they just eke out another 5, get that round 100, and make the commentators' life a lot easier? I'm sure that's on their minds.
I'm hoping it's the only thing on their minds, if I'm honest.
Gibbon right-handed. Waite short again. It was barely a quarter of the way down the pitch. That one from Lackmell. Strange. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, it is. You're right.
I just don't know what he's expecting the batter to do in that scenario when it's that short.
Well, he wants them to take it on, obviously, but they're taking it on so rarely.
But I haven't seen a full straight delivery.
No.
To Gibbon.
The first one he got from Chapel was.
This is short again. It was over leg stump, or over the shoulder of the batter who's standing on leg stump, and it's harmlessly through to the wicket keeper. End of the over, 416 for 9.
Lead 95. Derbyshire trying to get this last pair. We've added 25 off 36 deliveries. This is becoming exceptionally frustrating. Nottinghamshire all out, 177 in their second innings. Hampshire need 132 to win at Southampton, so that game could finish today. Durham are 42 for 3. It is going to be Ben Aitchison, incidentally, coming on for Derbyshire. 42 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 83 at Hove. Leicestershire continue to do well, 303 for 5. They trailed Yorkshire by 214 at Leeds. Warwickshire 49 for 1. They're 235 behind Somerset on first innings at the moment. Essex 68 for 3, leading by 164 at Lords. Gloucestershire 71 without loss now, trailing Glamorgan by 168 as Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side by Waite. That's going to be 4. Just backward of square on the leg side. Nice shot by Waite. Moves into the 80s. He's on 83. 420 for 9 now. Surrey 1 without loss, leading Lancashire by 152 at Old Trafford. And Northamptonshire 106 for 3, leading by just 1 run against Kent at Canterbury. You bang up to date. Love this song. Here's Ben Aitchison. Couldn't tell you what it was, though. In, around the wicket, bowls, pulled into the leg side, in front of square this time, and it's 4 more. Lackmell couldn't get there. Waite moves to 87, 424 for 9, and the lead is now in excess of 100. It's 103. I love that song. Afternoon, Susan. Yeah, Worcestershire are still batting. That's bad news. 424 for 9. Ben Aitchison is bowling to Matthew Waite, who's just spooned one up in the air but has got away with it. He's on 88 now on his Worcestershire debut, the former Yorkshire player. Ben Gibbon, the number 11 batsman's there with him on 5. They've added 34 so far for the 10th wicket. but they should have been out, or Ben Gibbon should have been. He was caught by substitute fielder Mitch Wagstaff off the bowling of Saranga Lakmal. But it was a no ball, the 13th no ball that Derbyshire have bowled in this innings. That's almost unforgivable. Zach Chappell's taken 2 wickets this morning. Joe Leach for 16, Josh Tongue for 4. Brett D'Oliveira was run out for 89. He ended up at the same end of the wicket as Matthew Waite, but Waite has more than compensated his team for that. 88 not out off 120 balls. Worcestershire 425 for 9. They lead by 104 runs. Yes, absolutely. It doesn't mean what it necessarily means elsewhere in cricketing terms, but yes, people get the idea. Oh, blimey! All suggestions are welcome. There are some strange verbs, aren't there? You know, the verb to WhatsApp, that kind of thing. I'm not keen on those. Susan enjoying the verb to spoon. Gibbons on strike, 425 for 9. Short delivery over his head, ducks underneath it. And there's no run, clearly. More players on the offside now than there were. We've got Zach Chappell in at extra cover. Still got a short leg. There's still no Wayne Madsen. Here comes Aitchison again, bowls on a length, everybody, and that one gets driven by Gibbon for a single. Saranga Lakmal picks up, and I think the over comes to an end. Yes, it does. So Gibbon pinches the strike again, and Matthew Waite will be fuming. He's on 88. Gibbon has 6. The partnership's 35. 426 for 9 now. Worcestershire leading by 105. I think Waite will start to get slightly antsy now.
Yeah.
He's very close, isn't he?
Well, I think if Gibbon gets out now, then when Waite gets in, D'Oliveira might say, now you know how it feels.
Well, there is that, isn't there? Yeah. Well, Waite will kick Gibbon, but at the same time, he'll be being kicked by Brett D'Oliveira. We're going to see some left arm spin now from Leas Deploy.
Well, that'll teach me, because I thought there's no way we'll see Deploy bowl today, and I've put his figures in my
Oh, well, he should
already.
never. Yeah, 3 overs for 6 yesterday.
I see Worcestershire have lost a bonus point now.
I thought it was 6.
Yeah, it's gone from 7 to 6.
Yeah, I thought it was 6. They got to 110 overs, 3 runs short, didn't they?
Yep, Deploy. So will Gibbon try and take him on?
Well, I hope so.
Waite won't. Waite, I think, just took it round the corner for a single and give me the strike. So where's Lamb going with the pads on?
It's got in an extra cover.
Yeah, short extra. So huge gap through square leg for Gibbon.
Yeah, it hit against the spin.
Around the wicket. And he does.
Well, he sort of did, didn't he? Because it was so far down leg side that he couldn't really hit it anywhere else.
Yeah. So he's picked up a single, and Waite has got the strike on 12 away.
This is interesting, though, because he might think, right, this is my opportunity.
Yeah.
3 fours in the over, so he might make a mistake here, Matthew Waite. But
He's just plugging the gap, isn't he, at mid-wicket?
bowling for mistakes is, well, it's almost an admission of defeat, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's now got a deep mid-wicket, long on. Lamb doesn't know where he is at the moment. He's going to and fro. He's at mid-wickets, and that's a nice-looking shot from Waite. He'll pick up probably just one, as Chappell was quickly onto it, running round from deep mid-wicket.
Doesn't really matter where you go when you're bowling full tosses.
89 to Waite, so he's equalled the best score of the game. That of Brett D'Oliveira. Wayne Madsen made 87. Gibbon on 7. This partnership 37. Oh, he's been wrapped on the pad. Big appeal. Not out, says Neil Bainton. Let's warm the throats up anyway. Sun shining brightly. Deploy. Plenty of air on this, driven off a thick outside edge by Gibbon to backward point. For once, it's not dull there. Is it Aitchison?
I think it is.
Driven in the air, but safe by Gibbon to a deepish mid-off. And no run.
Dahl's in the covers.
Yes. Prowling, isn't he? Plenty of air again, and just outside leg stump. Got a little bit tangled up there, did Ben Gibbon. And there's no run. End of the over, 4:28 for 9. Gibbon remains on 7 from 33 deliveries. Waite will have strike at the start of the new over. He's on 89.
Well, not only have they given away 26 runs in no balls, the 13th no ball, which gave away the 26th run, has now cost them another 30 runs on top, because the ball went into the hands of Mitch Wagstaff off Ben Gibbon's bat, but was called a no ball and therefore was not out absolutely correctly, of course. The 13th man is now coming on. I think that's Archie Harrison, I beg his pardon. No, that's Mitch Wagstaff. That means that Wayne Madsen might be back out there, is he? Yes, he is. He is excellent. I haven't spotted him come back, but Wayne Madsen's back, everybody. So we can all breathe easily. He's fielding at extra cover. As Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the City end, his 28th over, yet to take a wicket, and the first ball is defended by Matthew Waite back to him. 0 for 80. Ben Aitchison, he's probably bowled slightly better than that, in fairness to him. Lackmell 1 for 78, Chappell 4 for 64, Connors 3 for 104. And as Dahl bowled 13 overs for 45. As Aitchison is in again, and that one is played off the back foot out into the offside, and there is Wayne Madsen. Mitch Wagstaff is the 12th man. Lamb bowled 5 overs for 19, and Lewis Deploy's now bowled 4 overs for 8. Today, Brett D'Oliveira 89, Joe Leach 16, Josh Tongue 4. Matthew Waite is 89 not out and on strike, and Aitchison bowls 2 and he pulls it into the leg side. Nice stop by Billy Godleman diving away to his right hand side.
Ooh, he's thinking I should be in the 90s now.
Yeah, should been. Billy
Good
Godleman
stop.
took a catch in that position yesterday. That was a really good stop.
That just dollied up and said hit me, didn't it?
He's got Dahl on the boundary behind him, so he might have got round, in fairness. Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump this time and crashed away for 4 runs. Out to the point boundary, hits the rope now, and Waite does move into the 90s. He's on 93 not out from 125 balls. 432 for 9 now, Worcestershire, their lead. Nelson, 111. And that no ball bowled by Saranga Lackmell continues to haunt Derbyshire.
Now the nerves will be kicking in for Matthew Waite.
Lackmell's bowled 5 no balls. Sam Connors has bowled 6. In comes Aitchison and bowls and a slash outside the off stump from Waite. Yeah, that was the shot you should have played, not the one you did, which was more would have been more at home at Augusta, I think. Unfortunately, we don't have Augusta's weather, which is not good at all. Here comes Aitchison again. Bowls to Waite, who defends this one up towards mid-off. Lewis Deploy does the fielding. And the 117th over of Worcestershire's innings comes to an end. 432 for 9. Waite 93. Gibbon 7. The lead is 111. See those trees that fell down?
Yeah.
Staggering. Staggering.
Amazing that
But
no one was
missed
injured.
everybody.
Yeah.
I know. Unbelievable, really, isn't it? I switched the radio on last night. I went to bed about 10. Switched the radio. I thought I'll just listen to the Masters while I fall asleep. And there's Mark Chapman telling everybody about these trees that had gone.
Deploy. Another over from him from the racecourse end. Gives it plenty of air. Just dug out by Gibbon.
First Yorker we've seen.
Yeah. Really floated into him on off stump there. Just dropped the bat down on, squirted it out. Air again. Nice looking drive from Gibbon. We'll pick up 1. Billy Godleman coming in off the boundary. There's the fielding. Easy to spot in that sun hat. Lead on to 112. Waite on 93.
It's almost getting to the point where I don't have to do any work for about half an hour.
Just bolstered the leg side. Played defensively. Next delivery. Driven back to the bowler. No run. Very short run to the wicket, driven nicely by Waite. Will pick up one. Out to long off. Bowling in sunglasses, isn't he? Deploy.
Yeah. Too cool for school.
And got the cap turned back to front.
That would be a bit much, wouldn't it?
Brings Gibbon on strike. Ball down leg side. Just almost toppled over there, and certainly gave Brooke Guest a bit of interest of whipping the bails off. But just about kept the back foot down. Really badly unbalanced. This one's shorter, turned square on the leg side by Gibbon for one. So he's taken a single off the last ball of the over. Good for him that he's moved on to 9 from 37. The lead increases, but a bit of frustration for Waite, who's on 94. 435 for 9 at the end of the 118th over.
Matt Lamb is back, having removed the pads. So Mitch Wagstaff takes his leave. Mark Watt in the shorts now, giving Matt Lamb a drink on the boundary's edge. Ben Aitchison will continue from the City end. This ball only 23 overs old, I think. My maths isn't great. No, it's 25 overs old. It's not very old anyway. Still 80 overs to go today. Aitchison in and bowls to Ben Gibbon, who drives out into the offside, fielded there by Hyder Ali.
This must be annoying for Derbyshire. 44 these two have added. Particularly as they should have had the one that was Gibbon should have been out to the no ball.
The lead was 77 at the time. Coming up towards 40 runs added. Aitchison is in again, and that was wide of the off stump, very wide of the off stump. Taken moving across to his right by Brooke Guest. The Madsen update is that there's clearly nothing wrong with his hands and his fingers because he's now fielding at first slip. And the other news is we might get to see Matt Lamb's leg spin because he's warming up at mid-wicket. Aitchison is in and bowls. Oh, he has a go at that one outside the off-stump. Gibbon with Waite 6 away from a century. Doesn't want to be playing that shot. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Doesn't take the edge.
Some comfort for Derbyshire is that Ben Gibbon has just he's matched his average. From 7 matches, his average is 9.25. So, well, it has got a high score of 20.
Defends this next ball out into the offside when it's fielded by Billy Godleman. 2 balls left in the over. So just about time for Gibbon to be thinking about taking that sharp single to keep Matthew Waite off strike. He's done it a couple of times in recent overs. 435 for 9. In comes Aitchison and bowls, and it's driven out into the offside. No run as it's fielded by Hyder Ali, who's in the covers. Billy Godleman at the short extra. He's seen more parts of the county ground in this match than he had in the previous 6 years. 7 years as captain. And as Dahl's going back to the point boundary, and the mid-wicket has gone back as well. They're happy to give Gibbon a single, but he just pushes this out. 2 Hyder Ali, 2 complete. I think it's a maiden, is it? Ben Aitchison's 6th maiden, if it is a maiden. Of course, I can't remember. No, he scored 4, didn't Did he? No, that's in the previous over. Come on, Fletcher, sort yourself out. It is a maiden.
Yeah, seven maidens.
7 maidens. 29 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 84. And we are going to see some leg spin. We've seen some left arm spin from Lewis Deploy. He's now bowled 5 overs for 11. Matt Lamb's going to come on and bowl his 6th over. So we get to see the bizarre leap, then the stop, and then the walk towards the stumps and the delivery, which is, it's great. It's weird, but it's great.
Well, what's Waite going to do here? Is he just going to play ball on its merits? Is he going to
get it smashed? Maiden first-class century with a 6.
He's got long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Fine leg is up, backward point. Lamb skips, and a little bit close to that did Waite, stepping away to leg, onto the leg side. Fielded by Deploy coming in from mid-wicket. Just waits for the next delivery, guides it to backward point where Aitchison fields, and there's no run. Tense time now for Waite on 94. Looking for his maiden first-class century. Short of a length, steps back, drives, half stopped by Lamb, and Dahl completes the fielding. His filthy trousers, mud-stained all down the right-hand side. Waits, next delivery, stays in the crease, drives back to the bowler, who just rubs his hand in the foothold to get a better grip on this relatively new ball. Short for length, and Waite would have thought he'd got a single there, but he's found fine leg up with a deepish leg gully. So long off has come up. He's calling up Lakmal as well from long on.
Then he shrugged his shoulders like he didn't really care.
Yeah. So just trying to stop the single off the last ball of the over. And indeed he does. He bowls on leg stump, and Waite got a little bit tangled up there. So successive maidens. Worcestershire remain on 435 for 9.
Game just halting slightly as Matthew Waite approaches what will be quite a landmark moment for him. His first-class century, but it will be Ben Gibbon on strike. Can Ben Aitchison remove him?
104 they scored this morning so far.
Yeah, it's been a good morning for Worcestershire, hasn't it? Really good morning. Been a disappointing morning for Derbyshire with the extra no balls that they've bowled. Here is Ben Aitchison bowling to Ben Gibbon. He's on 9 and he turns it into the leg side, fielded by Matt Lamb. And there is no run.
Now we've gone offside, haven't we, with the field?
It's sort of more conventional,
Yeah.
isn't it now? Which is good to see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the offside.
What a morning Leicestershire are having up at Headingley. Very good to see. Next delivery from Aitchison is guided down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. It was just beyond the grasp of Anuj Dahl, and Gibbon is into double figures. He's on to 13. The lead's 118 now at 439 for 9. His bat was a little bit away from his body, I think it's fair to say. But he just used the pace of the ball bowled by Ben Aitchison to get it. Once it had gone beyond Anuj Dahl, there's nobody behind him. And another boundary is scored. Aitchison in again, bowls. That one keeps a little bit low, but it's guided very nicely down to third man, where Suranga Lakmal does the fielding. Do you think he'll try to get there with a 6?
No.
Okay, I'll carry on then. I'll give it the full beans if he does, don't worry. Partnership now with 49. Gibbon on to 14. 440 for 9. a 119-run lead, and that could be important, could be very important. And the batting hasn't looked massively difficult today. And here's Waite. Aitchison bowls to him and he turns it into the leg side off his pad. That's the last thing he wants. There's a leg by, but he's got one. 441 for 9.
Just needs Gibbon to see out this last ball of the over, doesn't he?
50-run partnership comes up with that.
Yep. 76 balls.
Decent. Yeah, block this one out, Ben. Then Waite can carry on his merry way. Ben Aitchison into Ben Gibbon. Gibbon does turn it into the leg side. It's fielded by Matt Lamb. And it wasn't the last ball.
If only we had a screen in here that told us how many
Yes,
balls are
yeah, that would be useful, wouldn't it? That would be useful. So Leicestershire had a good morning. They haven't lost a wicket today. 324 for 5, trailing Yorkshire by 193 at Headingley. Durham by no means having it all their own way at Hove, where they're 62 for 3 against Sussex in the second innings, leading by 103. There's Aitchison in again and bowls. That one is guided for a single by Ben Gibbon, out into the offside, fielded by Anuj Dali, pinches the strike, moving on to 15. Waite has 94, 442 for 9 at the end of the over. Worcestershire, well, the lead is 121 now, and he's taken a single off the last ball of the over again. Yeah. Just for completeness, the second division, Gloucestershire at 100, who made 165 first time round, remember, struggling along at 2 runs and over, are 110 without loss after 21 overs in their second innings against Glamorgan, but they still trail by 129 in Cardiff. Somebody feed that child.
And Lamb will be bowling to Gibbon, who's got a huge gap over mid-wicket, who's close in. Is that Chappell? Will he look to... No, he'll just turn it backward a square for a single.
There we go.
Comfortable single brings Waite on strike on 94. Certainly he would have been looking over at that huge gap, but Deploy has decided to change the field dramatically. So he's got a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep backward square, deepish leg gully. Waite will pick up 1 to Luckmog, who walks in off the boundary at long on. Waite onto 95, or the 4s.
Work out if that was a child or it was a cat.
444 for 9. I was going to say 4 there. Right, interesting field now. Slip, backward point, short extra, extra. Deep cover is coming up off the boundary. Mid on, mid off, shortish mid wicket. And a backward point, backward square leg. Lamb. What's the wicket? Oh, he's wrapped him on the pad, a big appeal, might be an inside edge. It started as a big appeal, then just died a death. So whether there was an inside edge on that, that would have had Matthew Waite.
He didn't flinch though, did he? He didn't think, show any sign of emotion from behind anyway.
He's at the non-striker's end. Ben Gibbon's the man on strike. Gets ball with flight and drives back to the bowler and no run.
Gets a thumbs up from Matthew Waite for that one.
1 ball left in the over, so no doubt Gibbon will pick up a single through square leg. We'll see. To be bowled now by Lamb. Well, no, he just went back, drove into the offside straight to Billy Godleman. And it's not the last ball.
You've fallen into my trap there, haven't you?
I'm sure that said, well, it's saying on there, 6, that I'm sure it said it was 5 last delivery. Obviously it didn't. This is the last ball of the over. It's a good one, actually. Darted in at the toes of Gibbon, who dug it out well. He's seen the over through. So Matthew Waite on 95 will have strike at the start of the new over, 444 for 9.
5 more minutes and the last wicket would be lunch, which will be at 1:10 today. Lewis Deploy is coming on at the City end. Bowling to Matthew Waite on 95.
I think if you'd have offered Worcestershire batting at lunchtime, first thing this morning, they'd have settled that regardless of the situation. They've got that lead of 123 now. So pretty well perfect morning for them.
It's something relatively comical in my mind anyway, as Deploy bowls and it's driven straight back to him. There's an appeal for a run out because the ball hit Deploy and then hit the stumps, but Ben Gibbon hadn't got out of his crease. When it was announced over the tannoy by Jane that it was Lewis Deploy from the City end, wicketkeeper Brooke Guest and first slip Wayne Madsen suddenly had to race to the stumps because they thought they were going to be facing a seamer.
Where is that child?
I don't know, but it's not good, is it? Next delivery is cut away by Matthew Waite out towards the cover boundary. Haider Ali does the fielding. He moves on to 96 now, so the next time he's on strike, I will shut up.
Well, I'll be doing the news, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad timing, isn't it? If he does it before I get my bulletin done, you'll have something good for your archive, don't worry. The former Yorkshireman, I'll call him. His proper debut, having been on loan with Worcestershire last season. 96 not out. It's Gibbon on 16 on strike, and Deploy bowls to him wide of the off stump, goes further away. It's taken by Brooke Guest. You're not taking any chances at 1 o'clock, are you? Blimey. It'll be time for 2 more overs. In comes Deploy again and bowls, and this one is off an edge down to backward point, or gully really. Deepish gully, Saranga Lakmal, no run. Next delivery is defended by Gibbon back to Deploy. 2 balls left. And Deploy's 6th over. We've got leg spin at one end and left arm spin at the other. There isn't a specialist spinner on the entire 2 sides, as that one is driven out towards. In fact, it was the last ball. I keep getting done by this scoreboard. It was the last ball. Gibbon moves to 17, 446 for 9. He pinches the strike again. The lead's 125. And it will be Gibbon on strike once again. He's got 17. The next wicket, if there is one, will be lunch. Lamb. In arm bowls, quite a quick flat delivery from the leg spinner, pushed out into the onside, and there's no run. Fielded by Zach Chappell. Billy Godleman's coming off the cover boundary. Lamb in, bowls to Gibbon, who tries to pull this one. It's gone up in the air. I'm not sure if it's come off bat or what. No, it's come off pad, because it's going to be a leg bye. It is a leg bye. 447 for 9. Lead 126. Gibbon on to stays on 17. And now Matthew Waite on 96. Lamb in, bowls to Waite, who just guides this out into the offside for a single. He moves to 97. And 50 runs have been scored since the no ball off which Ben Gibbon was caught. Next delivery. Ooh, quicker one. Defended by Gibbon. Pushed out into the onside. Next delivery is, defended with a leading edge, this time by Gibbon back to Matt Lamb. "117 runs scored this morning by Worcestershire." In goes Lamb and bowls to Gibbon. A full delivery, digs it out. Ball goes behind square on the offside. End of the over, 448 for 9. Matthew Waite back on strike. He's got 97. Gibbon has 17. The partnership worth 57. Lewis Deploy then to continue. He's going to be bowling to Matthew Waite. He's on 97. In comes Deploy now, and it's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. I have an update coming up. Chris Williams is next door doing his update. Matthew Waite's on 97. Deploy in, bowls a loopy delivery, driven out into the offside. He'll get a single as it goes through the hands of Anuj Dal. They're going to come back for the second as well, as it's fielded there by Haider Ali. They get back for 2. And they move on to 450 for 9. Waite has 99. I hope so, but it's been a shocker of a morning for Derbyshire. Worcestershire 450 for 9. Matthew Waite is on 99, and there he is, his first century in first-class cricket as he guides it away to third man. He's on 103. Ben Gibbons on 17. The partnership for the 10th wicket is worth 63. It should have been ended at 398 when a catch was taken off a no ball, one of 23. One of 13 no balls bowled by Derbyshire in this game. Worcestershire 454 for 9 approaching lunch. Their lead is 133. Terrific innings from Matthew Waite. His 100 coming off 143 balls with his 14th 4. And it is his maiden in first-class cricket. Apologies to anybody from a Radio Hereford and Worcester persuasion. I just couldn't quite get the century because of the update. 133 the lead. So busy watching Matthew Waite, almost willing him to get to his century. In comes Deploy again and bowls, turned into the leg side by Waite. No run, fielded by Matt Lamb. He'll hold on to the ball because that's the end of the...
Matthew Waite reached his 100 from 143 balls and contained 14 balls.
That's the extra applause for the announcement of his century. 1 or 2 leaving for lunch. Of course, lunch will be delayed while these two continue to bat. They would go to lunch now if a wicket falls, but the chances of that happening are fairly slim, you would have thought, given what we've seen so far this morning. Matt Lamb to continue from the race course, and 8 overs for 21. Bowls turned into the leg side, and nicely fielded by Zach Chappell. A word for Ben Gibbon as well, who's kept Matthew Waite company out there in the middle. Gibbons on strike now. In goes Lamb and bowls a short delivery, and he misses out, and he knows he's missed out there, does Gibbon, because he tried to pull it into the leg side, got a bit of a leading edge on it, and it's gone up to mid-off where it's fielded by Sam Connors.
How nice was that to see from Waite? The enjoyment he got out of that, the thrill, the arms went up and milking the applause as he should do.
I hope you were on air when he got it.
Just after.
Oh, this next one is dug out by Gibbon. It was actually slap bang in the middle of my update. So what it sounds like in the archive, I have no idea. And I've already apologised to Hereford and Worcester. Lamb in again. Gibbon defends. Straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. This has been an awful session of cricket for Derbyshire. A terrific session of cricket for Worcestershire. The 10th wicket partnership is 63. In goes Lamb and bowls, and that one is defended.
Well, I think he should be shaking the hand of Lackmal, Matthew Waite.
Yep.
Because they shouldn't have been out there if it wasn't for the no ball.
You're absolutely right, of course. Lamb is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Gibbon. There is no run. It's fielded by Lears to Ploy, the skipper, so he keeps the ball at the end of this over, just as Lamb did at the end of the previous one, because he's going to be bowling from the City end. 454 for 9. Worcestershire's lead is at 133. They've put on 56 runs since Ben Gibbon was caught off a no ball. Madness.
The thing I would say, though, is the way Worcestershire bowled in the first innings. As Ploy starts a new over. It's driven by Waite for 1 out to deep cover. Is they'll have to bowl an awful lot better in the second innings if they're to get through the Derbyshire batting lineup. So there's nothing. This pitch is just showing absolutely nothing now. It looks pretty dead to me. Haven't even seen the odd one keep low as we did yesterday.
No, that is true, actually. That is true, which is a bit of a concern.
Gibbon has got Lamb in at short extra. Let's deploy bowls. And Gibbon plays nicely back up the pitch to the bowler. No run. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Saving 1 now. Gibbon from within the crease turns the ball onto the leg side, where it's fielded by Connors. And no run. Just a couple of minutes to go before lunch.
No, it'll be delayed, won't it?
It's next ball driven.
We ain't having lunch.
How's it work now then?
Well, 9 down, it's an extra half hour. I
Is
think.
it?
Yeah. I thought you'd be pleased.
Appeal for LBW, a ball that was well pitched up and may well have been going down the leg side. Difficult to see from here as the wicketkeeper standing up, and Madsen is in at slip, so can barely see the stumps. Just at the moment see them through the wicketkeeper's legs. Next ball is driven and half stopped. And in fact, they get through for a single there. And usually it was Dahl that didn't stop it cleanly and allowed them to take a single.
Gibbons pinched the strike again.
Yes, he likes that, doesn't he? He's now moving towards his career best. He's on 18. The score at the end of the over, 456 for 9, the lead of 135.
They've got plenty more to aim at, don't worry, because the highest partnership for the 10th wicket for Worcestershire against Derbyshire was set in 1930 by C.F. Root and R.T.D. Perks at Kidderminster, 94. So something for the boys to aim at out there. I'm sure they have absolutely no idea of that. It took me a while to find it. Gibbon on strike. Matt Lamb to continue, so he'll leap and he'll stop. And now he'll carry on. He bowls to Gibbon, who turns it into the leg side like Chappell does the fielding. And as Dahl's warming up.
The other thing to consider as well, Matthew Waite's been out there a long time, bowled 17 overs.
Yeah, give him the new ball.
Well, he'll be a little bit stiff.
Lamb bowls, and that's short and pulled away by Gibbon for 6 out towards the square leg boundary. Well, that was a horrible delivery from Matt Lamb, and Gibbon gets a 6. He moves into his 20s, 24. What was his high score?
Just looking for it now.
Yeah, it was around that, wasn't it? 462 for 9, lead 141. I have a vague recollection. I think his average was 20, wasn't it? So, no.
No, his average was 9.
So I think his high score was, I think he said 20 off the top of my head, but my memory is not what it should be. But I was only half listening, if I'm honest, Chris. You know your way around a website, don't you?
My iPad is getting old now, and I've just had to replace my phone because after a couple of years they decide they just wind everything down. I think this is going the same way.
No dear. I'll give you 10 minutes, then I'll try myself. There's Lamb on his way in to Gibbon on 24, and Gibbon defends a full-length delivery.
Right.
We're there.
Yeah.
Excellent. What was it?
High score 20.
Yeah, so this is he got to his highest score in first-class cricket with a 6 off Matt Lamb. It is lunacy. Lamb tosses himself a catch. And he's in again and bowls almost gets past the bat of Ben Gibbon, but he manages to get something on it, and it's squirted down to long leg for a couple of runs. He moves to 26. The partnership's 73 now. Sort of half in jest suggested they might get to 94. It's the last time I joke about things like that. There's Lamb. Couple of steps in and bowls, and Gibbon drives very pleasantly for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. That was a glorious shot. Average of 9.
Yeah.
He moves on to 30. And it's 468 for 9. The lead is 147. Innings victory for Worcestershire by the close of play today.
I think when I spoke to Matt Waite the other night, he was saying, he made the point that they bat a long way down.
All the way down, it would appear. 468 for 9. That one is one that keeps a little bit low, perhaps the flipper, if he's got one. And it's the end of the over, 468 for 9, Waite 104, Gibbon 30. The partnership is 77 of just 120 deliveries, and the lead is 147.
When I spoke to Jack Haynes last night and I said, what's the aim for tomorrow? I don't think anyone in there was thinking of a lead of 147.
Bat till tea.
Chappell will come back into the attack, looking for his 5th wicket. And it'd be Matthew Waite on strike. So just tinkering with the field. Lamb is putting the pads back on, so he'll come in at short leg. Big conversations going on at the moment, trying to set the field. No slips. 3rd man, backward point, mid off, mid on. Have a short leg, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. So from seeing the attacking leg side field, other than the short leg now, field is well spread, basically offering Waite a single wherever he wants one. He's on 104. Round the wicket comes Chappell, and it's pulled away for 4 by Waite. Backward of square. Plenty of time to play it. Very short from Chappell. And he had all the time to swivel, hook it round, down to long leg. He moves on to 108. I think that's his 15th. Yeah, his 15th boundary, Matthew Waite. An auspicious start to the over for Chappell. He's continuing round the wicket to the right-handed Waite. And he repeats the shot, but didn't put so much into that one, so he'll just pick up a single straight to the fielder at long leg. On to 109.
It's 8 overs from 12 minutes past 1 or half an hour that they can take, or that they're allocated basically, because they're 9 down. So we could go on until 20 to 2, by which time my stomach will have eaten itself.
Cricket, it's a pretty simple game, isn't it?
No.
But then people make it complicated.
The laws are simple, the regulations make it complicated. That's the problem.
And there's very few people that know it. That's the thing.
Oh,
People
yeah.
coming here will be wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
Chapel bowls over the wicket on this occasion. Gibbon digs it out on about leg stump.
I did make Jane laugh, though. Well, the word that I used to describe the morning's play from a Derbyshire perspective, which I clearly can't repeat on the radio. But it's been awful. Awful from Derbyshire.
I don't know if it was announced. Did they announce over the PA what's happening? So I just wonder how many people around the ground are here.
Yeah, it's a good show, actually. I didn't hear anything.
No, I didn't hear anything. But then I keep missing my timers as well, so I don't see anything, don't hear anything. Next delivery is outside. Off stump, taken low down by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest.
See, I don't normally do a 1:30, so I didn't put it in the running order, but if we get to 1:30, I might pop it in.
Partnership 82 now. Still got 70 overs left in the day. Chapel bowls to Gibbon, drives the thick outside edge up to mid-off. A little bit, looks as though he's looking to work that on the leg side. Found the captain deploy at mid-off. This has been a, well, disappointing is an understatement morning for Derbyshire.
Yeah, that wasn't the word I used.
Look very flat out there, don't they? Mm. They've been out for a long time now, over a day. This is in the air, and that brings the innings to an end. And Gibbon has gone for 30. Chapel does pick up his 5th wicket. 5 for 69 from 22 overs. Gibbon goes for 30. The partnership is ended at 82. And Worcestershire are all out for 473, with Matthew Waite finishing unbeaten on 109.
Terrific innings from Matthew Waite. First and foremost, been magnanimous in that respect to get his maiden first-class century after running Brett D'Oliveira out as well early on in the morning session, which gave Derbyshire a little bit of hope. To finish on 109 not out from 149 balls is a fantastic effort from Matthew Waite. 473 all out, and a lead of 152 is about 100 more than Derbyshire would have wanted at worst, you would expect. And Matthew Waite takes the applause of the crowd now, and quite right too, as he leaves the field, raises his bat as he makes his way over the boundary rope and up the steps to the pavilion. One or two people get to their feet to applaud him there, and the Derbyshire players applaud him off as well. I'm trying to search desperately for highlights, but I can't find any. 5 for 69 for Zach Chappell is about as good as I can find. They should have been all out for 398, not 437, because Ben Gibbon was indeed caught by Mitch Wagstaff off the bowling of Saranga Lakmal, but it was a no ball, the 13th no ball that Derbyshire bowled. That's poor. But from a Worcestershire perspective, it's been a terrific, terrific morning. And they are in a very strong position here with that 152-run lead. All out for 473 then. And we will be back in 40 minutes, which is approximately 2-ish, isn't it? I think. Yes. Just before 2 o'clock, we'll be back. Go and get some lunch. Make yourself a cup of tea. And we'll talk to you in 40 minutes or so. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. So Godalming will take the first ball. 3 slips in place. And Joe Leach to open the bowling from the City end. And here he comes. Godalming on strike. Leach is in, and Godalming turns this one into the leg side. And there is no run Ben Gibbon, one of Worcestershire's batting heroes this morning, does the fielding. Gibbon made 30, his first-class highest score. Matthew Waite ended up unbeaten on 109, his maiden first-class century. 89 from Brett Oliveira, 16 from Joe Leach, and 4 from Josh Tongue, with Zach Chappell taking 5 for 69 on debut. Leach is in again and bowls. And Godalming has edged this one past third slip, down towards third man for 4 runs. Squared up by Joe Leach. Absolute minefield out there. Derbyshire are up and running. 4 without loss. Wow. Did we see a ball take the edge of the bat this morning?
Not a genuine one,
No.
but interesting that Leach is opening the bowling with a wicketkeeper standing up.
Well, they want to stop these two from dancing, don't they? Adam Hose at third slip didn't stand a chance. Again, the slips are quite close together, as Derbyshire's were yesterday. Leach bowls and Godalming leaves. That's a good leave. Nicely taken by Roderick. And I imagine that the Worcestershire players lunched rather better than the Derbyshire players.
There'll be a few aching limbs in there, I think, after a long time in the field.
Can you have an ice bath at lunchtime? I suppose you can,
Yeah.
can't you? Well, any time you want, but I'm just wondering if it does any good. If Billy Godalming and Haider Ali have had ice baths, although they didn't do, they did plenty out there, but Leach in, bowls to Godalming, who drives slightly mistimed, but it's gone up to a wide mid-on. Thanks for coming, Chris. He's got next door for his latest update. And they get back for 3. That's good, really good running. Thumbs up from Haider Ali to Billy Godalming. 7 without loss after 4 deliveries of the first over of Derbyshire's second innings. These two batted really rapidly in the first innings before Haider Ali was dismissed. They made the first 50 off just 40 balls. So it's going to be quite exciting one way or the other, you would have thought. We'll find out. Just a slight delay as Haider Ali gets himself ready to face his first delivery of the second innings. Made, I think it was it 22? Yeah, 22 first time around. And he guides this one down to third man again for another boundary. So he's off the mark. It's 11 without loss after 5 deliveries, as you were in the first innings. Wow. Update for BBC Radio Derby coming up. I'm not sure if it's the news or if it's Sam, but either way, we'll find out. Here comes Leach to complete the first over of Derbyshire's second innings, and that's turned down towards fine leg by Haider Ali for another single. First over complete, 12 runs from it. Derbyshire trail by 141. Billy Godalming has 7. And Haider Ali has 5. He's also pinched the strike. Now we're going to see Josh Tongue with the new ball in his hand, bowling from the racecourse end.
To bowl from the racecourse end, Josh Tongue.
Three slips for Josh Tongue. And Haider Ali just making the bowler wait. Now we're ready Very upright in his stance. Then he flexes his knees. Tong is in and bowls to him, and he's played and missed at that one outside the off stump. He just removes his gloves and sorts himself out. So 3 slips. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point. Tong is on his way in. Bowls to Haider Ali, who drives edgy down towards a very wide third man for 4 more. He's on to 9. 16 without loss in the second over. They got off to that flyer first time around, 50 off for 40 balls. We are indeed, Andrew, and Derbyshire in the second over of their second innings are already 16 without loss. We've had just 8 deliveries. Billy Godleman 7, Haider Ali 9, although 3 of the 4s that have been scored have come off the edge of the Derbyshire batsman's bats. Derbyshire this morning managed to eventually bowl Worcestershire out for 473. That was a lead of 152. We've just seen another no ball. That was the story of the morning. Too many no balls from Derbyshire. But now in their second innings, they're 16 without loss, and they trail by 136.
Is it Thursday again? Wait.
Yes, Josh Tong's just bowled a no ball.
Well, they've gone for 18 in the second over.
Yeah. But the boundaries have all been off the edge, I would say, personally. But anyway, in goes Tong and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Haider Ali, and there's no run. 18 without loss after 9 legitimate deliveries. They're going.
Right. They'll be ahead by 2.
Way before tea. Yeah, they're going along at a rapid old rate, aren't they? It's remarkable, really. It's madness. They're going at 2 a ball, but they're not holding back. Certainly, no third man. Plenty of runs down there so far, and that one is defended by Haider Ali nicely back towards Josh Tong, and there is no run.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Tong, you'd feel, and he's got to bowl better in the second innings than he did in the first. Went for over 100 from 15 overs.
Yes, picked up a wicket though.
That's all right then. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 114.
Oof. A little expensive. Haider waits. Tong bowls. Tremedy has a wild swing at that one. Flashing drive, but nowhere near the ball. Through to the keeper, Roderick. I wonder if today's the day he chooses to clear the media centre. Haider Ali. Just remarks his guard. Certainly an expansive cricketer, playing in only his 12th first-class match. But in his first 11, all in Pakistan, he averaged over 60. Which is a good effort. As Tong bowls to him, and he drives very pleasantly out into the offside. As Ali does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. 18 without loss after 2, so just 9 and over at the moment. So what would we get? What are 3 9s? 27. Yeah, they'd be 140 in front by T.
Just looking down at Matthew Waite, see how he's pulled up, and
It's done well to get out there, really.
he'll be certainly mentally up for it, but what he's like physically after a long innings. 17 overs in the first innings as well for Derbyshire.
Somebody having a leisurely walk.
You just take your time.
Just a leisurely walk.
Don't worry about it. Just don't hurry.
PA system needs to admonish him.
Joe Leach, new over round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman. Pushes into the offside and no run. As Ali, the fielder there.
That gentleman's going to attempt to get up the stairs now. This could take some time. Come on, sir. I don't think you can walk behind the back of that stand for this match, though, which is something of a problem. Normally you can walk behind it and go up both sides, but you have to go across the scoreboard, the side screen.
Luckily, he's only gone up a couple of rows. Next delivery is driven for 4. Through the offside by Godalming, over pitch by Leach. And they continue to race along. 22 without loss. Godalming on to 11. Just 6 deliveries. Spent a lot of time out there, Joe Leach, warming up and bowling practice balls. Needs to get it in the right place. Needs to ask questions of the batters. Godalming straight to Azhar Ali, who took a little tumble as the ball came onto him quickly there. Just knocked him backwards a little bit in the covers. Godalming in the first innings made 70, 7 4s, 3 6s. The attacking innings, starting off in the same vein today. Wicketkeeper Roderick standing up. Got 3 slips behind him. Hose, Pollock and Haynes. This takes him on the pad, but probably some inside edge on there as well as they come through for a single. No, just, yeah, it was a run. Umpires have changed ends. We've now got Neil Bainton at the far end, the city end of the ground. Paul Baldwin just ambling across to the pavilion side for the right-handed Hyder Ali. Pollock at first slip, Haynes at second, Hose at third. This is on leg stump, and they'll take another run as Roderick has to track back and collect the ball. So we change over again. Taking a lot of singles. This could be a long afternoon.
So I was just checking Facebook. I shared a post a couple of days ago. I've never had such a reaction. I think it's good.
Leach full length and driven out to Azhar Ali in the covers, and there's no run. End of the over, 24 without loss after 3 overs. So they trail now by 128. Godalming is on 12 and Hyder Ali is on 9.
Yeah, they've slowed down to 8 and over now from 9s. So breaks applied there by Joe Leach. Just conceding the 6 off that over. These 2 bats, we were told that Hyder Ali would bat like this, and Billy Godalming has reverted to the Billy Godalming of a few years ago when he would have been feared by opening bowlers around the country, scoring over 1,000 runs and attacking from ball 1. Here's Josh Tongue beginning a new over, bowls to Hyder Ali, who defends up to Leach. And there's no run. I think it is the way forward for Billy. He's been working hard throughout the winter since losing the captaincy to Liz Deploy on his batting, determined to keep his place in the side. That's just the character that he is. He was preferred to Lewis Rees to open with Hyder for this match at least, and Hyder waits and turns this next delivery from Tongue into the leg side where Waite does the fielding. I seem to have been watching Matthew Waite either bowl, bat or field for 3 days now. He's the one applauding in the background. Adrenaline still coursing through his veins. And why not? That was a terrific innings from him. He's put his side in a very strong position. Derbyshire trail by 128. Tongue is in and bowls to Hyder Ali, who pushes this one up to D'Oliveira, who I had expected to see more of today. He was unfortunately for him run out very early. Matthew Waite managed to put that to the back of his mind, and with the help of Saranga Lakmal's 5th no ball of the innings, moved on to a century. Tongue run up probably of a similar length to Ben Aitchison. He's in and bowls, and that one is again off the outside half of the bat. Jake Libby does the fielding at backward point. Ball along the ground.
Early days, but Tongue seems to have a bit more rhythm.
Yes. So this next one's going to be a 4.
Bound to be,
I could describe it now and see if it happens. So Tong comes in and bowls to Haider Ali, and he's flayed it away to the cover boundary for 4. Just put that in the on F7, and I won't have to say anything. He goes in past the umpire, Paul Baldwin. This one's on the leg side, and he's just flicked away for a single down to Ben Gibbon in the far distance. Haider Ali into double figures, 25 without loss. Durham in all sorts down at Hove now. They're 90 for 5. And their lead over Sussex is just 131. You can get all the details on Martin's video at tea time, I'm sure.
Is that the Sussex you were mocking me about?
I still don't think they'll be up there, but I don't think Durham will either. Leicestershire, I didn't think would be either, but they're going okay. Tong bowls, and that one is pulled around the corner by Billy Godleman for 4. So he's completely lost his line and length. Josh Tong, and Billy Godleman pulls him for 4. Final ball of the over. 4 overs gone. Derbyshire are 29 without loss. Billy Godleman has 16. Haider Ali has 10. Leicestershire lost 3 wickets since I last looked, and they're still trailing by 172. They're 345 for 8, but they have had Yorkshire out in the field for 95.5 overs, which is good news for them, obviously. And Gloucestershire are 161 for 1 now. They've lost their first wicket, and they trailed Glamorgan by 404. Not sure that Derbyshire can win this game anymore, but these two bat like this, they possibly can. Too high, surely.
Yeah, came back, didn't it? Came back a fair bit there.
Yeah. Do you want me to do this one?
Sorry,
I thought you dozed off for a minute then.
It's been a long 3 days.
Yeah, I can only apologise.
It was a better delivery, though.
The number of people who've said that to me.
Well, I didn't know what day it was yesterday. I've got no chance today, have I? But good delivery, that one from Leach, who's on his way again, bowling from the city end to Haider Ali, who gets in line, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Fielded there by Ben Gibbon. I was just thinking back to Sussex, and I had a look at them this morning, had a look at their lineup, because my thinking was that they'd had some good young players coming through in the last couple of years, and I thought this might be the season where they come through, but basically the ones I was thinking of aren't in the 11 at all.
No.
Next delivery is driven up to mid-off. D'Oliveira fields no run. And
Stephen Finn playing, bringing the kids through.
but they did have really exciting. There's a young leggy there. Can't remember his name now. Looked like he should have been delivering the papers in the morning. He was so young. Ibrahim was another one there. Yeah, I thought they had a real good bunch of youngsters, but would have expected them to start coming through by now. Leach is driven for 4 through point.
Hold that pose.
Yep, over pitched and easy pickings, and I think we'll probably see this pitch put into context in this Derbyshire second innings. It looked so easy for Worcestershire this morning. You do wonder what would, if D'Oliveira hadn't have been run out of the second over, what might have been. I mean, it's still plenty good enough with a lead of 152, was it? 152,
Yeah.
Next delivery is a better line and length, but Leach. And into the covers, Gibbon feels no run. Bajara got another century yesterday, didn't he, for Sussex?
Yeah, now he is useful.
Yeah.
Yes, he is difficult to get through. He got a double here last year. Finn Hudson-Prentice playing, got a wicket. Ollie Robinson's playing, but unfortunately for Sussex, it's not theirs. It's Durham's.
Still 3 slips in for Leach, 33 without loss. Last ball of his third over is turned onto the leg side for more runs, being chased by Azhar Ali. Slides, makes a stop, and they're through for 2. Tell you what, Has had his Weetabix today,
good throw,
did he? Did he
yeah,
sprint
and it
after
was
that?
good throw as
yeah,
well,
it
wasn't
was.
it? Yeah, really good.
Slid into the to make the stop and then threw it in. Looked really athletic. So overs complete. 5 now, scoring at 7 and over.
I know, it's tumbling.
Leach has gone for 23 from his 3. Godleman has 16. Hyder Ali has 16. It's 35 without loss.
Those of you who know will probably already have seen this on the BBC Sport website on the live cricket county championship cricket page, but I can't let it pass. Dave Bracegirdle revealed on air that during the lunch break he nearly bumped into Manchester City footballer Kevin De Bruyne. City apparently staying in the hotel there because they're playing Southampton in the Premier League tonight. The suggestion is that injuring the Belgian would not have made Dave too popular in the blue half of Manchester. I'm not sure where he's popular, to be honest. This next one is, he tries to cut it, Billy Godleman. It's too close to him. His bat was at a 45-degree angle. Everything was wrong about that shot. Bracegirdle dropping names on the BBC Sport website and app. You wouldn't find us doing that on BBC Radio Derby or Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Chris Williams and Dave Fletcher. They're the only names, apart from the players out there, you're going to hear from us. Here's Josh Tong in and bowls to Godleman, who defends this one out into the offside. There's no run. Won't be working with Mr. Bracegirdle this year. They're not in the same division of the Championship, of course. We do our own T20 commentary, and we're not in the same group as them in the Royal London, or whatever. It's not called the Royal London, is it anymore? The One Day Cup. Godleman waits and defends this next one from Josh Tong straight into the ground, and whereas a lot of batsmen would offer to pick it up for the fielders, Billy does exactly the right thing and makes the fielder pick it up himself. For that, I applaud him.
Just needs to keep that consistency now. Josh Tong, he's found line and length, but as we saw in the last over, just lose it for a delivery and he gets spanked on this pitch.
Godleman waits, tapping his bat. Tong bowls. He's driven 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Glorious shot from Billy Godleman. Minimal foot movement, but he didn't really need a lot. And he's absolutely spanked that to the cover boundary, or the point boundary, really, for 4 more. That's his 4th boundary. He's moved on to 20. Derbyshire, 39 without loss in the 6th over.
Strange, isn't it? Because for 3 mornings, get here really early, watch them warm up, and they stick these floppy stumps, plastic stumps up, and they bowl at them, hit them at regular intervals, and they move across a couple of strips.
Can't work out where they are. Godleman just guides this one into the offside. It's Azhar Ali who does the fielding, so there'll be no run there.
Of course, what we don't know are the stumps set up straight from where they're actually bowling from. That could be part of the problem.
A couple more stats about Zach Chappell, the 14th bowler to take 5 wickets on his first-class debut for Derbyshire. The 5th 5-wicket debut at Derby, and the first 5-wicket debut for Derbyshire against Worcestershire. Tong is in and bowls to Godleman, who cuts for 4. Beautiful again from Billy Godleman. So he can bowl line and length as much as he wants, but if he only does it for 4 balls, it's not going to work for Josh Tong. 43 without loss after 6 overs. And that one went for 8 with the 2 boundaries. My thanks, of course, to David Griffin for the statistics that he provides.
We're getting into the realms of the first innings, aren't we? Was it 50 came off 40 balls?
It did, yes. Yeah. I don't know how many overs 40 balls is. It's 6 overs and 4 balls, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they could do it.
Where are we now? 6
overs.
Yeah.
They could do it. I'm not sure they necessarily will. And it doesn't feel as quite as explosive as before. Is that Pennington come up? Does he wear 21? No, it isn't.
No, it's Gibbon.
I beg your pardon. I've no idea why I thought it might be Pennington. Because he came bounding in looking like he was all fresh and eager to field.
Joe Leach starts a new over on probably middle and off. Turned onto the leg side by Hyder Ali. To mid on and There's no run. And given a good shine up there by... Is it Josh Tongue up there? Yes, it is. At mid-on. Just the 2 slips now. So, given the lack of any sign of anything going to the slips, 1's come out. But that's a better delivery that sees Hyder. I'm not sure what the shot was because he didn't get in a position to cut it, but I think it almost ended up as a cut from without moving your feet in front of you, and played the ball into the ground, and it's got away onto the leg side. Got perhaps a little bit squared up by that one there.
It was an ugly looking shot, wasn't it?
It was just a something and nothing shot, wasn't it? Might have come onto him a little bit quicker than he was expecting. The bustling Leach is on his way again. The big rap on the pads, and there's again, well, it started as a big appeal, then from the hand starting in the air from Joe Leach as he was making the appeal, so they dropped onto his head knowing it was not going to be given not out.
Hint of an inside edge there.
Yeah.
They're not going to score the first 50 as quickly as they did yesterday.
Interesting, the bats had a chat there. So it's 2 balls in a row that Hyder's looked a little bit uncomfortable. Waits again for Leach, and he's beaten the outside. Well, did he beat the outside? He was playing defensively. Difficult to see from here whether he was playing at it. He was playing a straight bat. The ball went past and through to wicketkeeper Roderick.
Certainly played towards it, didn't
Yeah.
The 60 runs in extras that Derbyshire conceded. David Griffin, steam coming out of his ears. The 11th most they've conceded in a first-class match. And I've seen 2 of the top 11. Possibly more.
Leach driven up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Didn't time that. No run. While he was coming out with all those stats, I was thinking of, with Worcestershire having Waite making a century, Gibbon making a career best, and 473. If John Curtis had been there as well, we'd have been having a stat off in
Yes.
in the media box there.
Hoping to see John tomorrow. If we get that, well, I say hoping. Will be.
Here comes Leach again. Perhaps him on the pads, big appeal, but again, looked to me as did too much and was probably on its way down the leg side. But better over by Joe Leach there. Certainly had Hyder Ali in, well, looking less comfortable than he has done up until that point. 43 without loss after 7. Leach was pulling it back a little bit there. 4 overs. That was a maiden. 1 maiden, 0 for 23.
Just looked a bit high to me as well. It seemed to hit the thigh pad, didn't it? And if it was still going up. Either way.
Bit of optimism anyway for the bowlers. And a couple of appeals in there.
Josh Tongue, 3 overs for 19. Here's Ben Gibbon. A bit of left arm. Just dries his left hand in the footmarks that aren't really there yet. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Billy Godleman. Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira deep in conversation. Height difference, 2'7". Possibly more. No, they've gone back to their respective places. Hose at cover and D'Oliveira at mid-off. Here is Ben Gibbon for the first time in the second innings, bowling to Billy Godleman, who turns this into the leg side. Oh dear, that was a very ordinary piece of fielding. Is that Josh Tongue?
Yeah.
He dived all over that, and they're going to come back for 3 here when really it shouldn't have been any. That was ordinary.
No ball.
And a no ball as well. Excellent news. So 5 off the first ball. Dear, oh dear, there's been some poor bowling today, hasn't there?
Just looking at Adam Hose out there, and from a distance, and just how height and build and cap looks very similar to Phil Weston, an old Worcestershire opening bat.
He's lanky, isn't he?
Yeah.
And goes Gibbon, bowls to Hyder Ali, who plays and misses at that one. Nods his head in approval of the decent delivery.
a better one.
He's into playing and missing mode at the moment, Haider Ali. He might have grazed his elbow on the way through, possibly.
Just looking at the number of bowlers we've seen so far. So 7 used by Derbyshire, 5 by Worcestershire. Just no consistency at all.
No, not really.
Even Chappell that took 5.
Yeah. No, that would be fair. 2 slips for Gibbon. Bowls to Haider Ali, who gets some bat on that one and pushes it out into the offside. Haider Ali does the fielding. And there's no run.
You feel if there's to be a positive result in this game, somebody has got to step up. There's got to take something special from at least one bowler. And from what we've seen to date, you're struggling to see where that's going to come from on a pitch that doesn't appear to be doing anything.
No, it's not doing an awful lot, is it? Or hasn't done so far. Will it do some more in the remainder of this match? This one is a full delivery and it's clipped away. Dug it out nicely there, Haider Ali. There's a chase on here for Josh Tong. And the ball, well, you make your own mind up. He keeps it in. And they run 3. I think the crowd have made their feelings known. I don't have a view one way or the other, but I think they should have one more run than they've got. 48 without loss. They would have gone to TV for that one, wouldn't they?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Was that on the outfield?
51, in fact, I beg your pardon.
Having a bit of a chase over there. He was chasing the ball there.
In the red shoes?
Yeah.
I think he's one of yours, isn't he?
Don't know who he is.
I'll have a look, but I thought he was one of yours. 50 up, 7.5 overs. Here is, when I say one of yours, driven by Billy Godderman. Oh, he set off for a single and Haider Ali sent him back, but Oliveira picks up. It was parried by Adam Hose. And in the end, Billy Godderman got back. I don't recognise...
I don't from here, but it just seems strange he was chasing the ball. As the ball was going to the boundary, the fielder was always going to get to it one way or the other. And he was chasing around the outside the boundary.
I don't recognise him. Actually, you ought to not look at him and...
Look at the clock.
Look at the clock, sorry. Out you go. Get out now. In goes Ben Gibbon and bowls to Billy Godderman, who defends that one back to him. Potentially an update coming up for BBC Radio Derby. Derbyshire have almost got the deficit below 100. There's a famous song being sung that I have no idea who it is. I want to say Pink, but I'm not sure. Here's Gibbon. In over the wicket, bowls to Godderman, who, almost falling over, drives it up to Brett D'Oliveira, who fields end of the over. 8 from it, including the no ball. 51 without loss after 8 overs. Going along at over 6 and over at the moment. Derbyshire, they trail by 101. Godderman has 27. Haider Ali has 19. I'm sure the person that Chris was asking about is a member of the Worcestershire staff. Leach is on his way in and bowls off the back foot, pushed up to a wide mid-off by Haider Ali for a single, fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. 52 without loss. Haider Ali on to 20 from 31 balls. Billy Godderman has 27 off 20. And Derbyshire trail now by exactly 100. It's such a famous song. But I'm clueless on so many things. 52 without loss. At Fletch Sport on Twitter, fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Let us know you're listening. Godderman waits, 2 slips in place as Joe Leach is in around the wicket and bowls to him, and it pushes it out into the onside. Haider Ali fields, there's no run. Still more than 61 overs left today. Oh, it's Fergie. Here we go. Thank you, Sam. Yes, Derbyshire are batting for a second time in this match, and they've got off to a good start in their second innings there. 53 without loss. We're only in the 9th over. Billy Godleman, 28 from 22 deliveries. Haider Ali, 20 from 31, and that means that they've got the deficit on first innings down to below 100 now. They trail by 99, having bowled Worcestershire out this morning for 473. Matthew Waite making his maiden first-class century, 109 not out at the end, but they did bowl 13 no balls in their first innings, Derbyshire, which was a very poor effort indeed. At the moment, these two are going well. They got the first 50 in the first innings off 40 balls. This one was a little slower, 7.5 overs, but it's entertaining to watch, and Derbyshire are 53 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 99. Ball pushed out into the offside by Haider Ali, no run. Godleman picked up a single the ball before. 53 runs from 54 balls. In comes the next delivery from Joe Leach, and it's pushed out into the offside by Haider Ali, fielded by Adam Hose, and there is no run. This is a quick recap of what's happening elsewhere in the second division. Durham, it says 90 for 5. I thought they were 90 for 5 the last time I looked. Perhaps if I refresh the page it might help. Yes, it has. In comes the next delivery, and it's played off the back foot back towards the bowler. End of the over. 53 without loss after 9. Haider Ali has 20. Godleman has 28. The deficit now for Derbyshire is 99. Durham are 106 for 6, leading Sussex by 147 at Hove. Leicestershire are 361 for 8 now in the 101st over. They trail Yorkshire by 156. And in the game down at Sophia Gardens, Gloucestershire 176 for 1 second time around. They were bowled out for 165, you may remember, in their first innings. They now trail Glamorgan by 63 runs. Here, Derbyshire 53 without loss after 9 overs of their second innings. They still trail Worcestershire by 99. And Ben Gibbon is going to bowl his second over of the second innings. His first went for 8, including a no ball. And he's bowling to Billy Godleman, former Derbyshire skipper. He's on 28, and Godleman turns this into the leg side. It's fielded nicely there by Matthew Waite, tumbling to his left. And there's no run. I'm hoping the gentleman in the red trainers, who's marching around the boundary rope away to our right, is still visible when Chris gets back, because that will enable, hopefully enable him to identify him. Gibbon is in again and bowls to Godleman, who pushes this one up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. There's no run again, so 53 without loss it remains. It's just slowed down a touch. They've gone below 6 for the first time in the innings after making that very fast start. Gibbon turns. He's on his way in now from the racecourse end to bowl to Billy Godleman, who pushes this one up to Josh Tonga mid-on, and there's no run. Your man in the red, he's still there if you want to try and... He's definitely one of yours.
With these eyes.
Sammy Osmond's been in touch, a Worcestershire supporter. Good to hear from you, Sammy. Here is Gibbon again, bowls to Godleman. Pushes it up to Tong again, and there's no run. Oh dear, I nearly said he. It could be a she. I do apologise. Sammy says, after a season of watching Worcestershire refuse to run anything other than dead certs, it was good to see them pushing, even if it did cost the captain's wicket. Just listening with my 18-month-old daughter, Marnie, while she throws herself off everything she can in the garden. sounds like a busy afternoon. Good to hear from you. FletchCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. At Fletch Cricket, here's Gibbon again, bowling over the wicket to Godman, who defends and pushes it up to Josh Tongue once more. Whoever the man in the red trainers is, he's very bold because those trainers are very, very red.
Yeah, he's with Alan Richardson, so probably might be the
Physio, S&C, something like that. Yeah, he's talking to Joe Leach as well, isn't he? So all the evidence suggests he's not one of ours. Gibbon, final ball of the over bowls to Godwin, who drives, but again can't get it past, this time mid-off, and that's a maiden over bowled by Ben Gibbon. His first 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. Derbyshire with Godwin on 28 and Haider Ali on 20. Their run rate has dropped to 5.3. 53 without loss after 10.
He started to pull it back a little bit to more controlled overs from Ben Gibbon. But it'll be Leach, who's had a long chat with Alan Richardson out on the boundary during that Gibbon over. Now, would it make any difference? What's the big plan they've got here? We shall soon find out. 2 slips go down as Leach bowls. Played defensively by Haider Ali onto the leg side. Where it's fielded by Azhar Ali. And no run.
22 he made in the first innings of 24 deliveries, Haider Ali, so he's already batted longer this time around for a couple of runs fewer than he got first time.
2 slips, backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
Thank you, Sammy. I am a man. Last time I checked, anyway.
Next delivery. He's squared up a little bit. Ball squirting out to Hose on the offside.
Splendid.
No run again.
It was the spelling of Sammy that fooled me.
Yeah.
S-A-M-I. Perhaps it isn't even Sammy. Perhaps it's Sami. Anyway, I'm going down an absolute rabbit hole here.
Stop digging.
Yeah.
I think the point they were making was about going for the runs. Well, actually, that was the reason he was run out, because Waite didn't go for the run, did he?
Well, no. He didn't even look, though, did he?
No. Leach wraps him on the pad again, but again, maybe doing too much. Seems to be getting the ball to nip in, Joe Leach. Now, can he get the one to go away? Kind of tease him in with a few in-swingers, and then get the one that nips away.
It's got to be a very fine nick, hasn't it? I mean, there were 2 slips there, but we've seen some balls fly off the edge of the bat and go down to third man. 3 that I can remember in this innings already. And he's going hard at it.
He is. 53 without loss. Haider Ali on 20. Leach again bowling just off stump. And played comfortably into the offside by Haider Ali. And again, no run. It's the brightest orange jacket somebody's got on underneath the scoreboard, which is half working now, but it's a bit easier to read the bottom half.
He's been doing the bins, hasn't he?
You'd see him coming. Extremely bright. Not as good as the red coat at the far end, though. Nothing could beat that. He's got it on now. As Leach bowls, driven. Good stop by Hose, diving down to his left in the covers. Certainly save 4 there. It's got a bit cooler. This not as bright as it was earlier on. Worcestershire fielders keen, certainly more vocal than the Derbyshire players.
Yeah,
were.
absolutely.
They were very flat, which is understandable. But they were quiet throughout the innings, weren't they? They had that period where they just got themselves into it. It didn't go on. Leach, tried to take the bat away there, Haider Ali, and too late. And ran all along the ground into the slip area. But I think it hurried him a little bit, that one there. End of the over. Another maiden for Joe Leach, so he's pulling it back well now. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. Derbyshire 53 without loss, trail by 99. Godalmans on 28 and Hyder Ali 20.
The Worcestershire fans are emailing in force now. Worcestershire supporter here is Nicky, listening to the cricket yesterday and today from the top of mountains near Innsbruck, so we can add Austria to the list of places we're being listened to. And it's raining/snowing here, depending on the altitude. Positively glorious here in Derby as Gibbon begins a new over and bowls to Godalmans, who drives him for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. Joe Leach set off as though he thought, I might get this.
Look at Richo go.
Yes. He's in full flow, isn't he?
Worrying thing is he beat Joe Leach.
Joe did give up very early, though. I think Joe was saving himself. Very pleasant 14 degrees here. Sun will be back out when we go home. And then tomorrow, heady heights of 15 degrees promised around 2 o'clock as Gibbon is on his way in. Bowls to Godalmans, who drives it straight back to the bowler. Fields nicely in his follow-through. Got both hands to it. 57 without loss. Godalmans is on 32. Godalmans has now got over 100 runs for the season already. And for those who know, if you think back to last season, it took him a good while to get that many, I think. Lost his place in the side at one point. Godalmans waits, Gibbon bowls, he flashes at that one outside the off stump, misses, and it goes through to Roderick, the wicketkeeper, nearly did it, behind the stumps. Matthew Waite warms up, does a few stretches. He's at mid-wicket.
Good ball that from Gibbon. Nice drift on it.
Somebody answered their phone very quickly there. Billy Godalmans just stepped away and asked Hyder Ali if he was okay. Gave him the thumbs up. Ben Gibbon goes in close to the stumps, bowls one that just grubs along the floor after it pitches. I think it probably pitched in the footmarks at the far end, which is why it never took off, but went underneath Billy Godalmans' bat. One of those that the old commentators used to say, that one went underground. Certainly went along the ground. It gives us hope that there might still be Worcestershire will fancy the chances of winning anyway, but there will be a positive result either way. Godalmans waits, Gibbon is in and bowls, and he leaves this one alone, which is a brave thing to do after the previous ball hadn't bounced at all. And it goes through to Roderick behind the stumps, and the sun comes out again. A couple of crows grazing at the far end of the ground. Nothing exotic today so far.
It turns out to be a good leave, but it could have equally, couldn't it? It was so close that.
It shows a certain amount of trust in a pitch that I'm not entirely sure is 100% trustworthy. Godalmans waits, and this next delivery is very wide of the off stump. Brings up a puff of dust as it lands in the footmarks outside the off stump. Billy Godalmans wants something, he wants new gloves. 57 without loss after 12 overs. He's got 32, Godalmans. Hyder Ali has 20. And Derbyshire trail by 95. And there will be a slight hiatus because Billy Godalmans called for gloves and nobody is taking any notice of him.
I think a lot of these, the bowlers especially, will feel better for getting this game under the belt, won't they?
Yes.
Interesting, when I was chatting to Jack Haynes last night, he said how nervous he was going out there.
Right.
First game of the season, didn't know what to expect. And having lost a lot of that time they would have spent in practice games. And he did look it, didn't he, in those early overs when he was constantly stretching and running on the spot. I suppose that was his way of getting the nerves out. Batted really nicely.
Billy Godalmans got new gloves. He's had a drink, and all the time he was doing that, umpire Paul Baldwin was on a walkie-talkie, and ordinarily they're on a walkie-talkie to the scorers, but he wasn't. Looked like he was on a mobile phone. I can't imagine for a minute he's allowed a mobile phone out there. Very strange.
Leach continues. Bowling to Hyder Ali, pick up a single, well placed, taking on the throw of Jake Libby, thrown to the bowler's end, just hit the foot of Hyder Ali, who was running to that danger end. So the change of, as they'd taken the single, and I thought Roderick was going to stand up there, but he's opted not to, or I think Joe Leach has said no, go back. So standing in his more orthodox position behind the stumps, 2 slips, was Roderick in. It was a shootout between him and Ben Cox at the start of the season. Roderick's there, played really well in the latter part of last season, bat and behind the stumps. So his next delivery is turned square on the leg side, and Azhar Ali is onto it quickly. Can't prevent the single. Moves on to 59 without loss. Field changes over again. Still got 57 overs to bowl today.
Is that all?
Yeah, and a drive back to Worcester for me. In comes Leach. Pulled away, he's too short, but he has got some protection out on the square leg boundary. So they're restricted to 1. Yeah, the joys of speed restrictions all the way down the A38, or pretty well all the way down, and on the M42.
Look at the petrol he's saving.
Good point. Let's look on the positive.
Yeah.
Left-handed Godleman waits. Better delivery from Leach, bowling round the wicket. Drives out defensively into the offside. D'Oliveira fields. But nothing's gone close to hand, has it, in these
No. No, not
12 and
at
a
all.
half overs?
Not at all.
Been a couple of appeals, mainly from Joe Leach for LBW. Other than that, it's looked pretty plain sailing for these two. Roderick standing back now for Leach, who's driven, but not timed up to mid-on. Hose the fielder. No, it's not. It's Tong up there. Where's Hose then?
Out on the, yeah, it's out on the mid-wicket boundary,
No,
isn't he?
no.
That's him.
Yeah, it is. Sorry. You're correct. Leach running towards us from the city end. Nice push for a single, take on the arm of D'Oliveira, who misses the stumps, but it must have been close the way he's held his hands up to his face there. Godleman running to the danger end. Always taking a risk to D'Oliveira, but he didn't hit the stumps. They got home for a single, 61 without loss. Joe Leach now 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29. Godleman has 34, Hyder Ali 22.
Yeah, and Hyder was the score he got in the first innings now. But he got him a long way off. 34 from 38, Godleman. He probably hit a couple of sixes by this point yesterday, or the day before, whenever it was. Day before yesterday. He's on strike again, having pushed for that quick single. Ben Gibbon to continue from the racecourse end. He bowls and Godleman turns it into the leg side. He wants another single and he gets it. Just Tong does the fielding, moving around to his left at mid-on.
We saw Matthew Waite stretching, didn't we? As if he was going to come on. So just trying to think, did he bowl from the city end at all in the first innings? It certainly did a lot from this racecourse end. Whether it would come on for Joe Leach, 7 overs
It's a
he's
good
bowled.
question. I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer it because I genuinely can't remember. There is Gibbon again. Over the wicket to the right-handed Hyder Ali, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Jake Libby. Just Tong is doing some of those ridiculous exercises that quick bowlers do. Stretching, and that's downward dog, I think, that one, isn't it?
Not seeing any away movement, are we?
No. No, it looks almost as comfortable this afternoon as it looked this morning, doesn't it? Perhaps we can be slightly more lenient on the Derbyshire bowlers. He's given in again and bowls. That's on leg side. It goes down the leg side. It was on leg stump and swinging further down the leg side. Haider Ali tried to get something on it to flick it away, but couldn't.
Amazing, isn't it? How many times batsmen miss out on those balls down the leg side.
They never complain when they get runs down there, but they always complain when they get out.
Yeah.
Down the leg side. I don't subscribe to the he's unlucky theory. Gibbon is in again, and this one is wide of the off stump, and Haider Ali goes for an expansive looking drive and misses. Good tumbling stop by Roderick.
I think those last two deliveries probably sum up the game so far for the bowlers. One down the leg side and the other one wider outside the off stump, that neither any problem to the batsman unless decides to really go after one out. But that wide, he'd struggle to reach it anyway.
He played on, didn't he? Dragging a very wide delivery. In the first innings, Haider Ali, this one met with the face of the bat, pushed down to Jake Libby at backward point. There must have been about 5 feet difference between the points that it passed the stumps, the ball, and successive deliveries, which is far too big. Was it Gibbon who got him? I can't remember.
Matthew Waite.
Oh, Matthew Waite got him.
Hold him.
Dragged it. Somebody who was right behind it said he dragged it from first slip. He waits now, flex of the knees and drives beautifully out to the cover boundary for 4. Over pitched outside off stump. Thank you very much. Haider Ali picks up his 4th boundary, moves on to 26, and Derbyshire is 66 without loss. After 14 overs, Billy Godleman's got 35. The deficit now just 80. It's now 86. They've almost halved the deficit in 14 overs.
You do wonder what, perhaps there'll be a lot of batters thinking what might have been in this game, because when you look through both scorecards, 20 wickets now, how many have got themselves out?
Oh, yeah. And there's been some half-decent scores, haven't there? Batsmen have got in and got to 20 and 30 and 40. Just not gone on.
But very few can say, you look back now, those couple of wickets that went to leg gully this morning, that the trap was set for those.
Yeah.
But not many where there's been a real demon ball that's accounted for anybody.
No.
Josh Tongue coming on at the City end in place of Joe Leach.
What odds you'd have got on, well, you got very good odds, I would have thought, but on Wayne Madsen and Brett D'Oliveira scoring big, and the only century so far coming from Matthew Waite.
Yeah. Tongue round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman, who cuts him away down to 3rd man for 4. These runs are coming far too easily, starting with a lead of 152. Worcestershire, that's been whittled away now to 82. 70 without loss. They put on, for the first wicket, 54. So they've gone past that. But looking really comfortable, as did the Worcestershire players. And you think from the visitors' point of view, they need one of these two to be making a mistake if they're to make a breakthrough. No signs, as is evident there from that delivery from Josh Tongue wide down the leg side, that Roderick makes a good stop diving down to his right. It's a rank delivery. Just pulled it down, didn't he? Dragged it down and down the leg side.
He's probably struggled a bit with his control in this match.
Roderick was limping as he got back up then after
backup keeper.
What am I thinking, Libby? This delivery is driven defensively into the offside.
Just because of his height.
Got that in my mind. I don't know.
We were trying to work out the other night, Derbyshire's backup keeper, they only have really one senior keeper in the squad, that's Brooke Guest, and if he went lame, goodness knows what would happen. But Wayne Madson's done it, but at 39, do you really want to be doing it again? Probably not. Matt Lamb's name was floated. Don't know if he's done it.
Tong, better delivery. Sees Godalming playing within the crease. It's a hose in the covers and there's no run.
But having said that, I didn't know he bowled leg spin before yesterday.
Of course, if he does get injured, Roderick, they've got Ben Cox to come in at some point. There's a bit of pressure on whichever keeper is in the side because they know they've got an able replacement on the sidelines.
Well, sportsmen always lie and say they love pressure like that, don't they, for places?
Wide of the crease and driven by Godalming, who immediately sets off for a single. D'Oliveira again throwing at the aiming at the stumps.
You know all that practice they do when they throw at stumps?
Yeah.
If at any stage it will ever pay off.
Just looking through the grime, it wasn't D'Oliveira, it was Azhar Ali. Which does make you wonder, how can I get those two mixed up? But, got onto it very quickly. I think that's what did for me.
It fooled you.
He got onto the ball so quickly. It was a risky single though by Godalming. He did set off immediately.
I think he could have been in trouble, you know, if it had hit. 2 run-outs in the match already.
Tom coming over the wicket now, and may have beaten the outside edge of Haider Ali there. Ball going through to Roderick, and the end of the over, 71 without loss. Godalming on 40, Haider Ali 26. They trail by 81, and I shall go next door. Although a bit more relaxed because it's a sports programme today and there's no football.
Oh, is it now? I think we're every half hour because it's called Summer Saturday. Quite early in the year for that. But they are playing Golden Brown by the Stranglers at the moment, which is terrific. We're going to see a change in the bowling, and Matthew Waite, who got his maiden first-class century earlier on today in the morning session, he's going to come into bowl. Bowled nicely, first time as well. So we get 4 wickets. To be more accurate than that, instead of saying, I think, 4 for 50 in 17 overs and 1 ball in the first innings. Bowled nicely. Batted nicely. Having a terrific game. And here he is on his way into bowl to Billy Godalming. Derbyshire 71 without loss. And that's turned into the leg side off his pads by Billy Godalming for a single. He moves to 41. The deficit down to 80 now at 72 without loss. Leicestershire have avoided the prospect of being asked to follow on. 375 for 8, trailing Yorkshire by 142. They're in the 107th over there, so they might get to 400. They might not. Gloucestershire 191 for 2 now, trailing Glamorgan by 48. And Durham's lead is up to 189. They're 148 for 6 in their second innings against Sussex. Here's Matthew Waite in again and bowls to Haider Ali and beats him outside the off stump. Nice delivery from the current Yorkshireman, former Yorkshire player. Brett D'Oliveira has been given ball shining duties. The gentleman in the high-vis top is now in the East Midlands demolition stand. And Waite is in to bowl to Haider Ali, who gets the ball off the splice of the bat into the onside, fielded by Adam Hose. I think. I'm sure that's Dylan Pennington who's on the field now. Joe Leach is still on. It might not be, of course. Ooh, that's me. Good afternoon, Sam. Yes, Derbyshire 72 without loss now in their second innings. It's gone well so far for this opening pair, Haider Ali and Billy Godalming. In fact, Haider has just guided a ball down to third man. It hasn't quite got the legs to get all the way to the boundary, but they are going to come back for a third run. Although Billy Godleman's got to be quick, and he's just about made his ground. So Haider Ali moves on to 29. Billy Godleman has 41, and Derbyshire is 78 without loss in their second innings. It means that they trail by 74, if my maths is correct. Earlier on today, Worcestershire, it often isn't, Worcestershire were bowled out for 473, a maiden first-class century for Matthew Waite. 5 wickets for Zach Chappell on his Derbyshire debut, but Derbyshire did bowl 13 no-balls in that innings, which was far too many. 75 without loss, Derbyshire. Haider Ali 29, Godleman 41. They trailed by 77. I was wrong. Matthew Waite in again. They added those runs on before I even got the chance to have a look at the scoreboard, so apologies. 75 without loss, almost halfway through the deficit now. And there was no run from that delivery. Adam Hose with the fielding. Ball working its way back to Waite on his way in once again. Bowling from the racecourse end here at the Incora County Ground in Derby, and it's left alone by Billy Godleman to go through to wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick. 75 without loss after 16 overs. They're down below 5 and over now, but they've done all right. Billy Godleman has 41. Haider Ali has 29, and they trail by 77.
Still looking comfortable, isn't it? Matthew Waite, 1 over from him, but nothing to ask questions really of the batters. What was that?
It's Joe Leach shouting, "Come on, lads, bang, bang here, 70-odd behind." Trying to gee up his teammates. He's just come down to third man, immediately below us.
Tong, bowling over the wicket to Haider Ali, who definitely played at that one. Bit of a lazy shot, really. He wasn't in position to play it. Just having a word with himself here. You can see him gesturing. Haider Ali. And you feel, from Worcestershire point of view, just it's going to be a case of a mistake from the batter. Still struggling to get used to saying batter. When I was young, I was always told you don't say batter, it's batsman, but understandably it's changed.
I struggle.
Just doesn't...
Given up.
Next delivery, on his toes. Haider Ali driving into the offside where Hose does the fielding as the sun comes out again. Still keeping 2 slips in for Josh Tongue. Is in his 5th over, on for 24. Be bright day at the moment. The person in the orange high-vis jacket has moved across into the demolition stand now, as next delivery is driven back to the bowler, who stops it, not cleanly, but prevents any runs. That's the beauty of that coat, that jacket, isn't it? That wherever they go in the ground, you're going to spot them.
Yeah.
Even with my eyes, no binoculars.
Yeah, he's doing the full tour. Perhaps he's trying to sit in every seat over the course of this match.
It's a strange little stand, that, isn't it? As we're looking at it, it's at 1 o'clock, and it seems to have just been plonked there.
It is, yeah.
Haider Ali again, playing defensively, this time on the leg side. No run.
I'm fairly sure, although I'm sure people will correct me, it's almost a relic from the days when the square was at 90 degrees to what it is now. And it would have been quite good, wouldn't it? Because you'd be sorted behind the bowler. Whereas now, you're a long way from being behind anybody, really.
Yeah, not really. Well, there's a few people in there, that certainly not the best seat in the house, is it? It's a drive for 4 runs. I don't think he's timed it as he would have wanted to. Came off a thick outside edge, but went through point. 4 more.
It's popular in the rain, though.
Yeah.
Because it is the only covered seating here at the county ground.
That 4 takes Haider Ali on to 33 from 56. It's just looking so comfortable. Persevering with 2 slips. The boundary of Josh Tongue that there. It's a better ball. Line and length. Last ball of the over. And having scored 4 off the previous ball, Hyder Ali was quite happy to just get in line, play it defensively, back to the bowler. And at the end of the 17th over, 79 without loss, Derbyshire trailing by 73, Godalming on 41, Hyder Ali on 33.
Had a bit of a moment this morning when I was just having a cup of tea and Bertie, the dog, came through with a pair of my underpants in his mouth.
Were you wearing them?
No, I had worn them though. As Matthew Waite is it bowls to Billy Godalming, who defends this one back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So we managed to get them off him. He's a spaniel, so it's almost impossible to get anything out of his mouth. And I managed to fool him into giving them back, pop them away, and the next thing is he's running through the house with a pair of Twiggies in his mouth instead. So he just picks everything up. Shoes, anything. He has to carry something in his mouth. I think that's just the way they're bred, isn't it? Spaniels. Loves it. Tail wagging. Waite bowls to Godalming, who pushes it out to Hose in the covers, and there's no run. Knows his own mind, the dog, though. He's very vocal. When it's bedtime, he lets you know about it, because obviously Twiggy goes to bed quite early doing the breakfast show. Once you get beyond about 7 o'clock at night, he's ready for his bed. 79 without loss as Waite is in and bowls. That one is flicked away by Billy Godalming. Beautiful shot. It was over-pitched and on-leg stump from Matthew Waite, and it has got to the boundary. It's probably as far as you can hit the ball along the floor and get it to the boundary out towards the straight mid-wicket area. And Billy Godalming picks up another one. He's now got 8 fours in his 45 off 50. Derbyshire 83 without loss, trailing by 69. Yeah. I might have been overly down in the dumps this morning with the Derbyshire bowling, for which I apologise. Matthew Waite is in again and bowls to Godalming, who defends this one up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. There's no run. The no balls are unforgivable, and you take off those 75 runs, and Derbyshire are already in front. I know you can't do that, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, that was poor, but it's not as tricky to bat on this pitch as anybody ever imagined it might be. I don't think. It was Matthew Waite who said there's still a bit in it. At the end of day one, he bowls now, and Godalming gets a thick inside edge. He was aiming the ball out into the offside, inside edge, to square leg, effectively, where it's fielded by Ben Gibbon. He did say that, I think, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah. He said on day one it didn't change.
Yeah. It certainly changed on day 2.
Yeah.
And it's remained the same ever since. Perhaps we could do with a shower of rain.
But it's the inconsistency of the bowlers. You see a lot of coaches put a little rag down, don't they?
Yeah,
on them, and you think they could. Both sets of players could do with that, having that out there on the pitch itself.
Next delivery is Fuller and defended by Godalming up to D'Oliveira. Mid-off, 83 without loss. Godalming has 45. Hyder Ali has 33. Derbyshire trail by 69. And I've just seen a drip come off the gantry in front of us, which means there is still water up there. I have no idea how there's any water up there. Mitch Wagstaff's brought a drink out for the 2 batsmen. So there'll be a little bit of a delay before the next over starts, but Derbyshire's openers have done a good job here, and it's a second successive half-century partnership. It's good for them as well, because they're obviously batting together for the first time. I imagine that Billy takes a bit of getting used to. He has been involved in the odd run-out over the years. So Hyder Ali will be thankful for his first innings with him, or his first match with him. There's been some comical ones over the years, even while I've been covering Derbyshire.
Draw my eye to that trip now.
Well, it's coming out, isn't it? There was another one. That's really, really weird. Wait for the ceiling to come in.
Tongue starts a new over from the city end. drags that one down, and quite rightly punished by Hyder Ali. Through point. A lot of runs scored in that area. Alan Richardson again is the man to fetch the ball.
He'll need an ice bath.
Yeah. He won't be happy, I don't think, from what he's seen of his bowlers. They had plenty of overs in the first innings to get acclimatised, but again, pretty much the same way in the second. Tongue especially. He bowls again here and taken high on the bat by Ali, pushing into the offside. Tongue 32 runs conceded from 5.2 overs. It looked like it had some rhythm going from this racecourse end, but even with better rhythm, he was still serving up 4 ball and over at least, just changing the field as mid-wicket's gone back. Persevering with 2 slips. There's plenty of time for Hyder Ali to swivel here and pull through mid-wicket, and the fielder out in the deep will restrict them to 2.
It's kept a bit low, that one.
I just wonder if there's nothing going anywhere near slip. The slips are always whether bring somebody to a more attacking position in front of the bat.
I don't think anybody's got the courage to tell Ed Pollock that he's not required there. He's been there for the entire match when Worcestershire have been out there.
He's had the cushiest number at first slip, hasn't he?
Oh.
There's beats the outside edge there. May have just kept the bat inside the line, or it might have been some good kidology from Hyder Ali there. Might have just taken it back very quickly. But, as it is, no edge taken. Ball going through harmlessly. Tell you that Celtic beat Rangers earlier on today, 3-2. So if they hadn't already got the league sealed up, so they probably have done now. As Tongue bowls, and this time gets a ball that does move away a little bit, playing down the wrong line there, Hyder Ali. So that's a bit of encouragement for the young Worcestershire pace bowler. Rare occurrence. Away movement.
Yeah, we've seen nothing really. It is remarkable. We were all expecting this first round of matches, a lot of 3-day games, and teams being bowled out cheaply. Some have been bowled out cheaply, but they fought back, in Gloucestershire's case especially. It just hasn't happened.
We'll get the 2 slips a little bit more interested. But not if you over pitches like that, and then the ball's misfielded and the covers by hose allows them to come through for a single off the last ball of the over. So Tongue's 6 overs have cost him 35 runs. Godalmand remains on 45. Hyder Ali goes through to 40 now. And Derbyshire 90 without loss, trailing by now just 62.
A number of our local non-league sides are playing today. Northern Premier League, Southern Premier League. I've seen that Matlock have taken the lead against one of my local teams from up in the northwest, Atherton Collieries. Been there a couple of times. Nice little ground. I think I've only been to Matlock once, much to my shame. Matthew Waite in and bowls with 3 slips to Hyder Ali, who plays and misses at 1 outside the off stump. Good start to the over from Waite. It's his 3rd. He's gone for just 8 runs in his first couple.
And earlier on today, Manchester United beat Everton 2-0.
Yes. Very good. Dante's Ghost on Twitter. As Waite is in and bowls, and this one is full face of the bat out into the offside, fielded by Gibbon. He's got a picture of not Eric Idle, Michael Palin as the Roman governor in the life of Brian, wondering if Gloucestershire are ruining the decision to release Roderick. Very good.
came good last season at probably halfway through the season.
Gloucestershire fighting back at Glamorgan. This one is driven by Hyder Ali out into the offside, fielded by the skipper, Brett Oliveira. And there's no run. So the deficit's 62. There was some conjecture about bonus points, but we can officially say it is Worcestershire 6, Derbyshire 5. It went up to 7 at one point, and then somebody's computer was telling us it was 8, but it is definitely 6 for Worcestershire. As Waite is in and bowls to Hyder Ali, who pushes this one out to Brett Oliveira. Groundhog delivery.
I think we mentioned yesterday the Somerset-Warwickshire game. Ed Barnard took 3 for 54.
All right, I know I didn't.
As Somerset were all out for 284, Warwickshire 172 for 2 in reply.
There goes Matthew Waite once again in and bowls to Hyder Ali, who pushes this one out into the offside. Again, it's fielded by Gibbon in the covers. And there's no run. Sun disappears. He's a motorbike man, our man in the orange top, because he's got the orange top and the Dayglow green motorbike helmet in his left arm, is it? I think that's a motorbike helmet, isn't it? I'm doubting myself already. It is. We'll see him come in on his Honda 250. As Waite bowls and is driven slightly uppishly by Hyder Ali towards Brett Oliveira, and it's the end of the over, a maiden over from Matthew Waite. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. We've now had 20 overs of the Derbyshire innings. They've got 90 without loss, with Godalming on 45 and Hyder Ali on 40, and they trail by 62.
Hampshire are coasting to victory against Nottinghamshire.
Such a shame.
89 for 1, needing another 43 to win.
The shame being that if Nottinghamshire come back down, Derbyshire have to get promoted. It's imperative. You all know why.
Northamptonshire lead Kent by 82 with just 4 wickets remaining. They're 187 for 6 in their second innings. False start by Josh Tongue. Hyder Ali was a little bit, in fact, Billy Godalming was slow to take his guard. Now he's down, and Tongue is flicked away down to fine leg, where Waite restricts them to 1. Lancashire 291 all out. Surrey's first innings was 4-4-2, and in their second they're 131 for 3, so leading by 282 with 7 wickets left.
Come on, the Lankies.
Middlesex did well yesterday to get to 170 all out. Essex in their second innings 171 for 6, lead by 267.
Yeah, 4 for 4 at one point. Bit of a shock, I would have thought, to the system. Imagine being a top 4 batsman there and waited all winter to bat.
Tongue, ball that came back and chopped onto his foot, I think, there by Hyder Ali. Jagged back quite sharply, that one.
Good delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good reactions from Hyder Ali. Decent bat speed.
Gloucestershire going better in their second innings against Glamorgan, 215 for 2, so they're still 24 behind with 8 wickets remaining, and Sussex, Durham are 165 for 7, leading by 206 against Sussex. This is on its way down the leg side, and maybe leg buys or bat onto pad. Just looking at the umpire, just a single off the bat there for Hyder Ali. And the final one, Leicestershire 397 for 8, trail by 120 on first innings. Yorkshire 517 all out.
Good effort that from Leicestershire. Really good effort in the face of a 500 first innings score.
And although I know you hate it, but Josh Butler made 79 in the IPL today.
No, I don't understand a word of that. Peter Hanscom made 112 for Leicestershire.
Tongue is chopped away down to third man for a boundary. No third man down there. And Godalming, with that boundary, moves on to 50 from 55 balls. It's a good round of applause. His second 50 of the match. And the former skipper bang on form.
9th-4 for Billy Godalming in his half-century. A half-century in each innings now. Made 70 first time around off 61 deliveries. So he's going a little slower, but still rattling along.
As are the pair of them, 96 without loss. Better delivery from Tongue there, which is driven up to Azeali at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, that Leicestershire scorecard. Interesting. Colin Ackerman made 67. 85 from Rian Ahmed, who made his maiden first-class century in the last match of the season, last season, here. So there have been maiden centuries in successive games here at the county ground, thinking about it.
Godalming chops Tongue away again for yet another boundary. No third man. And you just feel the way the Worcestershire are bowling, they must plug that gap. There's too many free runs down there. It brings up the 100 for Derbyshire. First came 7.3. That one's come for exactly 21 overs.
15 overs and 4 balls in the first innings to get to their century. So a little bit slower, but hey. Deficit down to 52.
Just thinking they're 52, they're going to be ahead
by
tea.
Mm.
And at this rate, what, they could score another 120 after tea, 130.
Same again tomorrow morning. Set up a nice finish.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll find out. Matthew Waite begins a new over, and it's to Haider Ali, who guides this one to Jake Libby at backward point. That's the second century stand we've seen. No, it isn't. Not today. I'm talking nonsense. Second in the match, though, isn't it? There was a century stand in the Worcestershire innings between D'Oliveira and
Haynes, 111,
Haynes.
20 overs.
Thank you.
I think what would be a target they feel they could set?
Life in the old brain, yeah, that's what I was most impressed with. That one is defended by Haider Ali up to Joe Leach at mid-on. In 2 sessions, you probably want to set them the thick end of 300, wouldn't you? 280. Make them feel like they've got a chance.
Yeah.
Which is possible to reach, I suppose, a lead of 280 potentially by lunchtime tomorrow if they continue at this rate. So they're going at 4.5. I'm going to have to do some maths now. I'll have to write it down there.
So we're making the assumption they just keep on at this rate and don't slow down if they lose wickets.
In comes Waite again and bowls. He's down the track and he's smashed this one away, Haider Ali. That is an enormous 6. That's the biggest 6 of the game so far. Huge. Over the advertising boards and into the floodlight pylon away to our right-hand side. Wow. He moves on to 47, 106 without loss. Blimey.
I think we were thinking there was only 2 possible results at lunchtime.
Well, I was, certainly.
But all 3 are back on now.
Well, they could get another, if they carry on at this rate, they'll get another 360 runs by lunch tomorrow, which would put them 320 in front, which might be enough. Well, it would be enough, you'd have thought. Haider Ali drives this one straight down the ground. This might be his half-century. He's coming back for the second. Does he fancy a third? Will the ball get to the boundary? It doesn't, but Haider Ali comes back for the third, and there is his first half-century as a Derbyshire player. Haider Ali, after that huge 6, he's joined Billy Godalming on 50, exactly 50 from 75 balls, so a little bit slower than Godalming. He's hit 6 4s and 1 6. And Haider Ali is up and running as a Derbyshire player. Made 22 in the first innings. He's taken Derbyshire up to 109 without loss in the second, and they trail by 43.
Well, Miss Godalming's 50 figures. Have you got them there?
55 balls with his 9th 4.
Thank you. Well,
So in, what, about 5 deliveries, they've created all sorts of things to write down. This time, Godalming gets a thick inside, well, what a fine inside edge, actually, down towards fine leg and picks up a single. 110 without loss. Godalming's 50, the 100 came up, and then Haider Ali with his half century as well. Something to tell everybody at 3:30.
Yes.
Just saying.
Loads of time. Got 4 minutes.
Oh, he's got blasé on us.
4 minutes.
The drinking alcohol in the studio, which is never advisable in my my opinion. So 10 off the over already. 1 ball left. Waits in again and balls to Haider Ali. Balls so wide of the off stump that Haider Ali would have done well to have reached it. And it goes through to the keeper. Not as blasé as we thought. Chris Williams, who's now decided to go with still 4 minutes showing on the clock to his update at 3:30. And here is the applause for Haider Ali's half century. Well done, Haider. Somebody shouts as though he knew him. I'm not entirely certain they did know him. Exactly 5 runs and over then. 22 overs gone. 110 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 42. The first century stand of the season for these opening pair. Did we have a century stand in the Derby? We must have done. No, we had a 77 between Madsen and Godalming. 51 between Deploy and Madsen. And we had 59 between Chappell and Aitchison. New over from Josh Tongue from the City end. First delivery is pushed out into the offside by Billy Godalming. And there is no run. So a pretty good start from these two. 135 deliveries they've faced between them now for that 110 runs. Godalming, you'd have heard him tap his bat. There he goes again, and now he taps it 2 or 3 times gently and then turns it into the leg side. They'll go through for a single. Matthew Waite comes in off the fine leg boundary to do the fielding. And Godalming moves to 56, 111 without loss. How about that? And Nigel's in the studio as well. I'm absolutely parched. What are they talking about? 111 without loss. They're talking about pale ale at the moment. As in comes Tog again. Short delivery. Haider Ali bails out of the pull shot. Ball making its way back to Josh Tongue. In comes Tongue again and bowls, and Haider Ali pushes this one out into the offside. Two terrific photographs there. Thank you, Sammy. He says, are we going to see a result in this match? Possibly. Update coming up. Well, I'm parched here. If you could just send a couple of bottles over, that would be very, very nice indeed. Derbyshire 111 without loss in their second innings. First century stand between the two openers, Billy Godalming and Haider Ali. the new overseas for Derbyshire this season. Godalming got to his half-century first off 55 balls with his 9th 4, and Haider Ali followed him soon after. 75 balls he'd faced, 6 4s and a 6, an enormous 6 out towards the old scoreboard. Derbyshire had trailed on first innings by 152, but they've whittled most of that away, these two, and Ali's just gone again. Haider out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Looks as though it's going to get there, is it? No, it's just hauled in short. They'll come back for 3. Derbyshire 114 without loss. Haider Ali 53, Billy Godalming 56. They trail by 38. It was an interesting shot by Haider Ali. It was uppish. And at the end of the over, 114 without loss. The deficit now just 38. And these two just going along their merry old way. Not quite matching each other stride for stride. Billy Godalming is 1 ball shy of his first innings number of balls faced. He's got 56. Haider Ali, with his first half-century in Derbyshire colours, of course, on 53. And they will be more than happy with the way things have gone so far. Not really looked in a huge amount of trouble, I think it's fair to say.
Well, I don't think any trouble whatsoever. Looked very comfortable.
Long Eaton United are losing, my favourite non-league team from these parts, losing 1-0 at North Shields.
Matthew Waite to continue. Also medium pacer that just drifts by the off stump. No problem for Haider Ali there. Going through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Still persevering with 2 slips. Huge area for Haider Ali to push the ball into on the leg side. Massive area. Anything on the leg side is going to be a single.
Yeah.
Although, having said that, just Azhar Ali's come across to mid-on. Waite bowls. And check drive to short extra, Adam Hose. Put a little bit more into that. Just jerked his head back as he played that shot. Haider Ali. On the leg side, we've got mid-off. Short extra, cover, backward point, 2 slips. There's no third man, got a fine leg, deep square leg, Joe Leach. A long conversation over there in this afternoon session with Alan Richardson, who's still out there. But Leach will come into play here, coming off the boundary, and they'll get 2 there. They knew, judged it, well judged runs. Had to scramble a bit at the end, Haider Ali, but they could
Dress
tell
himself again.
Leach wasn't going to be the quickest getting onto that, and came through for 2. So another hold up in play while he readjusts himself. Bit of tucking in to do.
Leicestershire have been bowled out for 415. It means they trailed Yorkshire by just 102 on first innings. That is a magnificent effort by Leicestershire. Chris Wright ending up 66 not out. So good effort by those Foxes, who Derbyshire will be playing next week.
Still we wait for Haider Ali to sort himself out, just putting his gloves on now.
He got the full T20 dive out there, didn't he?
He did. Wolves are beating Chelsea.
Poor old Franco.
Yeah. As Waite finally bowls. This is in the air, but drops short of... Let's see who it is down there.
Libby.
Libby, it is, yes, a backward point. It's spooned up off a thick outside edge to backward point. I'm not sure if he might have been just a little bit slow getting to it.
Just to his right, I think,
Yeah.
as well, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Whether he was, I mean, such has been this innings so far that probably none of the fielders were expecting it to go to hand, and might have been taken by surprise. But
It's not the greatest sight ground or seeing ground, especially if you're on the side that Libby was, because you're looking straight into the hedge, and it's all quite dark over there to our right.
the rarity of a false shot No such repeat from Godalming there, driving nicely to D'Oliveira.
Tea at 4 o'clock, of course, today. Forgotten about that because I was waiting for the 32 overs to come around thinking 14 overs, it's going to be a long time since we stand up from this chair, but there'll probably be around 38 overs to be played this evening.
Godalming waits again, short of a length and driven into the offside where Hose fields. I don't think D'Oliveira's had those trousers clean from the first day, has he?
No, I don't think so.
Left-hand side of them are filthy. 117 without loss at the end of the over. 24 completed now. Godalming 55, Hyder Ali 56. Bowling figures: Waite 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. Gibbon 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. Tongue 8 overs for 49. Leach 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29.
Hyder and Billy Godalming just having a drink. I think that's Archie Harrison, but I stand to be corrected. It certainly isn't Mitch Wagstaff. And Hyder is giving him some fairly lengthy discussions about what he wants bringing from the changing room next time he comes on. Gives him a pat on the back. Joe Leach is coming back. Thumbs up from Hyder to Godalming.
Do you know, these little delays are annoying, aren't they? It's not a hot day out there. They've had a drink. Now they're chatting. I'm all sides to do this. I'm not picking on
Having
Derbyshire.
said that, Worcestershire is still bringing a helmet out, so
It's
there's no real rush for them
It's just ridiculous.
to get sorted, is there?
No.
Their 12th man, who I assume is Dylan Pennington, trots off. They can't really start until he's left the field anyway. He's moving slightly quicker than I could, but not particularly quickly.
What do we... I mean, now, Leach...
And there's going to be a huge discussion anyways.
Discussing with D'Oliveira and Hose for some reason.
Yeah. I know. Chris is infuriated. There's some exasperation going on next to me here. Perhaps it's just as well for your blood pressure that you're not here tomorrow.
It'll be worse when I'm stuffing that chocolate down me tomorrow.
That won't do you any good, will it? Think of the exercise you're missing out on going from this room to that room.
Well, at least I won't be having another ostrich egg sandwich tonight like I had last night. Little trip to the co-op and the bus station again. Stocked up. Maltesers, Twix, crisps and an ostrich egg sandwich.
Balanced diet.
Yeah. Leach starts you over outside off stump. And well, that must have been very close to off stump, looking at wicketkeeper and Joe Leach there. No shot played at by Hyder Ali, so he knew where his off stump was. Or is. Yeah, it wasn't good. If there'd been a camera on me, just lying on a double bed,
covered in chocolate,
crisps, Twix, Maltesers.
I'm getting very much an Alan Partridge vibe here.
Leach bowls and is driven out to deep cover. Some work here for Hose, who gets onto it quickly. Good throw in to Roderick, restricts them to 1. Yeah, walking heart attack I am today. Especially when you stock up on the all-you-can-eat breakfast.
Yeah, I do enjoy one of those, though. I've got the joy of that next week in Leicester. But looking forward to it since the hotel was booked.
The stuff you eat that we'd never eat at home.
Well, no, I would, though. That is a slight problem. Went somewhere near Burton with Twiggy the other week for an all-you-can-eat breakfast. My word.
Leach comes round the wicket to Godalming. Plays it late, down towards third man. There's a chase there for Libby, is it? Away from my view. Just not going to get up from the chair now to try and bend my neck and get round the corner. But yes, it was Libby. Through for 2 more. After that dies of the last 24 hours, I can't get up anyway. Leach bowls and attempted cut by Godalming. Didn't get anything on it. Taken by Roderick. With a die like that, I'm just the kind of person they find dead on a bed, aren't they, in a hotel?
Found by the cleaner.
Yeah. Pair of shorts.
Oh, no.
Telly on.
It's getting worse. Watching Naked and Afraid.
Leach on leg stump. Easy pickings there for Godalming. Just helps on its way down to fine leg, where Waite does the fielding. I think if there's only a few people listening now that won't be having a tea, having heard that description. 121 without loss, 31 behind.
I'm not as hungry as I was a few minutes ago.
I think there'll be a missing persons alert out tonight when I don't turn up at the go-up. Next delivery is made defensively off the front foot up to mid-on, and there's no run, end of the over, 121 without loss.
Hope somebody's looking after Mark Watt in the changing room. Hearts are playing today. His team 0-0 with St Mirren, Paisley's finest. He's just put some lotion on his hands as Haider Ali was brought out by the 12th man. That's what he was clearly asking for.
Make it sticky inside those gloves now, won't it?
Going to see Brett D'Oliveira for the first time in the second innings. We didn't see much of him first time around. So the first sign of spin. How many overs did he bowl in the first innings? 5?
Four overs for 20, off the top of my head.
So he didn't fare any. Well, the sun's shining in my eyes now. Didn't fare any better necessarily than the seam bowlers, but I'd be hoping perhaps he can winkle one of these two out. 121. Best stand of the match.
He'll be thrown out of the captain's union, won't he? It's not 1 over before tea.
Yes, he's mistimed it, hasn't he, by about 10 minutes. Billy Godalming on strike, and here is Brett D'Oliveira, skipper to former skipper, and Godalming is beaten outside the off stump. There was a puff of dust, but I think it was more from Billy Godalming's feet as he shuffled across in front of his stumps than from the ball.
Neil Bainton, he was shaping to come and put the bails back on, but he had no intention.
No, Gareth Roderick said that. Neil, save yourself. Need all your energy for tea. It's the fine adjustment of the man at backward point. I think his hose. As D'Oliveira bowls to Godalming, and he cuts it in between. Didn't hose, it's Josh Tong, I beg his pardon, and Joe Leach. Leach eventually gets to the ball, picks up. They're going to come back for the third, and they're going to get there as well. The throw is a little bit shy of the stumps. And 3 more to Godalming. He moves on to 62 now from 67. 124 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 28.
Should be a fine for Josh Tong tonight, being out sprinted by Joe Leach.
He stayed out there now, Josh Tong. Yeah. Actually, he stayed out there, but of course, whereas he was backward point, he's now on the square leg boundary. For the right-handed Haider Ali, who's 5 runs behind Billy Godalming on 57. As in comes D'Oliveira, and he just tucks it into the leg side. If anybody in this Derbyshire side should be able to play spin well, you'd expect it to be Haider Ali. And he just picks up another single to move to 58, 125 without loss. Again, some fine adjustments to where Josh Tong should be standing. What will Billy Godalming do with this one? He'll go back into his crease and fiddle it into the offside. Tong comes from backward point to field it. And there is no run once again. Bournemouth winning at Leicester. Blimey. Stick with Leicestershire, everybody out there. Next delivery is pushed by Godalming. Very gently up towards long off. Jake Libby comes in off the boundary down below us to do the fielding, but Godalming picks up a single. Moves to 63, 126 without loss. The deficit 26 now. Can they wipe it off before tea? Well, they're picking up singles fairly comfortably here off Brett D'Oliveira. They pick up another one. 6 runs from the over. Haider Ali keeps the strike as well, moves on to 59, 127 on the board for Derbyshire. Billy Godleman has 63. I think Leicester are going down, you know.
Yeah, they're in that. There always seems to be one side that just drops like a stone. And I remember they won at Villa, didn't they, after the World Cup? Good win there, and then pretty well ever since they've just been on the downward spiral as Leach starts new over, and it's edged past the slip, who was at Pollock for the first time called into the action. The ball went over his head. He did. I think it was a half-hearted dive because he knew the ball was going over quickly over him, but that was a false shot from Haider Ali there, and the first time we've seen a genuine edge.
In the match.
It is, yeah.
Near enough. Feels like it, certainly.
Yeah, it flew that one, didn't it? Down to third man for 4. Some encouragement, but that deficit now down to just 21. Leach gets the inside edge of Haider Ali there. Ball well wide of the leg stump, but again a false shot.
He's riding his luck a bit, isn't he?
He is. I don't think anyone in this ground thought they'd clear the deficit by tee.
Well, nobody in this box did, certainly. I'm not sure anybody in the box next door. The thought was that they might be just marginally in front by the close if they could bat that long. Old habits die hard.
So ball that whistles past the outside edge, and with Roderick standing up, do no more than just parry the ball away there, but no run. Pollock deep at first slip, but very fine. So you do wonder how much his view's obscured.
Yeah.
If the ball comes, if he edges from in front of the stumps, he's going to do very well to see the ball come his way. Leach bowls outside off stump, played defensively into the offside. Libby fields, and there's no run. 1-3-1 without loss.
Yes, I imagine it would be quite tricky, wouldn't it? Because he is so straight.
Brentford leading Newcastle.
Good side, though, on the Brentford.
Yep.
Good to watch. Really good to watch.
Villa and Nottingham Forest 0-0. Leach drives and is played defensively to Libby in the offside, no run.
We don't normally mention Notts Forest on radio, do we?
Well, I'm a Villa supporter, so after a couple of good wins, they're bound to come off the rails today against Forest.
They're flying under Unai.
They were.
Aren't they?
Well, they're getting good results under.
Oh, okay.
I have to say, he's done a really good job, but it's a difficult watch because they play this kind of slow, playing from the back.
Well, I'll ask you a question in a minute then.
As Leach bowls again, driven for a single, down to Hose at deep cover. Ask away at the end of the over, 132 without loss.
When you go to watch your football team, if you support a team, and you clearly do, what do you go to watch them for? Do you go to watch them win, or do you go to watch them play good football and lose?
I went against Leeds, and they won, but you were living off your nerves. It was one where they scored early, and then just sat back, and it is a long watch. You go to see them win, but it was a hard watch, I have to say. But I think since then they've been a little bit more expansive.
Oliveira from the racecourse sent balls to Haider Ali, who gets a full toss and just bunts it up towards long on for a single. He moves to 65, 133 without loss, deficit 19.
It's a good question because I was a season ticket holder for many years, and they went through a spell when McLeish was there, or post Martin O'Neill. After this ball,
which is going to be bowled by Brett Oliveira to Billy Godleman, and he just steps back into the leg side and guides it out towards the cover boundary for another single. He's 64 now, 134 without loss.
Cliche and Houllier, those times a year. And you were driving up the motorway for a game thinking, are they going to score today, let alone win? Are they going to? It was really hard.
Oliveira bowls to Haider Ali. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. And Brett Oliveira gets the breakthrough that Worcestershire have been looking for. Haider Ali goes for 65. He'd faced at 97 deliveries. He's been trapped leg before wicket. 7 fours and a 6 in his innings. And Worcestershire have their first Derbyshire wicket. And they still have a lead, albeit only 18 runs. Big wicket there. 134 for 1, Derbyshire.
Very confident appeal, wasn't it, from Brett Oliveira. Good innings from Haider Ali. Couldn't see it through to tee, but just what Worcestershire were looking for. Broken this first opening partnership of 134, made in 27.5 overs. The good work done by those two, having all but wiped out that first innings lead Worcestershire had of 152.
Yeah, Brooke Guest comes out to join Billy Godalming in the middle. And last year, when Billy Godalming was opening with Shan Masood, Brooke Guest was halfway through the season, I think, before he actually batted with Billy. Billy Godalming almost all the time was the first man out. He couldn't buy a run to start with. Well, he's got 70 and 64 in this match. 70 and 64 not out in this match. And he's just passing on a bit of knowledge from the middle to Brooke Guest. With 9 minutes to go until the tea interval. These two will want to be there so that they can do some damage post-tea. But Brett Oliveira's done the early damage, or done the damage, not massively early. In his second over, 9 balls, 1 for 8 to the Worcestershire skipper. So how will Brooke Guest respond? Had a failure in the first innings, made just 4 from 8 deliveries. Didn't have too many failures over the course of last season. Didn't finish too far shy of 1,000 runs. Batting at 3 and keeping wicket was a magnificent effort. Allowing Wayne Madsen to drop down to 4, Lewis Deploy to 5. And this season, Matt Lamb to bat at 7. Guest is ready. Field looks like it's closing in on him. And the first delivery is driven out into the offside, where it's fielded by the man normally at second slip, Jack Haynes.
Being told you said, one of us said Notts Forest,
Yeah,
Nottingham Forest.
No, I did it on purpose. This one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Yeah, that's what we don't talk. We don't really talk about Notts Forest on Radio Derby.
Other than to wind people up by saying Notts. One of my pet hates is Worcestershire being called Worcester.
Yeah, Derbyshire being called Derby. This next one is defended by Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over, which means that scoreboard away to our right-hand side, that only the bottom half of which is working, will be very irritating, because there's no E on the end of Derbyshire because there isn't enough space, and Worcestershire are just abbreviated to Worcester. Yeah, so it's the big rivalry with Derby's Nottingham. Derby County Notts Forest games, which aren't taking place this year, of course, because one of them's in the Premier League and the other one isn't. They'll be back soon.
Big game Monday, is it? Wrexham, Notts County.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. 2 teams in Notts. Forest and County.
Leach.
No more text, please, because it won't stop me saying it.
Leach round the wicket. Oh, ball that kept a little bit low there to Godalming. Dug it out comfortably enough to Libya in the offside. No run.
I didn't know until last season that Northamptonshire don't like being called Northants.
They're not.
No. No.
Sun shining brightly as Leach. Sun shining off his head. Ball's on leg stump, and this is easily helped on its way down to Waite by Godalming, which brings Guest onto strike. Still got left-right combination. Right-handed. Brooke Guest. He's doing a bit of gardening. Godman coming down pitch to have a word with him. Nice big stripe on the back of that bat from Guest. Again, looks like one that's not been long out of the wrapper. He gets in line, shows the face to Joe Leach. And no run. Can't see what mate that is.
Hereford and Worcester, HW. Don't know what that is. I think that's what it is anyway.
So many different bats on the market these days, not like there was about 4, I think, when I was younger. There was a Fernley, a Gunn and Moore, or Surridge.
Billy's has got a big K on it.
This is bowled him. Played defensively, and the ball might have just nipped away, and it's taken the off stump, and Guest has gone for naught, and 2 quick wickets have brought Worcestershire, well, they're not back into the game because they still had the upper hand with the first innings lead, but Guest has come and gone very quickly, and Leach has taken the wicket. He's got 1 for 39. Guest gotten for naught. It's 135 for 2, still trailing by 17.
Successive failures for Brooke Guest in the opening game of the season. Just a push forward, really, a defensive push forward, and the ball cannoning into his stumps. A double breakthrough on the brink of tea, just 4 minutes to go until the tea interval, which will bring Wayne Madsen out to bat, who batted very nicely indeed in the... I assume it'll bring Wayne Madsen out to bat. Batted very nicely indeed in the first innings. Well, he's got some work to do here now. Madsen made 87 first time round. Comes out to join Billy Godleman, with whom he added 77 for the third wicket in the first innings, and something similar is probably going to be required here for these two. Poor old Brooke Guest. You wait all season, although in fairness he's been playing in Australia for most of the winter in Perth. Billy Godleman's taking one of his shoes off at the moment. I think he's making sure that this is the last over before tea, because I can't quite understand why he's taking his shoe off.
Just another
see if I can see. He's putting it back on now, but his pad's off, so that'll be a slight delay as well. It's Mitch Wagstaff who's out there with him. He's got a towel and some gloves, a drink, and he's just picked Billy Godleman's bat. Oh no, he's not. He's put his bat on the floor, so Billy Godleman gets his pad back on. Wayne Madsen gives him a punch of the gloves. They have a chat. These two have batted a lot together over the years. Good friends as well. And Paul Baldwin is taking a fairly dim view of it all, but Billy Godleman is ready, just about.
Got a silly mid-on for Madsen. Azhar Ali standing with his left foot right on the strip. On the edge of the pitch.
Just keep still there, wouldn't he?
He will. We might have to move quickly as well.
Yes.
So Joe Leach, it was some time ago, then he was standing in front of us where he said boom, boom, too quick.
Yeah.
They've done that, but it's about 60 runs ago, I think. As next delivery, sees Madsen played to Azhar Ali.
Yes, he did. He said boom, bang, bang,
Bang,
two,
bang, yeah.
bang, 70 behind.
Yeah. Well, it's actually 17, so it wasn't...
Yeah, that's probably what he meant, I imagine.
I'll have to zoom after this delivery.
Yeah, good shout.
Madsen, right-handed, waits and gets rushed a little bit there by the ball from Leach, but saw it through safely. End of the over, 135 for 2.
Looks like we are going to have one more over before tea. And Brett D'Oliveira, there's been 2 wickets for the addition of just 1 run in the last 10 deliveries. Hello, Sam. Yeah, we're in the last over before tea here, and this game's taken quite a turn in the last 5 minutes or so as Derbyshire have lost 2 quick wickets. They're 135 for 2 now in their second innings. They still trail Worcestershire by 17. Haider Ali, the first to go, leg before wicket to Brett D'Oliveira. And his spin, he's currently bowling to Billy Godleman. Haider Ali made 65, and then a few balls later, Brooke Guest bowled by Joe Leach for naught. He made just 4 in the first innings. Guest, and he's gone for a duck in the second. Billy Godleman's been joined in the middle by Wayne Madsen for the last over before tea. Godleman's on 65, Madsen yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire in their second innings 135 for 2, trailing by 17. In goes D'Oliveira again and bowls, and that one's defended by Godleman. 3 balls to go until tea, or is it 2? It's 2. They'll take a maiden over here, Derbyshire, as long as it's not a wicket maiden. D'Oliveira around the wicket in arm bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Godleman for a single. He moves to 66. Derbyshire to 136 for 2. So the final ball before the tea interval. Those 2 wickets Worcestershire have taken in the last 5 minutes or so. Just changing the complexion of this game a little. Wayne Madsen to face his 3rd delivery of the innings. Possibly the last before the tea interval. Flexes his knees and he goes forward. Defends a full delivery from Brett D'Oliveira. And that will be tea with Derbyshire on 136 for 2. They still trail by 16. They did trail by 152 at the start of the session though. A 50 for Haider Ali, who made 65. A half century for Billy Godleman, who's 66, not out. Brooke Guest out for a duck. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. 1 for 39, Joe Leach. 1 for 9 from 3 overs, Brett D'Oliveira. They're the successful bowlers. Josh Tong's 8 overs have cost him 49. Ben Gibbons' 4 overs have cost 17. And Matthew Waite's 5 overs have cost 21. The players will return in 20 minutes' time for the evening session, which will be 40 overs long. There will be 40 overs to be bowled from 4:20. So a fairly lengthy final session. The applause for Billy Godleman as he leaves the field unbeaten on 66. Derbyshire 136 for 2, trailing by 16. And we'll be back in 15 minutes or so. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. And we're back. Welcome to the final session of day 3 of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire at the Incora County Ground, where the game took a bit of a twist in the 5 or so minutes before tea, when Worcestershire picked up 2 quick wickets, those of Haider Ali and Brooke Guest, for 65 and 0 respectively. And Derbyshire will begin the final session on 136 for 2. 16 runs behind. Billy Godalming on 66 off 77 deliveries. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 3. Big session, a big third session. You get a big first hour, but this is a big third session. Don't forget the Who on the 14th of July as well. I've just been reminded by this very large screen to my right. Looking forward to it. And it'll be Joe Leach to resume after the interval.
Yeah, big partnership this, isn't it?
Yes.
Experienced players.
Huge.
Scored well in the first innings.
This is the 5th hour now. But it was a huge first hour. Now we're on to a huge 5th hour. We will get to the 7th hour because there are 40 overs to be bowled.
And Joe Leach to open up after tea, bowling to the left-handed Godalming. And immediately the Worcestershire fielders are on their toes and vocal as Godalming just pushes out. Got a little bit rushed onto that one, I think. Pushing out into the offside. Fielded there by Jack Haynes. I had to look at my notes there because it's come out from the slips and into the covers. Taken a little bit by surprise. Leach round the wicket. Godalming plays just off the pitch on the offside, and Haynes comes in quickly to field. Again, no run. 136 for 2. They've commenced after tea. Godalming's on 66. Madsen faced just 3 deliveries, looking for his first run. A little bit of a concern this morning. He might have injured a hand when he took a catch, but came back on as Godalming pulls away.
Yeah, it's well built.
With Leach almost up to the stumps.
I think it's the... no, I thought it was the...
He was moving.
No. I thought it was one of the stewards who's there, but it can't be because he's a long way away.
In comes Leach again after that false start. Drags this one down a little bit, but Godalming going to just play defensively off the front foot into the offside, and Haynes for the 3rd time in the over does the fielding. Bowls it on to his skipper, Brett D'Oliveira, with that long sleeveless sweater on. Going way past his backside. Leach, full length, driven back to him by Godalming. Comfortably enough. Put him under any undue pressure there. Leach 1 for 39. He's in his 11th over.
Dante's Ghost is asking why is Brooke batting at 3 and why is Lamb batting at 7. Brooke Guest is batting at 3 because he's a number 3 batsman who made nearly 1,000 runs last season. And Lamb is batting at 7 because he's a middle order batsman.
Next delivery is driven straight to Haynes in the covers though, and there's no run.
That would be my guess anyway. I'm not privy to the discussions as to who bats where.
I think it's hard for a wicket-keeper though that's been out there for a long time to then bat at 3. But
I
although
do.
he did have a decent break, didn't he, in terms of the big first.
But he'd have been padded up the entire time,
yeah.
wouldn't he? But I do think it's hard, but he enjoys it and batted at 3 the entirety of last season.
Leach bowls on off stump and driven back up the pitch by Godalming, and there's no run. End of the over, 136 for 2. Godalming remains on 66. Madsen yet to score, and Derbyshire continue to trail by 16 because that was a maiden over for Joe Leach, 1 for 39 in 11.
Yeah, good start to the evening session from Joe Leach. Nice and tight. I see Matthew Waite pick up the attack from the racecourse end. We're going to see a couple of players go for a walk, so that's showing confidence. I know they're very much lower order batsmen. It looks like Sam Connors, Ben Aitchison and Zach Chappell, who are going for a wander around the boundary's edge, perhaps even a lie down on the grass, because Ben Aitchison just picked up one of the mats that they do their exercises on. Here goes Matthew Waite, then in to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, Matthew Waite took the wicket of Madsen in the first innings, LBW. I noticed with Brooke Guest, he went in the same manner both innings, didn't he? Bowled by Leach.
We should just add the addendum that he dismissed Wayne Madsen eventually.
Yeah.
He waits now, Madsen, as Waite bowls to him, and Madsen pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. Blue car leaves the car park.
Newcastle 3-1 up at Brentford now.
Good side, Newcastle. Having said how good Brentford were, I think I'll switch allegiances to Newcastle. I've got absolutely no allegiances in the Premier League and never will. I can confidently predict. If I do, it will be very much against the odds. No runs since tea, 136 for 2. Waite is in and bowls to Madsen, who gets a thick edge down towards third man. Libby gives chase, and Libby will haul it in before it gets to the boundary rope. He pushes it back for Jack Haynes, and the batsmen get back for 3 as Haynes throw into the wicketkeeper Roderick. Eventually lands in his gloves, and we are underway from a Derbyshire perspective after 2. Wayne Madsen off the mark. Derbyshire 139 for 2, trail by 13.
Both captains loath to use third man.
Yeah, I think it's a modern thing, isn't it?
So many runs have gone down.
Why waste a fielder at third man when you can have someone standing doing nothing somewhere else?
Well, I bet today 30, 40 runs.
Well, plenty. Just guided down as well. Most of them. I mean, that one was a bit of an edge, but a lot of them have been guided. Still to come batting wise. Lears to ploy Matt Lamb on his dull, and Zach Chappell. Ben Aitchison did well in the first innings as well, so plenty of batting. This game could still be set for a decent finish. And in goes Matthew Waite again, bowling to Billy Godwin, who turns this one into the leg side, straight to the man at mid-wicket, who I think is Haynes. No, it's not. It's Gibbon. Oh, they've got 2 slips, so Haynes is back in the slip code. Apologies. Should be asked to take their caps off when I can't see their shirts. Stanley is on. He's wearing number 38 right in front of us. Waite goes in and bowls to Godwin, who pushes it up to the aforementioned Stanley. Who's not out there then? Azhar Ali, I fancy. I could be wrong. I can't see Azhar. After a quick glance around the field, he's conspicuous by his absence, I think. 40 overs in the evening session, so 38 overs and 1 ball remain as Waite is about to bowl his final ball of his first over post tea, and he bowls it to Billy Godwin. It's down the leg side and eased away for 4 down a fine leg, and 4 leg byes. Billy Godwin can't believe it's been given as byes. Gives Paul Baldwin a real look. 4 more to the total. 143 for 2. Derbyshire trail by 9. Update for Radio Derby on the way shortly. Azhar's on. Stanley's gone. Apologies for not knowing Stanley's first name. If I can find it quickly. In comes Joe Leach from the City end, bowls to Wayne Madsen and beats him outside the off stump. Mitch Stanley, or Mitchell to give him his full name. Academy product at New Road. There's nothing I can't find out. Oh, rather pathetically, the winning runs at Hampshire came from the bowling of Tom Moores, with Stephen Mullaney keeping wicket. Nottinghamshire have lost at Southampton. Next delivery from Leach is driven, not timed, to go through for a single. Just the early stages of the evening session here. Sam, Derbyshire have moved on to 144 for 2. They're now trailed by just 8 runs, but they start having to rebuild slightly after losing those 2 quick wickets just before the tea until Haider Ali for 65 and Brooke Guest without scoring. Billy Godleman's still out there, the former skipper. He's got 66, having scored 70 in the first innings. A bit of a renaissance for Billy Godleman, who was sadly out of form last season. He picks up more runs here with a really delicate shot down towards the backward point boundary. I think he'll just get a couple, although they're thinking about 3. No, he's just going to get 2. He's on 68 from 87 balls. Wayne Madsen is with him. He's off the mark. He's got 4 from 8. And Derbyshire 146 for 2 in their second innings, trailing now by just 6. It was a nice shot, that, from Billy Godleman. In comes Joe Leach to bowl to Godleman again, and Godleman just pushes this out into the offside. Fielded there by Haynes, who is no longer in the slip cordon. Just the one slip now, it's Ed Pollock. Erling Haaland returns from Manchester City this evening. Going to watch that with the sound down and listen to us. Why you'd want to do that, I've no idea. Yeah, Nottinghamshire losing their season opener as Godleman pushes this next one out into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, you've got to really work hard to find results on this particular website. Nottinghamshire have lost by 8 wickets, having Hampshire 132 for 2 in their second innings. Here, Derbyshire 146 for 2 in their second innings, trailing by 6 as Godleman leaves this one alone outside the off stump from Leach. And how about this? Yorkshire 35 for 3 in their second innings against Leicestershire. Yorkshire lead by 137. Sussex have bowled Durham out for 189 in their second innings. They need another 201 as things stand. They're 30 for 1 in their second innings. Essex second innings ends at 211. They lead. Middlesex will need 308 to win that one. Gloucestershire 282 for 2 in their second innings, leading Glamorgan by 43 runs now. As Matthew Waite begins a new over from the racecourse end. Bowls to Wayne Madsen, who pushes it up to Joe Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. Surrey 191 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 342. And Northamptonshire in their second innings are 256 for 7. That's a lead of 151 over Kent at Canterbury. You're listening to BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester live from the Incora County Ground. Chris Williams and Dave Fletcher bringing you this match as the next delivery from Waite is outside the off stump and left alone by Madsen. Every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website and app, of course. Worcestershire away next week at Durham. Derbyshire away to Leicestershire before having a week off. Then they're away to Durham and at home to Leicestershire and home to Gloucestershire from memory in their opening 5 matches. Madsen waits as this next delivery from Waite is again well wide of the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. Disappointing couple of deliveries from Matthew Waite, who is walking as stiff as he has done throughout the game, but he does look a little stiff anyway. I'm a little stiff from badminton. I don't care where you're from. The old chew on his jug. I hope it was two Ronnies. Here goes Matthew Waite again in balls, and that one is guided by Madsen out into the offside. Brett Oliveira does the fielding. He didn't get any of that, really. Madsen looks at the toe of his bat.
I was just thinking, as I was watching that last over, I think it was Tongue, or it might have been Gibbon racing around the boundary. How, and it's always been the case that you get your fast bowlers doing the bulk of the work out there. They're the ones doing all the chasing. I was looking at Jack Haynes, the youngest, who hardly has to move while they're fielding.
Madsen drives straight to Azhar Ali at mid-off.
And they go in at slip. And if you're in the slip, then you normally go close to the wicket if you're not there. And the big old fast bowlers are doing all the running around the boundary.
Van Aitchison's got it sorted, you see.
He has, yeah. He's a rarity, though, him and
Yeah.
probably Jimmy Anderson.
Never far from the pitch. The big one. His Waite. On his way in again, bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone outside the off-stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. It's a maiden from Matthew Waite, not a particularly threatening one, no. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 24. His figures 146 for 2, Derbyshire. Godwin 68, Madsen 4. They trail by 6.
That sun's coming round now, isn't it? It's that time in the evening. The grime on the windows will be highlighted.
It's just past me now, which
Is
is
it?
ideal.
I had a look at myself yesterday. I looked like a space hopper at the end of the evening. That was just eating the chocolate on the bed. So, Leach to continue. Bowling his 13th over. He's done the bulk of the work in this second innings. Bowling to Godalman. Picks up a comfortable single through point. Libby moving from backward point to do the fielding. One more to the total. Deficit just 5 now. Field changes, still got the left-right combination. And Paul Baldwin, like a gazelle going across from one side to the other compared to his colleague. 2 slips in. Pollock at first, Haynes at second. Leach bowls to Madsen, who edges down to the vacant third man area and picks up another boundary. Scores are level.
Batted Wayne.
So,
Nearly level.
oh yeah, trail by 1. My maths good. It's again more runs down to third man. It's very strange that look around, you couldn't take somebody out and go down there.
Of course you could.
Sorry?
Of course you could. You don't need 2 slips.
No.
I'm not sure, like you said earlier, that you even need 1, really, but you certainly don't need 2.
No. I'll maybe proved wrong here, but I can't see anything going to first slip as next delivery is driven to silly mid-wicket, or short mid-wicket, I should say. I can't see anything going that fine to Pollock as he is at first slip. If it goes that fine, surely with the wicketkeeper standing up, it's got to go to him.
Well,
He's standing outside off stump.
for it to get to Pollock, it has to go through the keeper,
Yeah.
physically through him, and that probably isn't going to happen.
Delivery driven, thick outside edge to the backward point. I can see the point of having Haynes where he's standing at
Yeah.
second slip.
So put Haynes down at third man if Pollock refuses to leave the slips and move him across.
Exactly. Because so many runs have gone down there. Yes.
Your third Newcastle goal was disallowed, incidentally.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
There was another one at Tottenham because they was showing them being 2-1 down at one stage, and then it's gone back to 1-1. Leach bowls. That's a nice stride forward. Total control driving it back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Can't rely on anything these days.
Backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Short, mid-on.
Did you say Villa were 2 up as well?
No, they were
Oh,
one
they're
up last time.
They are still 1 up.
Yeah.
If not,
Traore.
if Notts Forest could equalise, Everton would drop into the bottom 4, so that'd be exciting.
Next delivery. Hurries Madsen a little bit, but manages to get it out comfortably enough onto the leg side where Gibbon fields, and there's no run end of the over. Derbyshire trail by just 1 now, 151 for 2, so that 150 came up in the 35th over.
Still going at a good lick, over 4 runs and over. 35 left in the day.
Yeah, it's going to be 7 o'clock again, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. We're going to have a chat with Zach Chappell. I don't know if he knows yet. I thought we were speaking to Sam Connors last night. We ended up speaking to Matt Lamb, who was good value.
I think we're waiting to see who it is that takes the 5-wicket haul for Worcestershire before we decide.
Waite in and bowls to Godalman, who has a bit of a yahoo at that one outside the off stump, and it goes straight to Adam Hose. Wise, I think, wise.
So what match that's going to be?
I was going to ask you if you were going to speak to anybody tonight as well.
I think Brett's the man. Plenty to talk to him about, including being run out. I'll put him on the back foot from the word go.
Yeah.
First question, how did you feel? Do a Kilroy on him. How do you feel?
I think Zach Chappell is a good choice with his 5 on debut. Next delivery from Waite is driven by Godalman. It's outside the off stump, it's wide, it's a half volley, and it's driven. And Godalman moves into the 70s. It's his new high score of the season. 73 to Godalman. Derbyshire 155 for 2, and they are now in the lead. They lead by 3. This is where the number of the deficit, which is going down slowish but quite quickly as far as Derbyshire were concerned, can really start to accelerate, as it did this morning when Worcestershire went into the lead by an enormous amount. They started the day leading by 10. By the end of it, they were 152 in front by lunch, so they put on 142 runs in the morning session, a slightly extended one, probably 2 hours and 20 in the end. Matthew Waite getting that unbeaten century, his first in first-class cricket. The 5 for 69 for Zach Chappell.
Lost the ball.
Yeah,
it's gone under plastic sheeting.
So I've got to keep talking here. And then Derbyshire's reply got up to a reasonably rapid start. 50 came up in the 8th over, 7 overs and 3 balls. The 100 came up in the 21st over, or after 21 overs. Half centuries for Billy Godwin. Have they got it yet?
No, you've never seen it. Just keep throwing her hands out. Needs my dog there. He'd have no sheets left, but he'd find the ball.
It's unbelievable.
He'd have ripped them to shreds by now.
They're going around going, I can't find it. And now Jake Libby's going to go underneath the covers. And now he's got back up again. He's not getting any help from... Well, he's got some help from Adam Hose, but the long and the short of it out there.
He thinks if he keeps stretching his arms out, the ball will appear.
No,
don't know, it's not here.
Brett D'Oliveira has gone to help.
Where's the ground staff?
Brett D'Oliveira's going, having a look under the covers. It's not under there.
There's no one giving it. There's nobody out there to give him a hand.
So 3 are looking.
This is like a club game. Now the more fielders are coming across. They're going to stick to beat the branches down in a minute.
Well, they're not, no stinging nettles there.
Yeah, that's it. That's where you get sticking it and just keep knocking them down.
Then you take them away and make soup.
Oh, do you know, I could see my dog on those now. God, it would. There'd be plastic going everywhere.
Ed Pollock, that's the furthest he's gone on the field. He's out there.
He's got nosebleed.
And he's found it. He's just walked in and found it.
Got it.
Yeah, it's here. What were you looking for?
He needs a compass to get back.
It was on top of the sheets that they were lifting up.
Oh, it's more time at the game.
Staggering incompetence. Not being able to find a ball.
Well, thanks to the ground staff anyway.
Well, they're on their break now, aren't they? They've been busy during tea.
Working to rule.
Yeah, busy during tea. A couple of fielders. One went off for a drink. Another one's leaning on the advertising boards at the far end.
mind you.
Matthew Waite seized up completely.
Well, Matthew Waite, I think, wants to phone the Samaritans because he's Azhar Ali talking to him for the last 5 minutes. Been telling him how to bowl.
The ball has been inspected by the umpire. And now it's going to make its way after Joe Leach has given it a bit of a dry and a polish.
Just more time with the sun shining on my head.
So we're ready again. Billy Godleman, 73 not out, 155 for 2, Derbyshire leading by 3. In goes Matthew Waite and bowls. That is driven out towards the extra cover boundary. Joe Leach is chasing. He's chasing, but he might as well give up because the ball's gone to the boundary. I think that's boundaries in successive balls, but the last one was so long ago, I can barely remember it. Godleman moves to 77, 159 for 2 now.
Harry Kane scored for Tottenham. They lead Brighton 2-1.
Good old Harry. Harry Kane was left out of the Derbyshire team. So Joe Leach is back in position at mid-off, having had that forlorn chase to the long-off boundary. Then goes Waite again and bowls to Godleman, who just pushes this into the offside. And there's no run. Leach gets there ahead of Hose. Picks the ball up.
All gone quiet again, hasn't it now?
Yes. Wickets, they haven't necessarily fallen in clumps, but they seem to have done. We've quite often had one following another quite quickly, as you often do in cricket. And then you get periods where the batsmen are on top. Godleman leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and then extravagant leave allows it to go through to the keeper. Azhar Ali doing some very fancy footwork moves.
Got a first slip and a fourth slip. It's just finer than gully would be. Big gap between. Coming round the wicket. Waite.
On top, he's found a cricket team to play for. As in goes Matthew Waite, bowls to. Well, he's included me in the tweet, so I'm going to name him and shame him. Defended by Billy Godleman, there's no room. He says, I'm hearing that Suffolk and Norfolk are combining talents in order to put a combined over 75-year-old side out, representative side to play an invitational over 75 team next week at Stowmarket Cricket Club. This is fantastic. I wish them all well. I've only got 16 years before I qualify. And then he's included all sorts of many of the commentators in it. So very amusing, Topley.
Joe Leach.
Probably get injured, won't he?
Joe Leach to continue. Bowling his 14th over, 1 for 47 till now. Bowling to Madsen. Wraps on the pad, that's going to be close. What?
I thought he'd given him
I
that.
thought he'd given him. What did he do there?
I don't know.
He certainly lifted his right hand, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, his right hand was definitely in the air. Perhaps his fingers stayed down. I don't really understand what Neil Bainton was doing there.
Oh. Well, he sold the dummy to me. It's a big appeal.
I think Jamie bought it in the box 2 down.
Good delivery that from Leach. Hurried him. And that one's whistled past the outside edge as well, just from within the crease. Just again came on a little bit quicker. Good take by Roderick standing up.
He's done well not to get an edge on that. Because that spat, didn't it?
Well, yeah, it did. And I think had he got an edge, then it probably would have flown over wicketkeeper and slips anyway. 2 good deliveries from Leach.
Ed Pollock would have sent Jack Haynes to get it, of course.
Yeah, the start of this over. That's a more confident shot from Madsen. Playing it into the offside. Hose coming across the field before it reached D'Oliveira at mid-off. Doing some stretching there. Is that Gibbon? Is it mid-on? No, Josh Tongue, I think it is.
Bring Josh back. 8 overs for 49.
You want the scoreboard ticking over?
Well,
Two slips still for Leach. Bowles gives a big grunt as he releases the ball, and the inside edge from Madsen drives the ball up to tongue at wideish mid-off.
Madsen giving the impression that kept low.
Good over this so far from Leach, which is, of course, means the next one will be a wide half volley. They'll be put away for 4. 3 saving 1 in the offside. 2 on the leg side. Well, it's another one that just fires through past the outside edge of Madsen. Taken well again by Roderick, who whipped the bails off very quickly. Haynes puts them back on. Or not. Umpire not happy with them. Now he is. Haynes jogs back.
Even Ed Pollock didn't go to help with that either, then, did he?
No.
I think he's taken root.
He's still recovering from going out to the covers to get the ball back. Leach, last ball of what's been good over and again. Ball whistles past the outside edge and taken by Roderick. I think that's probably the best over we've seen in this second innings from a Worcestershire bowler. Every ball was on the money there.
Might be the best over we've seen in the match.
Yeah. 159 for 2. Godleman 77, Madsen 8, lead by 7.
The impression that Wayne Madsen is trying to give, or is giving, is that the pitch is starting to do something again, which isn't necessarily a good idea when you lead 7 in the second innings.
I bet Brooke Guest thinks that. He thinks it's a minefield.
He's had a difficult game with the bat. Brooke Guest, he'll come back.
It's always difficult as a batter when that happens. Most people get in and get some kind of score, and you have to sit there with 2 low scores. And in that cricket, you have plenty of time to ponder it, don't you?
Josh Tong is returning. Placing Matthew Waite, 3 overs for 11 since T. Waite. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8 since T. Joe Leach. Josh Tong, 8 overs for 49 so far in this second innings. Got his century in the first. Earlier on today, made 4 with the bat. He's on his way into bowl to Billy Godleman, who just pushes it out into the offside. And Godleman asks the question of Wayne Madsen, do you want a single? And Madsen says, yeah, we'll have one there. Godleman moves to 78, 160 for 2. Derbyshire made 321 in their first innings. That probably wouldn't be enough.
Big win for West Ham, 1-0 at Fulham.
It's 2 in a row, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they lost to Newcastle, didn't they?
Oh, yes, they lost 5-1. Of course they did. So that's my ignorance of the Premier League. Tong goes in again and bowls to Madsen, who pulls his bat inside the line. Whether it had gone past the bat by that stage or not is debatable. Matlock had beaten Atherton 1-0. Long Eaton have lost 1-0 at North Shields. Customer heading for a comfortable victory.
Normally you see the bowlers using the tape measure and then spray to mark out, start their run-ups. You can't see any of that out there.
There's the green marks there. I can see the green marks. And goes Tongue again and bowls down the leg side to Madsen. Good tumbling take by Roderick. There you go. They're there.
Like Mr. Magoo having a look here. God, you got wide eyes, haven't you?
Big head.
Yeah. I can see its head. You're right.
Yeah. They're right, their initials or something,
Yeah.
or a little symbol, usually
In
next
fact,
to
they're
it.
using green.
Next delivery goes.
Or is it blue?
Oh, that's definitely green. It's defended by Wayne Madsen out into the offside. think it's green. Everything here is green. The sawdust, the spray, just keeps everywhere looking neat. Means you can't see the markings.
Yeah.
Except if you're really close. Here comes Tong again. It's conceded a run halfway through his first over after tea, and he's driven for 4 by Wayne Madsen out towards the cover boundary. Nice shot from Madsen, poor ball. And Tong goes for another boundary. 159 for 2, 163 for 2, I beg your pardon. The lead is up to 11.
Leicester have lost to Bournemouth.
Excellent, excellent. Chelsea have lost in Frank Lampard's first game back in charge.
Lampard out.
Is Frank Lampard a football manager? Discuss.
Is Frank Lampard the luckiest man around at the moment?
Well, he won't be doing it for nothing, will he? In goes Tong and bowls to Madsen. Ball is pushed up to mid-off, but it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. And there's no run to complete the over. 163 for 2, 81 to Godalming, 8 to Madsen, lead 11. Yeah, when Frank Lampard was at Derby, I think he took them from 6th to 6th. Got them in the playoffs. Got them to the playoff final. It was a terrific night in Leeds at Elland Road when they came from behind in the first leg to win the second leg, but he had some very good lone players. He called in favours. Yeah. Didn't do much at Chelsea. Didn't do anything at Everton. Now he's managing Chelsea again. It makes no sense, but there we go.
Leach starts a new over from the City end. Taking on the pad, Godalming. That was a little bit sore. Might have been on the thigh there. And Villa have won 2-0. Super Ollie Watkins with a second in injury time against Nottingham Forest.
Poor old Notts Forest, eh? I like Steve Cooper. They're in the bottom 3. He could well get sacked.
164 for 2. Lead 12. Leach round the wickets. The left-handed Godalming beaten outside the off stump. Moments looking a different game with Leach after tea.
Yeah.
We've had both batters in a little bit of trouble.
You like the colours of the new accreditation this season?
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Pinks and purples. Very nice.
Sure it's pink and purple, it's not blue and green, is it? Godalming waits. Leach, short for length. Digs this one out. They take on a quick single and good. There's an appeal for a run out, but it's good backing up by Madsen. Maybe his, was it 15th year, but he scrambled through pretty quickly then. Good bit of fielding as well, though. I think, was it Jack Haynes there?
15 years. It's a long time to be at any form of employment, isn't it, really?
It is indeed.
Skip at the side.
But, very sprightly there, getting through.
He's fit as a flea.
Right-hander of the two. Leach back over the wicket. Goes back, punches into the offside. And there's no run. No, I better not stay for the 2 balls. Better go and do my 5 o'clock.
Good to have you on board, Ed. Watching a bit of Easter Saturday cricket. I can't work out what day of the week it was for a moment there. Leach, 2 balls left of his 15th over, turns at the City end and comes in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, and that's off a leading edge up towards mid-off, fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. No wickets lost since tea, and the lead up to 13. They need at least another 187 runs, I would suggest. If they get them. Interesting. Very interesting. Update coming up. Here comes Leach, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. End of the over, 165 for 2. Yeah, 165 for 2, Derbyshire. Now they've actually gone into the lead in this match. They're in their second innings, of course, having conceded a 152-run first innings deficit, bowling Worcestershire out for 473 earlier on today. Matthew Waite with 109. They did bowl 13 no balls, though, including one that would have dismissed Ben Gibbon. They went on to put a further 75 runs on the board after that, which could prove to be very costly. They've lost Hayder Ali for 65 and Brooke Guest without scoring. But Billy Godleman, who made 70 in the first innings, is still going strong. He's 79 not out. Wayne Madsen has 12. And Derbyshire in their second innings, 165 for 2, leading by 13. And the start of a new Josh Tongue over from the racecourse, and he bowls to Billy Godleman, who's in the air as he plays the pull shot around the corner down to, I think that's Azhar Ali out there in the far distance. Picks up another single and moves to 80, 166 for 2. Billy Godleman would dearly love a century in this match. I don't think there's much doubt about that. I'm just going to check exactly how he did last season. Billy Godleman, he's at the non-strikers end now. Wayne Madsen gets one that leaps at him off the pitch. The deliveries that are doing something seem to be being bowled entirely at Wayne Madsen at the moment. It seems a little harsh. Season by season, that's what we want. So last season in first-class cricket, Billy Godleman scored 468 runs. His highest score was 158, and his average was 23.4. In goes Tongue again. That's driven straight by Wayne Madsen, but stopped by Matthew Waite. Went down in instalments at mid-on. When you think that in 2021 he scored 530 runs, and in the shortened season in 2020, 226. Prior to that, in 2019, when he had a stunning season with 4 centuries and 2 half centuries, he made 1,087 runs. And even in his first season as captain, 934 at 38. So a couple of lean years for Billy Godleman as this next delivery is on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves to 13, 167 for 2. It feels like a welcome return to some kind of form for Billy Godleman, who does tend to be sort of feast or famine over the course of his career. But he has scored 1,000 runs in first-class cricket in a season twice before. Next delivery to Godleman is oof. He was trying to guide that down to third man, and it ends up at mid-on, which sort of suggests that he misread that one. It remains 167 for 2. Yorkshire rallying a bit from 35 for 3 in their second innings to 75 for 3, and now leading Leicestershire by 177. Gloucestershire 4 down now against Glamorgan, leading by 74. They're 313 for 4. And Sussex, who need another 170 to win against Durham, as Tongue bowls, and Godleman goes for a very, very ambitious cut shot. Misses it completely as it goes through to the keeper. 167 for 2. Sussex need a further 170 to win. They're 61 for 1 against Durham at Hove. And an entire selection of bats has been brought out by the
Must own a sports shop, doesn't he?
That's incredible. That is incredible.
7 bats. 7.
Plenty of them. This is the bat that I use when I've got to 13. Wayne Madsen's got a new one.
So it goes from one subfielder to the other. One brings the bat, one brings the drink. Got the proper waiter's gear, hasn't he? He's got the towel on the shoulder.
Yeah. Mitch Wagstaff leaves the scene.
Just another hold-up in play with 30 overs remaining.
But we're looking at 2 hours, so we're looking at just beyond 7 o'clock. Paisley 0, Stamford 0, full-time score in the SPL Central.
Leach, new over, bowls outside the off stump, and it must have been very close to off stump with first and second slip, hands on heads. I didn't think it was that close, but it must have been because they went up immediately, the two of them.
You can get a bit excited though, can't they, slip fielders and wicket keepers? Trying to get in the batsman's head.
I wonder if Pollock's got a step counter on his watch.
Waste of time if he has.
Leach bowls. Again, good line and length. Been a good spell this by Joe Leach. His best in the match by a long way. 15.2 overs, 1 for 48, 4 maidens.
This spell's
It's
his 6th over, 2 maidens, 0 for 9.
Yeah.
They can't get him away at all, can they?
Madsen, it is on strike. His new bat. Still got the short mid-on. Mid-on. And an orthodox mid-on. I thought he'd been... well, he was beaten outside the off stump. And I'm not sure if...
Was there a nick?
Yeah, I don't know if it was put down.
He might have gone into his pad.
Yeah. It's very difficult to see, isn't it, from here with Roderick standing up as close as he is. It was definitely a false shot anyway. Just looking at the short mid-on. Behind him is Godalmand, so if he sets off for a run, he's got to go round him. If it's a quick one, wrapped on the pad again, but that would look leg side to me. But he is asking questions, Leach, here. And I think it's probably the first sustained spell of pressure from a bowler.
Yeah, in the entire game.
Yeah, nobody else has actually started asking questions like this and got doubt in both batters' minds. Done really well. Found his rhythm. Keeping the 2 slips in. Short of a length this one, big grunt as he bowls, driven into the offside, Hosefields, and there's no run. Again, when you've got doubt in the batter's mind, is it worth bringing somebody close in? Just give him a bit more company.
The really strange thing is that all the balls that seem to be doing something appear to be being bowled to Wayne Madsen. And that clearly can't be the case. I suppose Billy Godalmand's got his eye in, hasn't he, at 80, but Madsen's been out there for 41, faced 41 deliveries now.
Goes down, waits again for Leach, who takes him on. It doesn't take him on the pad, it just went past the outside edge and was taken by Roderick. Apologies, but it's so difficult to see. With it shielding my eyes from the sun on the right-hand side, looking to the left and seeing the wicket-keeper standing up, so...
Should have brought a cap.
Should have. End of the over.
I know where it is, though. Well, I don't, but nobody knows where it is, do they?
I've got to drive home, Dave. I can't. What are you doing to me? My best cap that was 160. We mean needs the Samaritans at this rate. 167 for 2, lead of 15. For those who weren't listening, we were talking about cricketers' caps yesterday, and I mentioned my treasured rowing cap that was awarded when I won my first trophy, and it's lost. But it doesn't affect me much.
If you'd have won 2 trophies, you might have got 2 caps. We're going to see Ben Gibbon return from the racecourse end now. Josh Tongue, 2 overs for 7. In that mini spell. That can't do his confidence much good either, I wouldn't have thought, because he bowled all right. In goes Gibbon then, bowling to Billy Godalmand. He's on 80, and Godalmand chops one down towards a short, fine leg in between his pads and the stumps. And gets away with one there. Godalmand moves to 81, 168 for 2.
I don't think the pitch is doing anything different, but I think the bowlers are just bowling better all of a sudden.
Yeah. It had to happen eventually, didn't it?
Yeah.
Derbyshire's openers got them off to a flyer, the first 50 coming up in the 8th over. The 100 coming up after 21 overs. Billy Godleman and Haider Ali. Ali dismissed for 65. Brooke Guest without scoring just before tea. Derbyshire having started 152 behind after the first innings, now lead by 16. 168 for 2. And in goes Gibbon round the wicket to Wayne Madsen, gets a leading edge out into the offside, and fielded there by Brett D'Oliveira.
Don't know, while I was out, did you give that stat about the 10th wicket partnership for Worcestershire?
No, it's no interest to my listeners.
Well, I'll give it anyway. Is that the partnership of 82 for the last wicket for Worcestershire between Waite and Gibbon was a record for Worcestershire against Derbyshire. The previous was 70 here at Derby back in 1899.
It was a record against Derbyshire here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gibbon around the wicket again, and Madsen right behind that one pushes it out into the offside. A more convincing defensive shot to Brett D'Oliveira. I think the overall record was 123. No, that's the other way around. I've got the wrong one. Apologies. It was 90 odd.
Yeah, so previous was second here at Derby.
Yeah, 94 Ruton Perks in 1930, but this was an 1899 record that's bitten the dust. There was a couple of niche ones as well that I didn't read out either. It's Gibbon around the wicket, bowls to Madsen and hurries him a bit there as he has to slam the bat down quickly. Ball is fielded by Haynes, coming in from mid-wicket. Just keeping it nice and tight here, Worcestershire, making the Derbyshire batsmen work hard. Their lead of 16, clearly insufficient. With the remaining 28 overs after this and 96 tomorrow to go. Next delivery is defended by Wayne Madsen up to Josh Tong, who's fielding at mid-off. So yeah, it was 96. How many? Well, dear, I shouldn't have started doing that. 124 overs left in the game. Could yet be a thrilling finish. Never seen a tie. I say that most games. Just on the off chance that we might see a tie, but Derbyshire only had one. Lama around the wicket, bowls to Madsen, takes a step down the track and just eases it out into the offside. Tong moves around to his left to field it. Madsen sneaks through for a single. He moves on to 14 and pinches the strike. 169 for 2 at the end of the over. Billy Godleman on 81. Derbyshire lead by 17.
It is important that Worcestershire keep this control. May not be taking wickets, but stem the flow of runs, because the way that Derbyshire were going before tea, as we were saying, could have been in a really strong position by the close. They still might be, but put themselves in a strong position by the close and knowing that they can really attack it tomorrow morning.
Well, if and when the wickets fall, and they almost certainly will, yeah, they don't want them too far in front, do they?
Leach bowls, driven, and beats the dive there of all people, Brett D'Oliveira. Very rarely you see him miss one in the field. He had a lot of ground to make up and went diving, but I think he dived over the ball there and allowed them to come through for 2. Very rare occurrence. Pushes the lead up to 19. Still 2 slips in. Short mid-on, wide mid-on, mid-wicket. Each bowls driven off the thick outside edge up to D'Oliveira, who stops it on one knee and prevents a run. Conversation between Libby and Haynes. Haynes at second slip, Libby was back to backward point. And now a conversation Hose has got involved with Leach and D'Oliveira. What's he want? Leach wants a change.
Nazar Ali's racing up from fine leg. I say racing. Here he comes.
Where's he going? It's close in on the leg side. It's going to be a short mid-off. There's a fair few people involved in that discussion. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad and he's gone. Madsen's gone. Leach strikes. A big wicket for Worcestershire. And Madsen goes for 16. The partnership of 36 is broken. And with a lead at 19, Derbyshire lose their third wicket. They're 171 for 3.
Yeah, that is a big wicket. Big wicket. The lead is still only 19. It's clearly they need a lot more. And they've lost one of the major contributors in the first innings. 87 first time around. 16 this. And Billy Godleman needs somebody to stay out there with him. Leas Deploy didn't make too many runs first time, so perhaps he's going to come good in the second innings. The Derbyshire skipper as he walks out to bat, but he just sort of prodded forward, didn't he, there, Wayne Madsen? An indeterminate shot, and he waves his bat in the air as he trots up the steps away to our left-hand side. He'll be disappointed with that. He's had a pretty good match overall with that big knock in the first innings, but Derbyshire need a captain's innings here from Leas Deploy as he goes out to join the former captain, the man he replaced, Billy Godleman. Godleman 19 away from a century. A very brief chat between the two batsmen.
It was a deserved wicket for Leach. Bowled really well since Teeb's been asking questions of both batters, Madsen, as you said, in particular. And whether he just lost a bit of concentration with that field change, or may have been distracted that he'd brought Azhar Ali in at short mid-off. Might have just been distracted him a little bit, but he's gone.
Azhar Ali continues his tour of the county ground. He's now down at fine leg to the left-hander, so he's gone from fine leg to the right-hander to short mid-off to fine leg to the left-hander. Meanwhile, Ed Pollock is still standing at first slip. He's never going to move.
So Leach just bringing in fielder short mid-wicket. Oh, big stretch forward, and that must have been pretty close looking at the fielders around with hands on faces or hands on heads. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Now they're going to hear the hand clapping. Plenty of chat out there. Deploy though, it's an experienced campaigner, left-hander. Nice compact stance. Looks up as he sees Leach on his way, bowling round the wicket and driven up to mid-on, where Hose fields, Tongue I should say fields, and there's no run. Effectively 19 for 3 Derbyshire in their second innings.
Yeah, Middlesex recovered from worse than that, didn't they?
They did. Got a deep gully. Point. Shortish extra cover. This ball is driven back to the bowler. Takes it on the bounce. And the end of a fine over for Joe Leach. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 50. Certainly the pick of the bowlers so far. Godleman, though, is still there. He's on 81 from just 105 balls. Deploy still looking for his first run. Derbyshire 171 for 3. The men are out. Haider Ali for 65. Brooke Guest for a duck. And Madsen for 16.
Victory for Ilkeston Town by 4 goals to 1 over Hensford Town this afternoon. Mickleover losing 2-1 at Stratford Town in the SPL Central. And here, Derbyshire in need of runs. Last season, Leas Deploy played all 14 matches. Scored 845 runs at 42. He could do with something along those lines here as Gibbon begins a new over against Billy Godleman, who turns it into the leg side. And Brett D'Oliveira swoops to do the fielding. 171 for 3. The lead just 19. Derbyshire paying the price for a relatively ordinary display this morning. When Worcestershire got 75 more runs than they really should have done. And goes Gibbon again and bowls to Goldman, who defends up towards Matthew Waite, who's at mid-off. The reason they got 75 more runs than they should have is that Ben Gibbon was caught off a Saranga Lakmal no ball by the substitute fielder Mitch Wagstaff. It was part of the 10th wicket stand with Matthew Waite. Waite went on to make his excuse me, maiden first-class century, and they put on another 75 runs after that. In goes Gibbon again and bowls. That one is off an inside edge, and it's gone out into the leg side. They've run one. They're thinking about coming back for the second. Billy Godman set off for the second and immediately started shouting no. Well, Leas Deploy hadn't moved. So Godman moves to 82, 172 for 3.
Yeah, for Godman, there's probably got to be a bit of change of mindset now, hasn't there? With them 3 down for effectively 20.
He'd have been in this position before, I'm sure, but yes, you're
It was easy
right.
before. It was free flowing, wasn't it? It was, really go after the ball. Probably can't really afford to do that now.
Lamb, Dahl, Chappell, Aitchison, Connors and Lackmal. Still to come as Gibbon goes into bowl to the skipper Deploy, and he turns this one into the leg side with the full face of the bat, despite what you might have heard in the effects microphone. Nick's been on. I'm sorry, but that's just not out. He was hit so far outside the line, his front pad was halfway down the A52. Adam Hose might have got a dodgy one in the first innings. I'll have a look at it when I get a chance. As Gibbon is in again, bowls to Deploy, who drives, very pleasant looking drive, straight to Adam Hose. And there's no run.
Well, it's a different game all of a sudden, doesn't it?
Yeah, looks tough. Got a good stride in, whether or not it's hit outside the line, possibly. Matson just turned around and was on his way. 172 for 3. Gibbon over the wicket left armour, bowls to Deploy, who drives, and that might go all the way to the boundary. Might well be his first 4 runs of the innings, it is. Once it had got past Jake Libby at point, you always felt it might make it all the way to the rope, and it did. Concludes the Gibbon over as well, 6 overs for 24. He's bowled now. Leas Deploy off the mark. It's obviously his first boundary because he got off the mark with it. He has 4. Billy Godman has 82. 176 for 3. The lead is 24.
Joe Leach didn't really need to be sprinting after that ball there. It was,
Just warm him up, wasn't it?
having sprinted for it, the ball beat him to the boundary, and then he decided he's just got. It was the last ball of the over, so just take his time in walking fair distance to the start of his run-up. I would imagine this might be his last over of his spell.
It's the 8th.
Bowling to the left-handed Godalman. Wraps him on the pad. When again the umpire...
Outside the line, I think he's indicating there.
To me, it didn't look as if it was particularly close, but it's the fact that the umpire does something with his right hand.
I think he's indicating outside the line.
Yeah. Might well be.
But
from this distance, he just looks as though he's going to raise the figure.
Not doing anybody's heart rates any good, is it? Least of all the batsmen, I would have thought.
Godalman. Waits. Sees Leach coming towards him from the city end. Bowls and turns him onto the leg side up to mid-on. Defensive drive. And there's no run.
There'll be a database somewhere. I wonder how many balls that Joe Leach has bowled to Billy Godman over the years. Must be a fair few, I'd have thought.
Leach is No great urgency in getting back to his mark, but on his way again. Ball's full length, driven into the offside. No run, no, straight to the fielder, Jack Haynes. Adam Hoses, chief cheerleader, I think, out there. A bit to say, clapping his hands. I think for Godalming it'll be a question of just seeing out these 3 balls from Joe Leach and see what follows. As we were saying, best spell of the match by any bowler, this former Worcestershire skipper. Again, a little bit unbalanced as he drives full length ball up to mid-on where Tong fields. It'll be Tong that replaces Leach at that far end. That said, he's looking pretty strong at the moment, Joe Leach. He's not. He's still keeping that control. Doesn't seem to have lost any pace. It's wide of the crease here. Bowls and again comfortably kept out by Godalming, driving to D'Oliveira at mid-off. 1 ball left of Leach's 18th over, 2 for 50. Conversation again. Haynes, D'Oliveira and Leach. They spread apart again. Haynes across into the covers and Leach is on his way. Around the wicket. Bit of a way movement there, but no problem to Godalming. Just happy to watch it go through to Roderick. End of the over, 176 for 3. Derbyshire lead by 24. Godalming remains on 82 from 114 balls now. Deploy is on 4. The partnership of 5. 2 wickets for Leach, 1 for D'Oliveira. That's after Worcestershire were bowled out for 473, a first innings lead of 152.
Just spotted a drinking companion who was messing around with something at the far end. I was asking who it was, but I've got the wrong person. It was,
few people making for the exit at the far end.
Ben Gibbon to continue from the racecourse end, bowling to Leas Deploy, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Haynes, who's no longer in a slip cordon.
You got the figures for that spell from
8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 11.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
Just right for your 5:30.
Wow.
In a minute, in 90 seconds
I know,
time.
nick a bit of info from you.
It's freely available. Got a bit of dire straits in my ears as Gibbon goes in, bowls, and this one is squaring Deploy up. He edges it to slip. It's put down. Whether it carried or not, I wouldn't be entirely certain. But he picks up a single. Moves to 5, 177 for 3, lead 25. Crucial 24 overs, you would have thought, between now and the close of play. As Gibbon gets the ball back and turns. In goes Gibbon again. Bowls, and that one is dug out by Billy Godalming up to Josh Tong at mid-on. Sussex need a further 134 to beat Durham now. They're 97 for 1 in their second innings. Yorkshire now 101 for 3, leading Leicestershire by 203. As Gibbon goes in and bowls, and that one is defended by Godalming out into the offside. There's no run. Gloucestershire 336 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Glamorgan by 97 runs down at Sophia Gardens. Given in balls, and that one is edged and dropped. Dropped at first slip by Ed Pollock, and they're going to come back for 2 runs as well to rub salt into those wounds. Godalming dropped on 82. The score moves on to 179 for 3. Godalming up to 84. Lead to 27. Here goes Gibbon again. Not have much luck in this over as Godalming plays it up to Azhar Ali at mid-off to complete the over. 46 gone now in the Derbyshire innings. 24 left in the day. And we are going to see another over from Joe Leach. Derbyshire 179 for 3. Godalming 84. Deploy 5. And they lead by 27 runs. So effectively 27 for 3. Deploy will be back on strike for the start of this over. In comes Leach and bowls to Deploy, who defends that one into the onside. Matthew Waite picks it up. Leach turns at the top of his mark. Around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Deploy. In balls, he defends that out into the offside. And there's no run. $179 for 3. 84 to Godalming, 5 to Deploy. Derbyshire leading by 27 on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester. Chris had the luxury of coming to him at 5:30. I didn't, although they may well still come. So I'll have to listen to "You Wear It Well" by Rod Stewart, which is far from ideal. 2 slips in place. Around the wicket comes Leach, the right armour, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Deploy, who's edged that one past second slip and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Well. He moves on to 9. 183 for 3. The lead's 31. Ed Pollock clearly wasn't expecting that, Nick.
I was doing something at the time and looking down.
Dropped
catch.
Godalming on 82 at first slip.
Pollock, was it? That would be difficult.
It was a slip catch. He had to get down low as his next delivery is turned up towards mid-on by Lewis Deploy. Josh Tong fielding there. You could take it. I couldn't. Well, not us, not you, not me. But a slip fielder would be expected, I would imagine, to take that.
Well, when they're on 82, you've got to take it, haven't you? In this situation, would have really put Derbyshire under immense pressure. 4
down with a lead of less than 30, it would have been at that stage. Here comes Leach again and bowls to Deploy, who guides this one out into the offside. Brett D'Oliveira is giving chase. gets there, they get back for a second, deploy into double figures. He's on 11, 185 for 3. Big 23 overs this. These two can get through these 23 overs. The lead will be close to 100. Gives them half a chance, but can they get all the way through to the close of play? That's the big question. Final ball of the Joe Leach over, his 19th. And his 9th in this spell. He's turned into the leg side. That was a tired-looking delivery, in all honesty. And Lewis Deploy just pulled it away to the square leg boundary for 4. That might be the end of Joe Leach. It's been a terrific spell. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21. But if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I think he may well have bowled his last for the time being.
I think so. Big question is who comes on and
Josh Tong
picks up the mantle. Well,
he'd be my favourite.
I think I think you're right. The question is, can he keep that pressure on?
I suppose Matthew Waite hasn't bowled for a while.
Tong's stretching because Gibbons had a bit of a spell as well, hasn't he?
Yes, that's true. Well, this is his 4th. I'll just leave you for a moment.
So Gibbon bowling from the racecourse end. Still a lovely day here at Derby. Bowls over the wicket to the left-hand route, flicks him off his toes, being chased by D'Oliveira. They'll come through for 2 comfortably. Halfway to the boundary on the leg side. Still see the Alan Richardson spent most of the afternoon out on the boundary. It's with Kadir Ali in front of the marquee away to our right. Kadir was chatting to Azhar Ali in the last over. I don't know if any instructions were being sent out.
I think they've given up on me.
Godleman on 86 with that too. Facing up to Gibbon. Tucks him up a little bit. Decent delivery from Gibbon there. Just tucked him up inside the crease. And there's no run. So 1 slip. 3rd man. Backward point. Deep cover. Wideish mid-off. Extra cover and mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Gibbon bowls full length, good stop by the bowler, diving down and allowing the ball to go onto the boot. That was going very straight, might well have gone to the boundary. But everything on the line there did Ben Gibbon. Got up very quickly. And those 2 tumbles on the opening day when he was bowling at the City end. Ankle went over on what was probably a bit of damp.
It's horrible, isn't it?
In the footholds, yeah, but everything's dried out now. Lucky to get away without an injury. Bowls again and wraps on the... He's been bowled. Ball that moved back. And Godleman's gone for 86. A big wicket there for Worcestershire and for Ben Gibbon. Godleman's on his way. And the Derbyshire lead is 39, effectively 39 for 4. Godleman out for 86 from 122 balls. Derbyshire 191 for 4.
That is a huge wicket for Worcestershire. Billy Godleman looked to be moving, not necessarily serenely, but moving towards a century, which would have been clearly his first of the season. 86 is a very valuable contribution, but he will be unhappy. He wasn't massively happy with 70 off 61 on day 1 when we spoke to him. He said it's only 70, not 170. Well, he's got 86 today. Derbyshire lead by 39, and Matt Lamb comes out to join Lewis Deploy. Deploy hasn't looked 100% convincing, although he's got 15 off 14 deliveries. We have seen wickets fall in 2s. So they'll be very wary of that. They certainly don't want to lose another wicket here. They could do with another 150, 160 runs. Good Derbyshire. But will they get them? Well, it seems at this point highly unlikely. Worcestershire just chipping away now. That opening stand of 134 has gone to 191 for 4. And there's still 22 overs left today.
Well, two things. One is the drop catch didn't cost them too many in the end.
No, true.
And secondly, that was a really good ball from... you got movement in there, Gibbon. And I think it was also a little bit quicker. May have been done for pace, Godalming there.
Seemed to clip the bails, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just trim them.
So, Gibbon, 1 for 29 now. 2 slips for Lamb. Whenever he decides to take guard, standing way away from the
He's almost gone to sit and
moment.
talk to the square leg
Yeah.
umpire.
Just settling himself, well, the settling yourself and settling yourself, which is taking an age to take guard. And now he does. Right-handed. Gibbon round the wicket and is driven for 4 first delivery. It will be chased down. In fact, it might just be pulled up by Jake Libby inside the boundary. Indeed it is, and restricts them to 2. Good chase by the Worcestershire opening batter. Gibbon 1 ball left in this 48th over. 22 to go after this. 41 for 4 effectively Derbyshire. Lamb is again steps right away to compose himself. Gibbon to complete a successful over around the wicket and just squares him up a little bit. Well kept out though by Lamb, turning it onto the leg side where D'Oliveira fields. End of the over, 193 for 4. Lamb has 2, deploy 15, lead 41.
Precarious position Derbyshire find themselves in at the moment. We are going to see a change of bowling. It was indeed the end of Joe Leach. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21 after tea. Bowled beautifully. And he's going to be replaced by Josh Tong. It was 10 overs of cost 56. He's had a bit of a tricky time with the ball in the first innings too, so Elias Deploy will be breathing a little easier, I would suggest, although he's got to remain on his guard. We know that Josh Tong is a useful bowler. If he suddenly finds a bit of rhythm, which he appeared to do early on. He only bowled 2 overs though at the very start of the innings, then was taken off.
Yeah, they can't afford for him to be loose here, can they? And let Derbyshire get away again.
Fascinating. 22 overs left in the day. Derbyshire's lead is 41. And Tong is in to bowl to Elias Deploy, who defends the first. Sent down by Tong out into the offside, and Haynes does the fielding. Moving in from the covers. Just the 1 slip now, you know who it is. There's a point. There is a third man and a long leg. There's a couple of mid-wickets, 1 close-ish, 1 in a regulation position, mid-on, mid-off, and a cover. Next delivery is banged in. It was short of a length, but it didn't get up at all. It's turned into the leg side by Deploy and fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. Matt Lamb, who made 28 in the first innings before he was run out by a direct hit by Jake Libby, having been called through for a quick single by Anuj Dal. Just doing some shadow batting at the far end, the non-striker's end, and he waits now as Tong is in and bowls to Deploy, who drives beautifully out towards the long off, wide long off boundary, and Matthew Waite gives up the chase early. Deploy with another boundary, his 4th. He moves to 19. Derbyshire 197 for 4 now. The lead is up to 45.
I think D'Oliveira will be a little bit nervous here with Tong bowling. That, as I said, they can't afford to let them get away, start accelerating again. It was keeping things tight after tea that probably given them those 2 wickets. Change your mindset, but loose deliveries.
Tong bowls on an inside edge, goes down to fine leg. In off the boundary comes Azhar Ali. Another single to deploy, but he had no idea where that one was. He moves to 20, 198 for 4.
Yeah, if he doesn't tighten up Josh Tongue, then the batters know that there's not a great deal of pressure, because if they're getting a loose delivery every over from him, then they're picking up the runs, aren't they?
Yeah.
So he needs to start asking questions.
Tong's on his way again. He's going over the wicket to the right-handed Matt Lamb. And Lamb just turns this one into the leg side. Fielded by Jake Libby, who isn't at point. That's because Brett D'Oliveira is, but Jake Libby's been at point for most of the game, and that's where he was when he ran Lamb out. Probably this time yesterday, was it? Something like that. A bit earlier.
Push back onto the boundary now, Libby.
All the way back. Do you think Lamb's going to attempt to play it out there? We'll find out. Oh, that's a good leave from Lamb. He raised his bat out of the way. Left it on length. Unfortunately for him, he didn't hit the stumps. Goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 198 for 4 now, Derbyshire in their second innings. Lamb has 2. Skipper Lear's deploy has 20. And their lead is at a mere 46 at the moment. I would suggest another 160 is required, minimum, from here.
Gibbon continues his spell, 1 for 31 in 8. Deploy is the man on strike, just the 1 slip in now. Gibbon bowls full length, driven, but good bit of fielding by Tongue. That's mid-on, prevents a run. Got a fine leg third man. Backward point, deep cover. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Driven, next delivery, up to Azhar Ali. That's mid-off. No run. Saw a few people leave a few minutes ago, but now everyone settled down again. See what could be really interesting last 20 overs of the day's play. So we'll be going through till probably about 7:10, unless the spinners come on. Gibbon short of a length and driven into the offside, where Haynes fields in the covers. No run. Still a lovely day here. Plenty of blue sky, some cotton wool clouds above the ground. Sun shining away to our right. And to shield my eyes from it. A little bit quieter out on the ground now as the next delivery is cut away down to deep point, where fielded by Adam Hose, restricts them to 1, takes deploy on to 21, made from just 22 balls. And Lamb again goes on his little walkabout while he waits for Gibbon to get to the end of his run-up. Brings a change in the field. Haynes goes back into second slip. And Gibbon round the wicket and is played defensively to point, where Libby is back in. He does the fielding. D'Oliveira is in the covers. Azhar Ali just having a word with the man at mid-wicket. Gibbon set to complete his over. Ball short of a length again, and it's drops just short of mid-wicket, who's hurt his hand. Just can't see who that is at the moment. He's okay, I think. It's Hose that went down very quickly. I think it dropped just short of him. He's got away with it. Has Lamb ended the over 199 for 4. But good over again by Gibbon. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. So keeping it pretty tight at one end. Can Tong do the same at the other without just delivering that loose 4 ball? His deploy on strike, 1 slip. Just waiting for him to settle. And Tong's on his way from the city end. Around the wickets, played uppishly but safe. They've come through for a single. D'Oliveira throws and hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Good bit of fielding, but deploy was home. And in fact, it's been given as a leg bye. It's just dollied up there. The 200 comes up for Derbyshire. It's come in the 51st over. So the last 50's come up in 16. Tong back over the wicket now for the right-handed Lamb. Hurries him a little bit, and he has to dig that one out a bit, did Matt Lamb. Good delivery from Tong. Doesn't want to let Lamb get away. He's on 2. Keep him under pressure. This is Tong's 12th over of the innings. And he comes again. Lamb gets in line, plays it comfortably. Up to Azhar Ali at mid-on again.
That one felt close. Was it Lamb into mid-wicket, almost caught?
Yes. Yeah, dropped just short.
Yeah.
I thought at first he'd taken it.
Well, I did. I'm sort of half concentrating.
Better over this by Josh Tongue. First 3 deliveries. And that one just goes out past the outside, or past the off stump. Lamb knew where the off stump was and left it alone through to Roderick. Important though not to let him get away. Keep the pressure on. Needs to continue where Joe Leach left off. Excellent spell from Leach after tea.
Absolutely.
This is where we've got to with a lot of Josh Tongue in this game, where he's kept it tight and then delivers the loose ball that goes for 4. But that's a better one. Came back in at Matt Lamb. Taken on the pads. Probably going down the leg side, but hurried him a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look easy out there. Now that the bowlers are bowling in the, what I believe are known as the right areas.
Which is what I think the captains will probably say at the end of this. There was something in it if you put it in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gibbon 5 overs for 15 and a wicket in the spell that he's bowling at the moment.
Last ball of the over. It's Tongue. Wraps him on the pad, but ball gets away down to fine leg. They'll go through for a single. End of the over, 201 for 4.
49 run lead now. It's almost getting to the point where they can declare. Oh dear. I'd imagine that Gibbon's going to continue. Ben Gibbon, he certainly is. He's already removed his cap. Jack Haynes is having a look at the ball. I think it's okay. We haven't had a single ball change in this match, so if nothing else good comes out of it from a Derbyshire perspective, at least the balls are better this year. but they're still fighting. 4 down, lead of 49. Ben Gibbon, 5 overs, 1 for 15 in this current spell, begins another over, bowling to Matt Lamb, who pushes this one out into the offside, straight to Brett D'Oliveira in the covers. And there's no run. Sussex 111 for 3. They need another 120 runs to beat Durham. That could be an exciting finish down in Hove. Yorkshire have lost their 4th wicket now, 125 for 4. They lead Leicestershire by 227, and Gloucestershire are 367 for 4 in their second innings. That's a 128-run lead over Glamorgan as Gibbon bowls and Lamb defends it into the ground. Gibbon collects it on the bounce in his left hand. Lancashire have been set 444 to win by Surrey at Old Trafford. Surrey declaring on 292 for 6. Lancashire currently 4 without loss. They've gone off for bad light at Canterbury, where Northamptonshire are 300 for 7. That's a lead of 195 over Kent. As Gibbon is in again, and Lamb covers up nicely, defends it into the onside, no run. Middlesex 41 for 3 in their second innings. They need another 267 to beat Essex at Lords. And in the game that didn't start until Friday because of a damp outfield, Warwickshire 286 for 5 in their first innings. They lead Somerset by just 2 runs. Lamb on strike as Gibbon around the wicket, the left armour bowls, and that's defended up towards Josh Tongue at mid-off. Big partnership this with Dahl, Chappell, Aitchison, Lackmal and Connors, or Connors and Lackmal still to come. Liz Deploy wants new gloves. He's on 21 at the non-strikers end. Matt Lamb on 3. 201 for 4 as Gibbon is in and bowls to him, and he just about gets some bat on that. Ball goes out into the leg side. Azhar Ali does the fielding. Might be no point in John Curtis coming tomorrow. A mere formality. But it'll be good to see the old boy. It always is. Gibbon turns at the top of his mark. He's on his way in now, past umpire Baldwin, and bowls to Lamb, who tries to flick this one away down the leg side. It's nicely taken by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps, and it completes a maiden over from Ben Gibbon. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 in this current spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32, or 2 maidens rather, 1 for 32 in this Derbyshire second innings. Derbyshire 201 for 4. With Lamb on 3 and Deploy on 21, they lead by just 49 runs. As we have a substitute fielder on for Matthew Waite, which rather suggests that he isn't going to bowl anytime soon, unless he's going off for his bowling boots, of course, which would therefore suggest that we will see him quite soon. I'm trying to see who I think it's Mitchell Stanley again, it is. And here comes Josh Tongue bowling to Deploy, who cracks him away for 4. Out to the cover boundary, too wide. A very straightforward shot for the left-handed Deploy. Derbyshire move on to 205 for 4, and the lead is over 50. Not that that's anything particularly to cheer about for the home support. They'll all be back tomorrow. The faithful will be back tomorrow. For how long? Heaven only knows. But that was a poor ball to start the over from Josh Tongue. Cracked away to the cover boundary, which is now being patrolled in the far distance. So a bit of reactive captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira on this occasion, which is unusual. This one's on the legs of Deploy, and he turns it down to Mitchell Stanley. 12th man. Picks up another single, moves to 22, 203 for 4.
Interesting doing that, my final stint for the Sport on Saturday programme. Couldn't see a score anywhere the sun was shining on the screen there.
really?
Couldn't see anything. No score over there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Tricky then.
Just made it up. No one knows.
Yeah. Did they... big fanfare for your final one?
Wow, of course.
Tongue over the wickets, the right-handed Lamb. 2 slips in place, bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, who is Jake Libby. So there's no run there. Matthew Waite is back. He's on the boundary's edge. He's using one of those roller things to try and loosen his back up at the moment. So perhaps he did just go off for his bowling boots.
Why is my screen saying 205 for 4?
It is 205 for 4. It's 206 actually, but there we go. As in comes Josh Tong and bowls. That's defended by Matt Lamb into the leg side, fielded by Haynes. Every so often it's frozen on varying occasions, hasn't it? The scoreboard on the big screen, which is mirrored by the scoreboard on our television screen inside the commentary box. Didn't have much of a pre-season itself, the screen. Clearly the old scoreboard didn't have a pre-season because it's almost worse than useless. It does say that it's 206 to Derbyshire in their second innings, though, as this one is guided out into the offside nicely by Matt Lamb. Chase on for Brett D'Oliveira. He'll drag it in inside the rope, and I think he'll keep them down to 2. He does. Excellent piece of fielding. Got the dive in, the slide in to prevent the ball from going all the way to the boundary. And it's 208 for 4 now. Lamb moves on to 7. Lead is 58.
Yeah, getting to the stage, can they afford to keep Tong on?
It's only his 3rd over of this spell. He's gone for 13 so far in this little spell. This is the potentially final ball of the over, and he bowls it to Matt Lamb, who turns it into the leg side. He's got good delivery in him, no question about it. He's also got a very loose delivery in him, and those loose deliveries tend to get punished. 208 for 4 at the end of the over. We've got 17 overs to go here, so around about an hour's worth. It's probably an hour and 5. So it'll be a 7:10-ish finish. Lamb has 5, Deploy has 26, Derbyshire 208 for 4, lead by 56.
Oh, Josh Tong is a fine bowler, really good bowler. He's just struggled in this game, and as I said, it's not surprising, and he's not the only one. In fact, it's only in the last hour or so that where Gibbon and Leach suddenly found some rhythm and direction that pulled Worcestershire, or pulled this innings around. He's picking up those 4 wickets. And got some control on the game. What you can't afford, having just got that control back, is then to have loose deliveries that release the pressure. Yeah. Matthew Waite coming on at the racecourse end.
Gibbon 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 in that latest spell.
Good spell. Now, Waite and Tongue need to do the same.
But can they?
Well, D'Oliveira picked up that wicket, didn't he? What might be a case for him getting a few overs in.
Yeah. They're on -1 as well, and you'd think the fact that it's going to go beyond 7 o'clock, it might just slip a bit further, possibly.
Well, I think the umpires will look at the hold-ups we've had.
Don't be blaming Derbyshire.
No, there have been plenty of hold-ups in this second innings as first delivery is driven into the offside.
I know your game.
They tend to be, in fact, I think, too lenient.
Yes.
And they come up with a whole host of reasons why there's been delays. And I suppose going back to what we were chatting about, or what I was saying yesterday about possibly fining teams, then the trouble is if the batting team hold things up, it's the fielding team that gets issued with a penalty.
They pay. Yeah.
Next delivery run onto the leg side, and there's no run. But ultimately, the umpires have got to be stronger, haven't they?
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop them saying, no, you can't change gloves or you can't have a drink.
It's perfectly, it's in their gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether they allow anything to come onto the field or leave the field. You See fielders going off and being replaced by 12 men, and they have to ask permission.
Yeah. Change in the field. Bit of protection at deep square leg now. Haynes has come across to mid-wicket, and Hose has come up off the boundary to plug the gap in the covers. Waite. Ball's right arm round to the left-hander and has been punched away for a very simple four all along the ground, through point, and that looked very stiff from Matt Waite, didn't it there? I think his exertions with ball in the first innings and bat today probably starting to tell, and this is where Worcestershire are short of the fifth bowler. You've got one misfiring in Tongue and Waite looking tired. Long spell from Leach. You may have to go to the part-timers, you feel. You know, I don't think it will be Waite coming out for an interview tonight, because I think he'll be having a rest.
He'll be asleep by the time we get round to the pavilion.
Deploy's gone on to quickly to 30 from just 28 deliveries. Next delivery. Check drive into the offside. The ever alert Hose is onto it quickly.
He's been playing most of the winter as Leas Deploy, admittedly white ball T20 cricket in South Africa. But a good SA20 for the Joburg Super Kings.
Not the tallest. Nice compact stance, but held high as he waits for Waite to bowl, who does, and he drives up to mid-on. And there's no run, remains 212 for 4. Tongue the fielder. Tongue at mid-on, D'Oliveira at mid-off, Hose, that's cover.
He doesn't half look weary though, Matthew.
He does. Jake Libby's found himself at deep point. Wide of the crease. Just forces Deploy back into the crease, drives into the offside, and there's no run. A very weary looking Matthew Waite picks up his cap and jumper. Roderick's come up to have a word with him. I wonder how many overs he's got in him at the moment. Looks very weary. 212 for 4, a lead of 60. Lamb is on 5, Deploy 30.
And a gull flies over, a black-backed gull. And then realises that there's not much here for it. And leaves. It's going to be Josh Tongue to continue. Previous over went for 7. Only 4 of them off the bat. Oh, and he's trapped him as he...
No, it's down leg side.
Down leg side. Falling over there though, Matt Lamb. Very awkward. Goes for a walk to square leg.
Looks like a nervous starter to me, Lamb.
Yes, he does. He's only got 5 so far, made 28 first time around. On debut, of course, for Derbyshire. Waits his Tongue bowls, driven that. It's pushed into the leg side where Haynes does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Looks like he's a leg side player. And fielding the ball in the right place, it may topple over a bit.
Yeah, saw him play at Trent Bridge. I know it's pre-season and the nerves perhaps aren't quite there. You go out and have a hit. Played really nicely for a half century at Trent Bridge. Luke Fletcher among the bowling attack for Notts. Tongue is in again, and this one is cut away. Oh, good stop, half stop by Brett D'Oliveira prevents a certain boundary. They're going to come back for 2. But if he hadn't got a hand to that, that was racing away to the boundary. Excellent piece of work by the Worcestershire skipper. Keeps Lamb down to a couple. He moves to 7, 214 for 4. A lead of 62.
Gave him too much width there, didn't he?
Yeah. Really good shot. Excellent piece of fielding from Brett D'Oliveira. Not far to get down, but got down really quickly. There's Tong again. Halfway through his over, bowls to Lamb, who drives straight to Brett D'Oliveira this time. At point, and there's no run. Crowd starting to thin out, although there's a fair few on the stand in front of the players' pavilion, away to our left-hand side. No doubt the supporters in front of us have stayed. A little gaggle of them to our right. But people on Easter Saturday who thought, well, the game will go on till 6 o'clock. Plenty of time to get home and go out. Well, they might have to leave before the end. As Tong bowls, that one is driven nicely by Matt Lamb out towards the extra cover boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand and goes all the way for 4. And Tong's woes with the ball continue.
Good shot.
218 for 4. Lamb into double figures. He's on 11. The lead is 66.
Nice big stride forward. Went through with a shot all along the ground. That's one where you hold the pose.
All the photographers have gone. There is one at the far end. It's not David Griffin, though. He'll be around somewhere. He may have come in, who knows. He's back in his shorts today, which is good to see. As Tong is in and bowls, and that one just hurries him a bit, Lamb. Tong kicks the ground. He's not happy with himself. The ball dribbles up to mid, off. And it's fielded there by Mitchell Stanley, the 12th man. And it's the end of the over. 218 for 4, lead 66. Lamb has 11, Deploy has 30. And Worcestershire won't want these last 15 overs to drift, because Derbyshire could get up to a lead of 100 with the power to add tomorrow if they don't stay on it. So a bit of a balancing act, really, for Brett D'Oliveira.
I was looking at Griff's camera and lens earlier on. Made my back ache just looking at it.
Yes, it's a big old thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Waite is continuing. Really, there's no choice but to continue with lack of a fifth bowler. First ball is pushed backward a square and through for 2. 2 more for Deploy into 32. Find the gap nicely. Lee just starting to push on towards 70. Worcestershire 4-7-3 in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 3-2-1. Matthew Waite, maiden century today, 109 not out for him with 14 fours from 149 balls. He's got the ball in hand now, and that's a decent delivery. Put a little bit more into that outside the off stump. I think it took Deploy by surprise, the extra bit of pace in there. But, didn't take the outside edge and went through harmlessly to wicketkeeper Roderick, who's got Pollock at first slip, a little bit wider than he would normally be. It's probably at 1.5 slip. It was a good delivery though by Waite. Bowls again on about middle stump, turned onto the leg side. Not sure if he came off a couple of paces shorter on that last delivery. Waite.
Just big delivery from the crease soon. Look at him, he's so stiff.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that Monty Python look is even more.
He won't want to not play in the next game because he got the maiden first-class century. But you could see if Pennington's fit, him replacing Matthew Waite the way he's walking, that might just be the way he walks. Who knows?
I think he'll be fine. Pennington, you think, will come in. This is driven, next delivery, out to deep cover. Libby just takes a little slip as he feels the ball, but doesn't cost him a run. It's always going to be a single there. 221 for 4. So Worcestershire lost their 4th wicket. It's 139. It's what that period where you thought Derbyshire might end up with a first innings lead.
Yeah.
Seems a long time ago.
Certainly
That now.
does. Happy days.
Again, field changes. Oliveira and Waite in discussion. Who's coming across? Adam Hose, is it? No, Gibbon. Yeah, Gibbon. Well, no, he's just been sent back again. And again, it's these delays. Gone back to exactly where he came from. Ben Gibbon. Does give Waite a little bit of a breather. Bowls here, runs it down to Azhar Ali at third man. Had a quiet day, Azhar Ali, today. No balls have reared up and hit him on the hand. He hasn't been scrambling under covers, swatting flies. It's been almost an Azhar-free day.
He's just kept himself nice and hidden.
Yeah. Back round the wicket. And a little bit squared up there, Duploy. But we'll still pick up a single to point where Libby does the fielding. Another over ticks by. 14 remaining, 56 completed in the innings so far. 223 for 4. Deploy on 34, Lamb on 12. The lead now in the 70s at 71.
Derbyshire in the game down at New Road last season, which was played in July. Lewis Deploy was captain in that game as well. They were bowled out in the first innings for 130. Worcestershire had a 35-run first innings lead, and then Derbyshire were in a spotter bowler at 92 for 5 in the second innings when Anuj Dal strode out to the middle and scored 112. There is Brett D'Oliveira. He's going to bowl from the City end. That gave them a second innings of 343, and then they bowled Worcestershire out for 190 in the second innings. I wonder if we're going to see something similar to that. Anuj Dal, having scored a century, also picked up a 5 as well. 5 for 40 in the second innings, 15 overs. Brett D'Oliveira will have something to say about that. He didn't play in that game. Jake Libby captained the side. He's brought himself on from the City end. He's going to be bowling to his opposite number, Lewis Deploy, who pushes that one into the leg side. And there's no run.
Manchester City has taken the lead on the stroke of half-time. Guess who scored?
Kevin De Bruyne. No, Erling Haaland. This next, he's only just back in the side, isn't he? Turned into the leg side by Lewis Deploy for a single. Goes to 35, 224 for 4.
Matthew Waite needed that like a hole in the head, having to sprint round there and run onto the ball.
Kevin De Bruyne is still reeling from almost being bumped into by Dave Bracegirdle.
I think he put that on his, Kevin De Bruyne put that on his Twitter feed.
Oh, I've just nearly bumped into Dave Bracegirdle, yeah. Yeah. Clang. Surprised he didn't get a photograph with him. In comes D'Oliveira, bowls to Matt Lamb, who just cuts that one out to Adam Hose, who's on the cover boundary, and he underarms it back in. I'd like to see that.
Gone flat, hasn't it?
Yeah, very. And it is just drifting from a Worcestershire perspective. The lead up to 73. .190 bowled out for last season. Worcestershire at New Road, though. Down the track comes Lewis Deploy and just punches it down the ground. He'll pick up a single here. The 12th man, Stanley, showing commendable enthusiasm to get to the ball there and throw it back in. 226 for 4. D'Oliveira bowls to Lamb now, and he defends this one into the leg side. D'Oliveira fields off his own bowling. He's got 13 now, Matt Lamb. Lewis Deploy has 36. Still not far from a runner ball, 39 deliveries. The lead 74 as D'Oliveira bowls, and he rather reaches for that one, Matt Lamb, to push it up to Azhar Ali at long on. He pinches the strike as he takes a single, moves on to 14. Derbyshire at the end of the over with 13 to go at 227 for 4. Deploy has 36. Lamb 14, and Derbyshire lead by 75.
Oliveira, I think he's got his sleeves rolled up, so they're just above the elbow. And there was a split second there when he came in with his shirt outside his trousers. Just looked like an old photo of Basil when he used to bowl. He'd have half his shirt inside at the front, tucked in, and half out, and his sleeves rolled up. And just for a split second, a lot shorter than Basil, but suddenly see him there. Waite is continuing. 13 overs still to go today. Bowls to Lamb, turned onto the leg side for one. Hose, he's done a bit of chasing today. Fields at deepish square leg. And one more to the former Warwickshire man. Moves on to 15.
I was joking about Kevin De Bruyne. Obviously, it was Erling Haaland who scored that Manchester City goal, but Kevin De Bruyne, in the build-up to that goal, got his 100th Premier League assist, whatever they are.
What did we do before all these Optimus stats?
Well, I think the fantasy football managers will be pleased with that. I think they get points.
Deploy, turns the next delivery on the leg side, and we'll pick up another single. Then I wouldn't say that the runs are coming thick and fast, but they're very comfortable at the moment, these two. There's no questions being asked. And as I was saying a few minutes ago, the game is starting to drift from a Worcestershire point of view. They're still got the upper hand at effectively 77 for 4. But they'll be conscious they won't want to chase too much, too many.
Ball being shown to umpires. Second time. Derbyshire never showed the ball to the umpires. But Worcestershire have done it for the second time. So Joe Leach has given it to Paul Baldwin, but he doesn't have the implement through which it has to pass. That's Neil Bainton. He sticks it. Is he going through?
No, I don't think it is.
I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hope so, otherwise it could be a further delay.
Yeah, no, you can have that one back. Went through it quite straightforward manner.
Now, Pennington has come on as 12th man to give a drink to Roderick. Now, there's no way he asked for permission there because the two umpires were together.
Oh, no. Where's the etiquette gone? At least he did it while there was a delay already, and rather than waiting and creating another delay. Still 12 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play.
Good job it's not hot out there. It is a long last session though, although there's still 12 and a half overs to go. Waite with the same ball. Continues. Azhar Ali at mid-wicket fields. No run. They're trying to prevent the singles now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 saving one on the offside. 3 on the leg side. No third man. Again, conversations between Leach, D'Oliveira and Waite. He runs away from us. Bowls to Lamb, drives in the air, but safe. And up to Leach at mid-off. Seriously wonder how many overs Waite's got in him at the moment. He's might be just his normal gait and well, it is his normal gait, but it just looks so tired.
Yeah, he does. He's almost limping back to his mark, isn't he?
And taking as long as he can. And I think that's part of the reason for these little chats and even possibly why they wanted the ball checking. Turned onto the leg side, next delivery, no run. Half stop by Hose. D'Oliveira completes the fielding.
Players trying to G him up as well.
But he's got nothing really to go, nobody to go to, has he, D'Oliveira?
That walkback's getting slower and slower.
It is. And again, they're having this little chat.
Cursory polish of the ball by Matthew Waite.
Last ball of his 11th over.
Thankfully.
43. Thick outside edge to backward point from Lamb there. And that is the end of the over. 229 for 4, lead of 77. Lamb remains on 15, deployed 37. And I think a bit of thinking for D'Oliveira to do here is what can he do from this racecourse end? He's plugging a gap at the City end. Unless Joe Leach feels he can have a couple of overs. But what's he got to get? He's got to get another, well, after this, 11 overs.
In comes D'Oliveira, bowls to Deploy, who almost turns it into a full toss. If he didn't, it was close. And he punches it down the ground towards the 12th man, Stanley. And they go through for a single, 230 for 4. Another, yeah, bang, bang. Another change in the field. Oh, that must be Jack Leach. Joe Leach. He's the man who does all the bang bangs. That one's guided out into the offside by Matt Lamb. And they go through for another single. Partnership up to 40 now. 231 for 4. Lead 79. Lamb 16. Deploy 38. And D'Oliveira is in again. That one is fiddled out into the offside by Leos Deploy.
Just looking where we are. So they lead by 79. We've got 11 overs left today. So say they get 40 runs from that. 119. Have to bat beyond lunch, aren't they?
I'd have said so. Yeah. With a bit of luck, the best bet of a result in this game might be, well, it is clearly Worcestershire to bowl Derbyshire out. Deploy turns that one with a little paddle sweep down towards fine leg and picks up 2 more, moves on to 40, 233 for 4.
Yeah, 100 before lunch wouldn't be enough for them to declare at lunch.
No. Again, turned into a full toss by Deploy, punched down the ground. Stanley fields at long on. Deploy moves to 41, 234 for 4. Here comes D'Oliveira again, bowls, and Lamb just pushes this one out into the offside to complete the over. 4 from it. 234 for 4. Lamb has 16. Deploy has 41. Derbyshire's lead is 82 on BBC Radio Derby. BBC Hereford and Worcester. Chris Williams and Dave Fletcher at the Incora County Ground for you. Some fielders come and go. 12 men come and go. There's 2 12 men on now. Haynes has gone off. Goodness knows why he needs to go off.
I hear you say Stanley's on, Mitch.
Stanley's just jogging across at the far end, but there's another one on here.
Pennington out there.
Is that Pennington? He's got 2 12 men on at the moment.
Well, the Worcestershire players have been walking in from the hotel every day. And I think they'll need a taxi for Waite.
You might be asked to give him a lift.
He is continuing. Bowling to the left-handed Derbyshire captain, Deploy. He's on 41 now. Stays within the crease. Just getting the ball to D'Oliveira in the covers. He'd almost dead bat and ball just running into the covers. Again, he wants a tweak with the field. His weight that D'Oliveira hasn't obliged. He was indicating to Libby he wants him a little bit squarer. Around the wicket again. Deploy. Drives onto the leg side. Leach at mid-on fields. Still, Alan Richardson is out there on the outfield, this time speaking to Azhar Ali on the far side. Ali is down at fine leg. Waite. Running away from us. Was full-length delivery. Driven into the offside to D'Oliveira, who flings the ball in from one end to the other to the gloves of Roderick. I think I've got another 3 balls in this over. Can't find the ball at the moment. He's looking left, looking right. Gets some of the sweat from his forehead onto the ball. And then he comes, try again, full length. deploy. Drives up to Leach at mid-on. She's looking a little bit, got a bit more energy in this over.
That's an optical illusion.
He's coming back a little bit quicker. I think he's got that kind of gait which is always makes him look tired. But he looked on his knees in the last over. This one, yeah, it could be an illusion. I think he looks at slightly more energised. And that's a decent delivery. Beats the outside edge of deploy there. Just fenced at that.
He's got that effort ball in him, hasn't he? Still,
has.
he can still bowl a sharp delivery, which that one was. But as soon as he bowled it, he turned around, he put both hands on his hips.
It's the phrase I don't like. They can bowl a heavy ball.
Yes, yeah.
But I think that was probably it, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Bit of extra effort. You can hear sometimes bowlers grunt when they bowl it. And then sometimes they grunt when they don't bowl it to try and put the batsman off. But
Bit of a let-off there for deploy. This is short down the leg side. Was an appeal for a catch from the wicket-keeper, but from nobody else. And the end of the over, deploy remains on 41, Lamb on 16. This partnership is worth 43 now and 74 balls. Derbyshire 234 for 4.
just the 10 overs to go. 10 overs. It's 6:30.
No, I've just missed my 6:30, but I'm going to have a go.
Oh, see, I knew I needed to remind you. I thought you'd finished. But not voluntarily, they've finished you. Brett D'Oliveira to continue. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Matt Lamb, and Lamb strokes the ball out into the offside. Fielded by Jake Libby, who finds himself at cover. And there's no run. They desperately want another wicket this evening to get Derbyshire 5 down. The lead is 82. Lamb defends this next delivery back towards D'Oliveira. 10 overs out is a long way to head for home. Now Matt Lamb's tying his shoelace, so that's going to delay us a little further. As we're getting to the point where games are coming to a close, although it seems that there's play just about everywhere. They are finished at Cardiff, where Gloucestershire are 373 for 5, leading Glamorgan by 134. As in comes D'Oliveira, and that's pushed out into the offside by Matt Lamb. No run. They finished at Old Trafford as well, where Lancashire are 37 without loss. They need another 407 tomorrow to beat Surrey. Seems unlikely. Next delivery is driven straight into the ground and straight back to D'Oliveira. Northamptonshire, so I've just moved my screen, 300 for 7 at the close at Canterbury. That means that they lead Kent by 195. Next delivery is bowled him. Brett D'Oliveira's got through Matt Lamb's defence, and he has dismissed the Derbyshire middle order batsman on debut, Matt Lamb, for 16. 234 for 5 now, Derbyshire with a lead of 82. What a big wicket that could be. And as Dahl will be the next man in, and Matt Lamb trudges back to the pavilion. Faced 43 deliveries for his 16. Never really seemed to be going anywhere. 1-4 in that innings. And after 11 successive dot balls from either end, Brett D'Oliveira breaks through. Dahl goes as he jogs down the pavilion steps in that familiar manner. Dahl on his way to the middle. Derbyshire 234 for 5 and only lead by 82.
It's that keeping things tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was saying before that you build pressure. And when the lead is less than 100 as it is, that and effectively it becomes 82 for 5. That pressure builds, and every batter that comes out now is under pressure. But good captaincy with D'Oliveira bringing himself on and picking up 2 wickets. Got the first one, Haider Ali, and then Matt Lamb.
It just felt like Derbyshire. I said while you were next door, it's a long way out to start playing for the close. It sort of stopped Derbyshire. He's a busy batsman. He's Anuj Dal, and he's off the mark first ball. And Matthew Waite slides to try to pick it up. A slide straight past the ball. Fortunately for him, Stanley was behind him to prevent a second run from being taken. Dal's off the mark with the single. Deploy's got 41. It's the end of the over. 235 for 5. Derbyshire leading by 83. We're supposed to speak to Zach Chappell this evening, and he's the next man in. At least he can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know who we've got lined up. Could be quite a wait because they've been out there for a while now. So
I haven't seen any of your media boys here today.
No, it's being working from home.
Oh, that old chestnut. Yeah.
So the interview has been set up from there. So
feet up, a couple of beers in the back garden.
What's important here now is, again, as you can see the field set to try and stop the singles and build the pressure. First delivery from Waite, turned onto the leg side by Dahl.
Isn't it about now that you need to start the leg theory and start bouncing the tail-enders?
How many times do you see that?
Oh, I've seen it too many times, I'm afraid.
You have something that works, and then you change it when it's working.
Yep.
2 slips in for Dahl. Right-handed. It's a full-length delivery. Nice, comfortable, forward defensive, driving up to Leach and mid-off. And Richardson's still out there. He's my banker for tonight, I think. Quick debrief for the lads and then come out and give us a State of the Nation interview. Waite. Just slowing things down now, he's on his way. Full length, driven into the offside to D'Oliveira. Again, fires the ball into the wicketkeeper. Just keeping the pressure on the batter. Well, the last over, he looked a little bit energised. In my eyes, didn't Matt Waite, but he's reverted to type now. He's taken an age to get to the end of his mark. If I'd have been him when he slipped over a couple of minutes ago, just before this over, I might have
clutched the knee.
Yeah, little pull.
Yeah, clutched the knee.
2 slips go down, but good line and length, and Dahl could do no more than play a forward defensive. Back to the bowler, no run. I think probably both sides would be happy to see the close at the moment. Just give Gibbon and Leach chance to recharge and come in fresh in the morning.
Dahl was the hero of the game at New Road last season.
He waits. Short ball. He's been given out. LBW. Waite has struck. Now the finger is remaining held high because Dahl doesn't want to go. He's not happy with that, whether he thinks he got an inside edge. But another big wicket goes. It's Dahl for 1. LBW to Waite. 235 for 6. Effectively 83 for 6 now. Waite 12.5 overs. 3 maidens, 1 for 43.
I can only imagine that he did think he got an inside edge on it because Anuj Dal isn't one to show dissent of any sort. And he lingered, and he lingered, and he lingered.
And what was interesting was the finger was raised and raised and raised. He wasn't going to drop it, was he, until he started walking off.
Joe is glued to the cricket, apparently. And no beers yet. Here's Zach Chappell. Will we get to speak to him this evening or not? Well, let's have a look at the decision, or at least attempt to have a look at the decision on the replay. I see what you mean about looking like a ploughed field. It does a bit.
Right, will Chappell play in the same way?
I don't know. He might have to play under instruction. Yeah, Nudge could find himself in a spot of bother there. He hung around for a long time, didn't he? He couldn't really tell if it was bat or pad first.
If you look at it again, just watch the umpire, how he made a point of keeping the finger raised.
Absolutely. No, he kept it up for a long, long time. Paul Baldwin, Anuj Dal. Let's have a look and see how long it was. He raised his finger at 7 seconds. And it was still up at 13, and then Anuj Dal left. So he's hung around for at least 5 seconds, which is probably too long.
I think Chappell might go the same way as the first innings and try and take the initiative away here.
It was a little bit earlier than this, but it was in the evening, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On day one when he came out.
He's got a tired bowler.
Yeah.
Decent delivery that from Waite though. Short of a length here. And Chappell plays forward defensive, turning the ball onto the leg side. And there's no run. So successful over for Matthew Waite. 5 wickets in the game for him now, on top of his unbeaten 109 at the end of the 62nd over. We've got 8 to go. The lead is 83 with Derbyshire 235 for 6.
Just half an hour's play left. You take the extra half hour to... No. No. Goodness me now.
3 wickets away from it.
No, I mean, get Derbyshire out and then take the extra half hour and try and win the game tonight. 235 for 6. Deploy on strike. D'Oliveira comes around the wicket and Deploy pulls him into the leg side, almost dismissively, really. Fielded out there in the deep by Adam Hose. Excuse me.
I think it's difficult for Roderick to pick the ball up on that side now. Shielding his eyes. When the ball came in.
The sun is very low, isn't it? Very low. So what will Zach Chappell do? Picked up his 5 on debut. Got a decent knock in the first innings as well. 40?
46.
46. First ball he faces from Brett D'Oliveira. He goes onto the back foot and punches it up back towards the bowler. And there's no run. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and this time it's driven up to long off. And there's no run.
Big gap over mid-wicket, hasn't he?
Yes. Next one, driven down the ground, but there is a man out there, it looks like Azhar Ali in the far distance. Gets around, keeps them down to a single. Chappell off the mark, 237 for 6. They have to get to 150 minimum. And even then it might not be enough. Next delivery is guided out into the offside by Leas Deploy. Given with the fielding in the far distance.
Everyone back on now. Still got a 12th man out there?
I think the long off is Stanley, but I wouldn't swear to it. Might be Hose. That one is defended by Chappell. Last ball of the over. 7 to go. 2 for 22, I beg his pardon. Brett D'Oliveira from his 7 overs. Deploy 43, Chappell 1, 238 for 6. Derbyshire's lead is 86 runs. It's not enough, clearly. You're listening to BBC Radio Derby and BBC Hereford and Worcester. The dying embers of day 3 of the opening game in the county championship, and it's very much weighted at the moment in Worcestershire's favour.
Waite's continuing. At the end of this over, it have bowled only Joe Leach would have bowled more in the innings.
6th over of this spell, 1 for 11 though, so fair play to him.
Deploys on strike. Full-length delivery that's trying to work onto the leg side. I think got a leading edge, but it's all along the ground. Up to Tongue at mid-off. And there's no run.
I haven't decided on my tee yet. I'm fairly sure what it'll be, but it's And the same thing for the last 2 nights, so I see no reason to change now.
Is that Hawaiian?
Hot and spicy.
Waite round the wicket. And again, off a thick outside edge, driven by Deploy. Straight to D'Oliveira, though. A couple of goals settled on the outfield now. Just catching a bit of sunshine there. See Tongue just stretching at mid-off. One slip. Guess who it is? As Waite bowls just outside the off stump. Deploy knew where his off stump was there. It was coming in. It's a confident leave there by Deploy, who remains on 43. Man out. Haider Ali for 65, Brooke Guest for 0, Wayne Madsen for 16, Godleman 86, Lamb 16, and Dahl 1. Deploy the captain. Waits and turns next delivery. Square on the leg side for 1. Ben Gibbon coming in off the field, off the boundary to field. He's got his sunglasses on there. Azhar Ali's had his sunglasses on his head, on his cap, all afternoon. And he goes from fine leg on one side, fine leg on the other for the right-handed Chappell. This will be interesting. Second slip's come in. How's he going to play? 5 deliveries faced so far for his single. D'Oliveira just moving in a bit closer at short mid-wicket. Just been forced back there, Chappell, by a full-length delivery from Waite. He's got 1 ball left in the over. 6 to go after this. Kadir Ali and Alan Richardson again walking around the boundary, the far end of the ground.
Josh Tongue's warming up.
Yeah.
He's just trying to keep his shoulder loose. He's holding it now.
Waite's final ball, the over. Oh, just got a little bit tucked up there, did Chappell, but he's going to pick up 2 runs down to deep square leg. Got home comfortably. Good throw in. Roderick cleaned up the bails and stumps, but he was well home. So 2 more to the total, 241 for 6 at the end of the over. Waite, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 46. Chappell goes on to 3. Deploy will have strike at the start of the new over. He's on 44, and the lead is 89.
The idea of them still batting at lunchtime tomorrow is appears fanciful at this stage. Just 4 wickets to get for Worcestershire. Still playing at Hove, where Sussex are 166 for 4. They need 65 more runs to win against Durham. Thought they'd be a good side this season, Sussex.
What was the score? I missed it, sorry.
They need 65 to win with 6 second innings wickets
Do they?
left. Yeah. Disappointingly. Here's Josh Tongue returning from the City end, bowling to Leas Deploy, who turns this one down towards long leg, where, guess who, Matthew Waite has to bend down and do the fielding. Another single to the total. The lead is now 90, 242 for 6. Yorkshire have closed day 3 on 220 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Leicestershire by 322, so still firmly in control, despite the fact that Leicestershire made 415 in their first innings. Change in the field as the man goes to backward square leg, almost leg gully. I wonder if he's going to get a bouncer. And if he does, what will he do with it? 3 men close-ish in on the leg side. Tong is in, and it's a length delivery turned into the leg side by Zach Chappell, fielded by Jake Libby at mid-wicket. Bluffed him.
They'd love one more now, wouldn't they, just before the close.
But that would leave Aitchison, Connors and Lackmal. Deploy has to marshal the tail to a degree here. Zach Chappell has to produce another innings similar to the one that he produced in the first. He waits now as Tong bowls to him a short delivery, ducks underneath it. Guess what? 6 down. Let's bounce the tail.
Yeah, yeah. It's been a strange afternoon, hasn't it? Because when you think about it, if you just, with that lead of 152, if you just said there'll be 242 for 6, they'd have probably taken that Worcestershire at this stage. But when they were, really looked as though it was getting away from them at one stage, didn't it? 134 without loss.
Yeah.
Nearly wiped out that deficit.
Tong bowls, and this one is shortish, and it's gone down towards long leg. It didn't miss Haynes by much at leg slip. And they get through for a couple, and Chappell moves to 5, 244 for 6.
If they could just get rid of Chappell here, open up that tail, and probably see out the rest of the overs tonight, come back fresh in the morning. But Chappell might go on the counter in the morning if he's still there.
I think he'd be wise to. 244 for 6 as Tong is in over the wicket, bowling to Zach Chappell, who flicks this into the leg side off an arm, I think. When you see shots like that you know he's not a frontline batsman.
Well, I think he's less comfortable when it's pitched up at him, rather than bouncing him or giving him a bit of room. Keep him honest. Keep it pitched up there. It's got a bit chilly now.
I know. Put my coat on to go and do the interviews. Interview. We're going to have a man in at short leg, are we?
Yep.
A short leg with no fielding pads, just a helmet. In fact, he's got the wicketkeeper's helmet, I think.
Yeah.
Jake Libby.
I've refused him permission to have the pads. No time.
He's a couple of strips away at short leg from where Zach Chappell is standing. Chappell waits. Tong bowls to him and he's edged it. And he's got a fine third man, Matthew Waite, fields and then falls on his backside. Bless him. He must be absolutely exhausted. Chappell has pinched the strike with that edge down to third man from the final delivery of the over. He's on 6. Deploy has 45. Derbyshire's lead at 245 for 6 is just 93, and there are 5 overs remaining in the day's play. It's getting slower and slower and slower out there. And Matthew Waite, to his eternal credit, is going to bowl a 7th over in this spell. He didn't look like he could get off the foot, like one of those turtles that have been upturned.
I think Chappell tried to withdraw the bat there from that last delivery.
Yeah.
He's kept the strike. Short Waite will keep it pitched up. Well, it's a good shot. Worked away for 4. Past the diving D'Oliveira. That's mid-on. That was an excellent shot. A lot of bottom hand in that. Just relieves a bit of the pressure. Takes the lead up to 97 now. 249 for 6. Chappell on to 10. He looks a good bat in the first innings.
Yeah, had a bit about him, didn't he?
Yeah, he was giving it plenty, wasn't he? So nice. It was a good situation for him. This is a little bit different. Waite bowl short. That's flicked away for more runs. May well be 4, but Azhar Ali's sprinting around the boundary does well. Restricts them to 2. Did his best to let it go for 4, I think, there with the dive.
Interesting use of the word sprint.
Believe me, that was a sprint. As I said yesterday, every ball that he's involved with Azhar is an event.
Yes.
He's just one of those characters. Chappell. Well, he's given this plenty, but he's going to be caught. He's got a thick outside edge, and it's been
It's
dropped by Libby, of all people. I thought he'd got it.
He got there, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that's a big chance. Of all the people, you'd put your money on Libby there. He'd made the ground. It went very high off a thick outside edge. He was running back from point to probably, a third of the way back, but he got there.
I'm not getting into fractions with you again.
And that's 2 catches been put down. He picked up 2 as well. It's gone on to 14 from 15. Oh, no, he got just, did he get 2?
Yeah, lead over 100 now.
250 up as well. As next delivery is played defensively. 250 coming up in the 65th. So 14 overs the last 50. That was the one they wanted, wasn't it? Just before the close.
Yeah. That would have been a huge boost, wouldn't it?
All the people, Jake Libby, really surprised.
He got there.
Yeah.
It would have been swirling and spinning as the lights come on here at the county ground.
Chappell's still there. Next ball turned to Hose at deep mid-wicket, and he'll pick up 1.
Should just about be warmed up by the end of the 4th of the 4 overs that remain.
Interesting to hear what Deploy said to Chappell when he was dropped there.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, he went for the biggie, didn't he? I expected to see it somewhere down in front of our commentary point. He put plenty into it.
Went up a long way.
Did. Waite, who feel he should have had his 2nd wicket there. Comes around the wicket to left-handed Deploy. They'll take on D'Oliveira, but good backing up by Chappell in calling for the single. And they're through for 1 more, so that lead moves on to 103. 4 overs remaining, 255 for 6. Deploy will keep the strike. He's 4 away from a half-century. Partnership now 20 with Chappell, who has 15.
Interesting single that. You might have thought that Deploy would want to not hide away, but be on at the non-striker's end.
We're on for 7:15, aren't we?
Yeah. Erling Haaland's got another. They're 3-0 up now. Quickest to reach 30 goals in the Premier League in a season. A mid-air volley hit on the swivel, apparently. Yes, good grief. Here's Tong, bowls to Deploy, who turns this into the leg side for a single. Moves to 47, 256, 4-6. You've got a 7 o'clock.
I'll see if they want me. They didn't last time.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Might have cut all forms of communication with base now. As the BBC introducing is on. They don't want to hear from the likes of me. All the young and hip people. 256 for 6. Josh Tong in and bowls to Zach Chappell, who ducks underneath the short ball. Allows it to go through to the keeper. Not too many games still going on. In fact, Sussex are still going. They need 60. Well, they might not be. Sometimes it doesn't refresh, but they are. 65 runs required now by Sussex with 5 second innings wickets left. Our initial target was about 230, that kind of region, as in comes Tong again and bowls. Chappell off the back foot, forces it away out to the extra cover boundary. The East Midlands demolition stand. They've run 2. They'll come back for a 3rd. He'll move on to 18. Derbyshire 259 for 6. The lead is 107. Middlesex need 240 more runs to beat Essex at Lords. They're 68 for 4. They're still going there. Not too many places where cricket is now taking place across the country. We've got 3.5 overs left here at Derby as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Liz Deploy. Zach Chappell wasn't ready for that quick single at all and had to get a bit of a sprint on there as it was Thrown towards the stumps, but he made it. Deploy moves to 48, 260 for 6. Jake Libby with the roll towards the stumps. Unfortunately for Chappell, the ball didn't hit the woodwork, so he was able to scramble in for that single. Lead 108. In comes Josh Tong. Bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Zach Chappell. He's only going to get one here. In comes Ben Gibbon. Left arm throw in. Chappell to 19. 261 for 6. They didn't want you, did they?
Just a black hole.
Yeah, I've got something similar here.
I've tried.
It's BBC introducing on a Saturday night, and it's they're usually regional too. Dean Jackson on BBC Radio Derby at the moment. 261 for 6. Bowled, oh, and he almost chops on. There's Deploy, almost chops on. Shorter delivery, couldn't get high enough to do anything with it. Did get some bat on it. It bounced into the ground. Matthew Waite looks like he's given up here, and I can't say I blame him, but he hasn't given up. His body's given up. He's been told to stay out by the boundary. He's staying out there. And Brett D'Oliveira will bowl the final 2 overs from the racecourse end. Derbyshire can't relax though. 7 overs, 2 for 22. D'Oliveira. Chappell's got 19. Deploys on 48. 261 for 6. Derbyshire leading by 109. Which is clearly insufficient.
Yep, still 4 wickets. What did the last 4 wickets for Worcestershire put on? A fair few. Up this morning. Just looking here, when did they lose their 6th wicket? Roderick, 256 for 6.
Yeah, plenty.
And then they made 473.
200.
Yep.
That would do Derbyshire nicely.
D'Oliveira floats his first delivery to Chappell, drives all along the ground to Waite, who they used to say wouldn't stop a pig in an alley the way he bent down there. His legs are akimbo. That's
Derbyshire's last 4 wickets put on 90 in the first innings. That would be useful.
Well, if you get 200, you've got to get them, haven't you? Round the wicket comes D'Oliveira. Plenty of time for Deploy to push this through the covers to hose for a single. D'Oliveira wants, asking for Waite to come up halfway from long on. Chappell's on strike. You going to tempt him? He's gone back and pulled to hose down at deep square leg. And as Deploy's on 49, I'll leave this next ball to you.
That's not that big a milestone, is it? I'll happily take it. I think our auto rock might have switched off by now. 264 for 6 Derbyshire. D'Oliveira in around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who just guides this down the ground and gets to his first half century as the Derbyshire skipper. He's got plenty more work to do, Lewis Deploy. He just puts his thumb up to the changing room and then acknowledges the applause from around the ground. 50 from 63 balls. And in that 50, he's hit 6 fours.
Brings Chappell back on strike. D'Oliveira, a little skip to the wicket. Full length ball that Chappell lays a forward defensive to. D'Oliveira himself does the fielding. 1 ball left in the over. Chappell. Oh, I thought he was winding himself up then, but he was stretching for it. Pulled it to Libby at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So end of the over, 265 for 6. 2 remaining. The lead 113. Chappell has 21. So good contribution from him again. And Deploy has 50.
Anything between 7 and 12 balls remaining. As we tick around to 7:05. Can't say you haven't had your money's worth the last 2 days.
But a few runs today, haven't there?
That's a good shout as well. Somebody will have to work it out for me, though. Yes, they have. Off you go. Here's Josh Tongue. Final over from the City end. Bowls to Lears Deploy. Pushes this out into the offside and takes a single.
3-3-1, Worcestershire. Start.
266 for 6 now, Derbyshire. So whatever that is, plus 266.
3-3-1, 4-7-3.
142 plus 266.
It's 400.
Another 400 run day.
Yeah, 408.
At the county ground in Derby. Full of runs. We've seen some wickets as well. 266 for 6. Derbyshire in their second innings. Tongue bowls. That's a well dealt with. Short delivery from Josh Tongue. Good football skills as well. A couple of keepy uppies and then a volley to Jake Libby to do the polishing.
Good ball that was.
Did okay with it though, Chappell. Got nice and high. Got it into the ground quite quickly. One more, lads. Where is Joe Leach? It certainly isn't Matthew Waite. He can barely breathe, let alone shout, as Tongue, another short delivery, ducked underneath it. Zach Chappell, he's on 21 from 25, 26. Deploys 51 from 64. The partnership already 31. Just sneaking up. Jake Libby looks like he's going to move a little bit closer to Zach Chappell at short leg. He's now just one pitch away, as you know. He's moving backwards. I wonder if he just had a quiet word in his ear. Watch out for the next short one, Zach.
Better bouncer, that one from Tom.
Those two will have played together at Notts. Chappell waits, and another short ball again. Gets nice and tall, which is relatively easy for Zach Chappell because he's most of the way there to start with. And he goes off to have another chat with Jake Libby.
That's more like it from Tongue. 3 good deliveries there. Been uncomfortable. He's dealt with them well, Chappell. But you don't like those, do you, up around the chin?
No. Now there's a conversation. Azhar Ali, Brett D'Oliveira. In fact, it's Azhar Ali and Brett D'Oliveira, and that's it, really. I don't think the bowler's got anything to do with this. Josh Tongue. Azhar Ali needs to just get on with it, really, because it'll be dark soon. We've still got 8 deliveries. Well, anything between 3 and 8 deliveries to go. Josh Tongue in and bowls to Zach Chappell, who again gets a shortish delivery, again deals with it nicely, just turns it into the leg side. It's a no ball. Excellent. 268 for 6. Too many men behind square on the leg side. How about that? Because we have a leg gully, a square leg who was behind square, and we have a long leg. So it's not a front foot no ball, I don't think, because the man at square leg has moved in front of square. It's 3 men behind leg no ball. You don't see them very often.
No.
Josh Tongue won't be very pleased, and he bowls this next one. That was a good delivery. Zipped through to the wicketkeeper, Roderick. That was an angry delivery from a bowler who's just conceded 2 more runs for a no ball that he didn't bowl.
Yeah, he's found something in this over, hasn't he?
He's been looking for it long enough. 268 for 6 with one ball left for Josh
He's
Tongue.
pushing up towards the ton again, isn't he?
Yes, he is. You don't want to go for a ton twice, do you? With 1 wicket. That doesn't do your average very many favours. Tongue is in and bowls. That one's scuttles along the ground, but it was wide of the off stump, and Chappell was happy to leave it alone. And so we reach the final over of the day. Who thought we'd have ever got here? 7:10. 268 for 6, Derbyshire. 51 to Lears Deploy. 21 to Zach Chappell. 33 the partnership. The lead is 116.
And it's D'Oliveira to bowl the last over of the day. Light shining brightly now.
Yeah, I told you they'd take effect by the last over.
Yeah. Josh Tongue's been posted to deep backward square. Deploy though. All he do just try and see the over out. Seen the first ball out, driving it back to D'Oliveira. Probably play out the first 5, pick up a single off the last. Off you go. Round the wicket to the left-hander. That's a little bit more out. No, he's going to pick up a single from the second delivery. Out to deep point. Hose fires it in to the gloves of Roderick.
That makes more sense to me. Would I rather have Lears to play out there? I probably would rather have Lears to play out there than Zach Chappell if there is a wicket to fall in this final over.
He wouldn't unless he comes charging down the pitch. He's got Waite up from long on to a deep mid-on. Leach is also up, and well, he won't get a run straight to the aforementioned Waite.
I think they're about 2/5 of the way back, the mid-on and mid-off.
You'll miss me tomorrow, won't you?
I will.
You're going to take the mick out of tomorrow.
There'll be somebody.
Waite again. I was going to say runs into field there, but he was nearly tripping over each foot as he put it in front of him.
Desperately hoping the ball had enough revolutions on it to reach him.
269 for 6. Again, straight to Waite. There is a bloke that doesn't want the ball at the moment. It's Matthew Waite.
Last ball. So we need a conversation.
Yeah. What's he doing? Azhar Ali's coming up.
He's not going to catch it.
Azhar Ali's running like a penguin. He's got his hands in his pockets.
He's not going to catch anything like that, is he?
What's he fielded? He's brought...
Immediately behind Jake Libby.
Yeah. Libby's come in at short mid-wicket. Now he's gone a little bit finer. So at least the dog can see the rabbit now. That Azhar can see the bat. Last ball of the over. 4 defensive. End of the day's play. Chappell remains 21 unbeaten from 34 balls. Deploy 52 from 66. Partnership of 34 from 50 balls. And at the end of day 3, Derbyshire lead by 117. They're 269 for 6.
Fascinatingly poised. Worcestershire still in the ascendancy. It is fair to say that 117-run lead clearly isn't going to be enough, but Derbyshire have the power to add tomorrow with the skipper, and one of the first innings heroes to a degree. He shared a decent stand with Ben Aitchison, didn't he, Zach Chappell? Some good bowling, much better bowling this afternoon and this evening from Worcestershire. Joe Leach 2 for 60, particularly impressive. 2 for 27 for Brett D'Oliveira as well. My thanks to Chris Williams, who we won't see or hear from tomorrow. Good to work with you. And I hope your replacement is as humorous. You won't be.
Enjoyed it.
Good.
And a good day's play ahead of you for tomorrow, I think.
Yep, should be good. Don't forget to join us. We'll be back on the BBC Sport website and app from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning with Derbyshire 269 for 6 in their second innings. Matthew Waite is being applauded off the field, and it's nice to see the 2 Derbyshire batsmen let him leave the field by himself, because he deserves the applause after his maiden first-class century. 269 for 6 then Derbyshire. They lead by 117, and we'll see you in the morning.